Chat. Yes. Hey, what's good with it? What's good with it? Let me get them chat calls out the way. Yes. Hey, purple. Yes, Lavelle, that's me. I'm trying. Lord, I'm trying. Hey, girl, Yellow Michelle. Lord, I'm talking about girl Melanie. Lord have mercy. Hey, Miss Dee Dee. Hey, Key. Hey, Midnight Oasis. What's good? What's good? So, yes, I sure do appreciate it, y'all. If y'all can go and hit that like button, I won't hold you. But I saw that the objections came through. Now, she had asked for an extension to the objections. And she said the government said it was okay. Now, I don't know but then Judge Ann said she granted the extension, but Jbo went and put the shit in on time. Let me see. I guess it was on time. Let me see. So I don't know what the fuck is going on. I'm confused. So they ain't gonna kill me. Hey, they ain't gonna kill. Hey, I don't know if y'all from anybody from the South and your parents heard your parents ever say shit. They ain't gonna kill me. Meaning I'm not trying to keep up with all this bullshit because this don't make no sense. They say they want an extension, then the lady says she's gonna get an extension, but then you're gonna put it on in time. I'm trying to tell you. As I put it on my board, and y'all gotta start reading that board because I'm doing more updates and stuff that I would typically do live. I'm doing more on the board because as I was explaining to Keller earlier, like extensions and of just about anything surrounding the case, anything they could probably get an extension on, they do it, right? And because it's the defense pretty much thinks that anytime they can get an extension on anything, that it's going to favor the defense, right? And that's with the hopes of that the prosecutors would be like, you know what, man, we tired of this run around. We tired of going back and forth. Maybe the prosecutors will miss filing dates and things of that nature. That will motivate the prosecutors to try to concede on some things with the defendant, to try to cut agreements and shit. Agree on less time or agree sometimes whatever the situation is, agree to drop some charges, all that type of stuff. And it happens a lot, during the whole, procedure of the case. And just because the case has been tried and, and the verdict is in, that doesn't mean that it's over because you have a whole post-conviction phase that they go through. So I, on the last few lives, not the last one, but last few lives, I kind of went into the importance of a PSI or PSR report, how it plays with in the sentencing, and pretty much if the judge orders it, and usually they will, and especially when it comes to most serious crimes, then they can't sentence till they get that report back. And both sides, meaning the defense and the prosecution, they have the option to object to what's in the PSR report. Okay, so to give you an idea, we already went over that. The PSR report, as well as speaking to the mitigation expert. R. Kelly, has the right not to speak, not to self-incriminate himself, not to speak at all. But with the PSR, here's the thing, right? The PSR, if he elects not to speak, then majority of the information will be just what the prosecutor has submitted, right? That's what's going to be in that PSR report. So you definitely don't want the judge making a judgment for his sentencing, his recommendation, but not recommendation, but sentencing him based on just what the prosecution said, because the prosecution is going to not only double down on what they said throughout the trial, but they're going to be able to add their own perspective into it as well. So it's going to be bad. That's what I'm trying to say. It's going to be bad. So you don't want a PSR report just to reflect one side, that side being the prosecutors. Okay. So this is, I don't know. I be trying to find something, a silver lining or something to help out. But, it is what it is. I don't know what to say. Hey, Linda B. Hey, Danny. Hello, Danny. I don't know why I do. Hey, Danny. Oh, hey, Sonia Davis. Y'all had to come here and make Killer pride, so he'll be like, "That's my girl. She's talking about, that's my girl. She coming back. That's my girl. She come back on this channel. That's my girl right there. That's my girl." So hey, it is what it is. But so I'm going to read it. Of course, I'm gonna read the whole thing, but I really want to see what the hell did they say on this thing that would make, shit. Well, we just have to get into it. So hold on. Let me put it up here. Just give me a minute. All right. So I had to make sure that it was Jbo'S objections, because like I said, the prosecution, they can put objections to it as well. So I'm going to go ahead and read it. Hey, Shout Baby. Number one, yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. I am always doing okay. Fine as wine as time goes by. Yeah, okay. So I'm going to go ahead and read it. All right. It says Defendant Robert Kelly's objection to the pre-sentence report. All right. Defendant Robert S. Kelly, by and through his counsel, Jennifer Bodine of the Bonjean Law Group, lodged the following objections to the PSR pursuant to criminal P procedures. I just need to read it as it goes. Federal Rules Criminal Procedures 32F. All these are, initials and shit like that just really fucks me up. Okay. So, introduction. After a jury trial, defendant was convicted of racketeering and 8 freestanding Mann Act violations that are duplicative to charge racketeering acts, meaning just what I've always said, right? So they had the stuff listed in the racketeering act charge count 1, and then they went ahead and I think from counts 2 through 9, it was pretty much a duplication of what was in the racketeering act count number 1. So even although there's a little difference in there, but we have gotten a sense of how Jbo does her writing, how the points she likes to hit, she likes to, knock it all out in one brief. So which is, pretty good and pretty pretty skillful, if you ask me. That's what you're supposed to do, but a lot of times, not everyone does that. Not every attorney does that. So she right there letting you know that she got a problem with that. And please keep in mind, when she points out little stuff like that, you're going to see it again. Usually on now it's going to probably be on appeal. So you're going to see all of this again. You're going to see her objections to a lot of the ways that R. Kelly has been charged and has been treated and this, that, and the third. You're going to see all of that just in her writings. I'm not on the screen right now because I'm reading this. So let me go ahead. It says the charges stem from the allegations of 5 separate women: Stephanie, Jane, Geronda, Sonia, and Faith. Defendant has filed an extensive motion for a judgment of acquittal pursuant to Federal Rules Criminal Procedure 29, a motion for new trial, and a supplemental motion for a new trial pursuant to Federal Rules Criminal Procedure 33. Defendant reserves the right to file a sentencing memorandum prior to his sentencing hearing. Objections to pre-sentence report. Generally, defendant objects to probation's narrative set forth in the offense portion of the report for the reasons set forth in defendant's Rule 29 motion. Separately, defendant makes the following objections. Part A, the offense, charges and convictions. Paragraph 11. Defendant objects to the government's assertion that it could prove by a preponderance of the evidence the defendant's commission of racketeering acts 3 and 4. The jury returned a verdict of not guilty on those racketeering acts, evincing that it could not believe testimony from Sonia. There's no reason to believe that the jury would have credited Sonia's testimony under the lesser standard of proof. Okay, let me see. Now, she pointed that out. Well, that was obvious and evident just by the jury sheet that the jury did not believe that. And so what she's saying, okay, I got what she's saying. She's saying that the government said by the preponderance of the evidence that they could prove that Sonia was a victim of R. Kelly's, right? But she's saying that, but the jury came back and said they wasn't. So she's setting the tone to say that, okay, the prosecutor said that they can prove all this and all that and whatever, and they failed to do so with regards to Sonia. So maybe you should not rely so much on what the prosecution said when they said that they could prove this and prove that. Although the jury, has come back and said, that he's guilty on all 9 counts. But on this one particular issue with Sonia, the prosecution failed to prove that. So you got to get familiar. When you get familiar how Jbo writes and how she attacks things, you'll know that she is pointing this stuff out for a reason. It may seem redundant or may say, well, duh, but no, she's doing this for a reason. She's making a point. That's what she does. She likes to make points. And I get that. All right. It says the offense conduct. Paragraph 15. Defendant objects to the use of the enterprise member to describe an employee who ran errands such as picking up defendant's prescriptions. So that's kind of self-explanatory. She's saying that, a person that goes to pick up prescriptions cannot be considered an enterprise member, because remember, she is trying to stick to the theory that an enterprise member, with regarding the racketeering act, has to have committed some unlawful acts. So she's just simply saying that just picking up prescriptions, that shouldn't constitute an enterprise member under the definition of a RICO. All right. It says paragraph 16 through 17. Defendant objects to the PSR's conclusion that an enterprise existed as set forth in detail in defendant's Rule 29 motion. The government failed to prove the existence of a group of individuals associated in fact the for the common purpose of carrying out a fraudulent or illegal scheme, which is just what I just said, right? So she's saying what I just said. She's still sticking to the point, the fact that in her mind, her theory, that under RICO, the enterprise should be carrying out illegal and fraudulent acts. She says none of the so-called enterprise members identified in the PSR, otherwise known as defendants' inner circle, provided any testimony suggesting that they facilitated defendant in carrying out unlawful sexual conduct. At best, Demetrius Smith admitted to assisting defendant's marriage to Aaliyah, but did not admit to having knowledge of a sexual relationship between the two and did not admit to facilitating an illegal scheme. The probation department has done nothing more than identify individuals who work for defendant, which is what I just said. She's trying to say that these people who in the indictment, they are known as associated in fact. That's a part of the RICO activity, which is the enterprise. That's the top label, the enterprise. She's saying that these people did not carry out any fraudulent activities. They didn't facilitate any illegal behavior. They were just, and there was no testimony that said they did so, which she's correct. There's no testimony other than Demetrius that said that they did anything illegal, right? They just went about doing their normal errands, doing the normal duties and tasks that they were assigned to do, and they were hired to do. That's what she's saying. All right, it says defendant object. Okay, paragraph 17 through 18. It says the defendant objects to the assertion that anyone in defendant's inner circle escorted minors to rooms within defendant's residence or studio to the extent it suggests that any employees of defendant had knowledge of his visitor's age. Defendant objects to the claim that defendant's employees handed out defendant's phone numbers to minors. No testimony established that any employees recruited minors for the defendant. Defendant further objects to the claim that defendant's employee asked minors to join defendant backstage for after parties. There is simply no evidence that anyone recruited minors specifically to attend any after parties. While it is true that individuals who attended the defendant's concert were sometimes invited backstage to meet defendant, after parties or backstage gatherings are simply a routine aspect of the music industry. Defendant objects to probation's continued use of the word inner circle as a term coined by the government that merely described individuals who worked for the defendant and cannot be said to have had knowledge about the age of any of the women with whom defendant had relationships. Now, wait a minute. Well, it is true. The part simply routine aspect of it. Defendant objects to probation and continued use of the word inner circle, a term coined by the government that merely describes individuals who worked for the defendant and cannot be said to have any knowledge of the age of the women. Okay, that's kind of saying, doubling down, that his inner circle didn't have any idea of the age of these women. So it's kind of saying that they did not know about his illegal activities or anything like that. But now that's going to contradict if you come back and say, I don't know if she did it or not, but if you come back and say that if these women were underage and hold on. Individuals who work for the defendant cannot be said to have any knowledge of the age. Okay. All right. No, she's good. I was going to say something totally different. Okay, she's good. Because if nobody has any knowledge of the age, then, or anything like that, then no one could be blamed. Therefore, it's going to be hard to prove that a crime was committed. All right, she's good. She's good. All right. All right, J-Bo girl. All right, girl. All right, you make a sister work now. Girl, a little rusty. She ain't been on here in a minute with this shit. All right, you got it. You got it. You got it. You got it. Paragraph 19. Defendant objects to the characterization of signing non-disclosure agreements as a rule of the enterprise. Use of NDAs are routine for high-profile individuals. Indeed, most celebrities require the signing of NDAs to work for them or even step foot into their orbit. This was not a rule of any enterprise. Defendant further objects to the contention that defendant's rules of his business and home were rules of the enterprise. Defendant's general rule that prohibited guests from wandering his home unattended was simply a rule of his business and home. So, either the prosecution must be put that the defendant used NDAs and shit to cover his alleged crimes. Yeah. That's what they put in there. Ooh, shit. This is getting good now, baby. This might be one of the better little motherfucking pieces of paperwork that done came out. Baby, we get to be nosy as hell. Honey, because I ain't on the screen, baby. I can tell you right now, we ain't minding our own business. Oh, shit. Hold on, let me come around and check on y'all. Because this thing got good as hell. What's good with it? What's good with it? Baby, this one got good. I knew it. Ooh, shit. You know, it's been a minute, the girl since seen a PSI and shit. No, shit. Girl ain't really had nothing but 2 serious motherfucking crimes in her life, so shit. God damn. But, yeah, that's what them prosecutors, listen. So this kind of tells me that these prosecutors are probably they're probably asking for something that amounts to life in prison. I'm on the screen now. That's probably, yeah, let me speak to some more, y'all. Hey, Mo. I think I got nothing to be. What's good with it, Killer? See, Killer, I come to make you proud. I said in the beginning, I said Killer is going to say, yeah, my girl, yeah, girl, come on out there. Get on back out there. I'm trying to make you proud, Killer. I'm trying to make Killer proud. Damn. I love Killer. I love Killer. Let me see. Oh, okay. The rest of them is looking in the window. All right, not a problem. Okay, let me continue to read. Y'all, it done got good. Hold on, it done got good. All right. So paragraph 20 says, defendant objects to the reports suggesting that wage disputes between the defendant and his employees was a feature of the so-called enterprise. Defendant docked the pay of his employees from time to time for various reasons. Those employees objected. This reflected typical employment disputes unrelated to any charged conduct. Defendant objects to the assertion that he required his employees to write letters falsely confessing to bad conduct. No such evidence established that defendant required his employees to write such letters so he could use them for his protection. Oh, they put prosecutor. Oh, they ain't play when they part of the damn PSR. Okay. All right. Defendant objects to the paragraph 22. The defendant objects to the assertion that member of the enterprise, maybe she mean members, that members of the enterprise aided and abetted and conspired to commit certain crimes. There is no evidence that any of the defendant's employees knowingly aided and abetted sexual activity with minors, sexual activity without disclosing a sexual transmitted disease, child pornography, extortion, coercion, or blackmail. Oh, okay. Wait a minute, y'all. Wait a minute. Okay, let's see. Okay. All right. Paragraph 28. Defendant had no role in the title of Aaliyah's first album. Age ain't nothing but a number. Oh, yeah. Prosecutor played dirty. They stuck everything in this PSR. What I told y'all in the beginning, right? Not that said that the prosecutor get to talk about, what went on in the trial, but they also get to freestyle in this report, right? Because I told y'all a couple lives ago that a lot of, that with the mitigation export report and the PSI, it is stuff full of hearsay, right? So you get to freestyle. And the prosecutor came to play. They ain't came for no bullshit. But Von Jean saying, hey, wait a minute, all this shit here is a little much. But they got a whole bunch of objections. God damn. So let me see. Let me go over there a little bit more. Oh, it's at paragraph 28. Defendant had no role in the title of Aaliyah's first album. Age ain't nothing but a number. Petty prosecutors, as suggested by the government. Ooh, yeah, I told you they put it in here. Ooh, I told you it was they motherfucking ass that put it in here. Ain't that some shit? Lord have mercy. What? They petty as hell. Oh shit. Woo, them girls is tired, baby. They tired on them games and shit. They weighing thin with these games. I know that's why they popping off. The prosecutors is popping off. In the PSI report, they popping off. Okay, Aaliyah herself has publicly explained many times that the title of her album sprung from a desire to be taken seriously in the music industry, and that it was a decision ultimately made by her managers and not her managers and the record label. Oh, child got so. Oh, yeah, they playing dirty. Okay, let's read. Let's see how much they playing dirty. Let's see the conduct against Jane Doe 1. Paragraph number 29. Defendant objects to the unsupported assertion that defendant began sexually abusing Aaliyah in 1992 or 1993. Apart from the isolated incident that Jane Doe 7 claims to have witnessed between defendant and Aaliyah, the record is devoid of evidence of ongoing sexual abuse. Okay. Why would you point that out? Because when you say that an isolated incident that Jane Doe number 7, and apparently the jury believed Jane Doe number 7, you're saying that there was an incident that happened between him and Aaliyah. So you could have left that out. Okay, let's see. Count 1, racketeering act 1, bribery. Paragraph 32 to 33. Defendant objects to the assertion that Smith told defendant that he could obtain a fake identification card for Aaliyah by bribing an employee at the public aid office. Smith testified that he did not recall discussing this with the defendant. Okay. Just something that Smith told him. Okay. So you're saying that he's trying to say that he wasn't in on any of this marriage thing. But here's the problem. At the end of that marriage evidence allegedly stood R. Kelly and Aaliyah. So remember I told y'all 6, 7, 8 months ago that, my non-traditional ass, I like to work things from the end to the front, right? So at the end, I'm going to start with that evidence and I'm going to work it on back to the front so I can incorporate everything and I don't miss anything. So at the end of the evidence, you always got to look at the end. What's at the end of the evidence? The end of who is at the end? What's at the end? And the end of the evidence, the marriage is what we're talking about. I mean, the bribery, but the marriage is the big, the big picture. The bribery is only one part of it. The guy that kick-started. Who's at the end of it? Who is benefiting? Who is on behalf of? Who may be at the behest of? The 3 B's. Remember I told y'all, I'm not on screen anymore, but the 3 B's, we talked about that, months ago. All right, paragraph 53 through 55. And sometimes, although your client is very persistent in a lot of this stuff, you got to sometimes be confirm and really, explain, what you can't, due to strategy, there's some things you might not want to challenge, because that means you got to mention some stuff. You got to talk up. And that speaking up could fuck you when you're coming on to the appeals, and definitely when you're going into the new cases, because you don't know what would be the witnesses, who would be the witnesses, what they're going to testify to. We just know right now what the charged acts are at this point. We don't know if they're going to slam in some uncharged acts. We don't know who's going to take the stand. We don't know how they're going to tie their cases together and what witnesses they're going to use. Because I'm more than sure that they're going to use some evidence, and again, testimony is evidence, to establish a pattern. Who, that the best form of that evidence in this case is going to be people who he has allegedly done, committed a act of a crime against. So I don't know. Let me go. Let me keep reading. All right. Paragraph 53 through 55. Defendant objects to the alleged Ruggiero conduct. The jury's rejected Sonia's testimony. The record does not suggest that the jury would have credited Sonia's testimony under a preponderance of evidence standard. Okay. Offense level. What? Oh, I'm sorry. Offense level computation. Sorry about that. Count 1, racketeering act, bribery. Ooh. All right, y'all. Now this one's going to get good, right? Because at this part, right, this is where they're doing the points and whatever to see if it should be how, if the charge should be like how high on the scale it should be within the sentencing guideline. I'm sorry, I'm getting all motherfucking excited. So it's gonna get good now. Hold on, let's see what they say. Oh shit. It says count 1, racketeering act, bribery. Paragraph 129. Defendant objects to the enhancement, oh Lord, for the role in the offense where, oh Lord, they asking for more than the goddamn sentencing guidelines. Oh Lord, they talking, oh Lord, have mercy, Jesus. Oh Lord, y'all, oh Lord, I can't go on. I'm gonna have to close this live down. Fuck this. I ain't signed up for this. Oh Lord, have mercy. They trying to get them. Shit. Hold on, y'all. Just give me a minute. Shit. Hold on. Okay. Let me get my shit together. All right. It says, paragraph 129. Lord have mercy. Defendant objects to the enhancement for role in the offense where there is no evidence defendant attempted to use person less than 18 years of age to commit the offense of bribery. The record is devoid of evidence that Aaliyah had knowledge that a bribery occurred or that she played any role in the bribery, even if the bribery involved obtaining an identification card for her. Paragraph 130. The government's evidence failed to show that defendant was even aware that a bribe had taken place, let alone that he was the organizer or leader of the bribe. Even if defendant was the beneficiary of the bribe, the government did not establish he was the leader of this specific criminal activity. Count 1, racketeering act 2, sexual exploitation of child, Jane Doe 2. Paragraph 134. Defendant objects to the 2-point enhancement. Oh, Lord. No. Oh, where the commission of a sexual act is duplicative to the underlying offense of sexual exploitation of a child. Hold on now, wait a minute. The difference objects to the 2-point enhancement, where the commission of a sexual act is duplicative to the underlying lying offense of sexual exploitation of a child. Wow. Paragraph 136. Defendant objects to the 4-point enhancement on the basis that the evidence does not reveal that defendant was the organizer or leader of criminal activity that involved 5 or more participants in connection with the Racketeering Act 2. They going forward. Oh, god damn. The Ruggiero conduct, count Racketeering Act 3, kidnapping Jane Doe 3. Defendant objects to the consideration of so-called Ruggiero conduct. Although the government contends that it can prove the allegations involving Jane Doe 3, Sonia, by preponderance of the evidence was presented to the jury and was rejected by the jury, presumably because the jury did not credit Sonia's testimony. There is nothing in this record that suggests that Sonia's testimony should be credited under the lower standard of proof. Okay. So, they're saying that, I guess the government said that, they say that the jury did not go along with what Sonia said, right? They didn't believe it or what have you. But the government is still trying to say, although they didn't believe it, they still should get some type of credit under the lower standard of proof, right? Not as high as, they believe that he got convicted. I mean, they believe Sonia, and they're not saying that. They're saying, the government's saying, well, he should be credited under the lower standard of proof. And Jbo is disagreeing with that. And she might have something. She might have something there. All right, paragraph 143. Defendant objects to the 4-point enhancement. Lord, anybody keeping up with these points? God damn. On the basis that if evidence does not reveal that defendant was the organizer or leader of criminal activity that involved 5 or more participants in connection with Racketeering Act 3. The Ruggiero conduct count Racketeering Act 4, Mann Act, Jane Doe 3. Paragraph 146. Defendant objects to the consideration of so-called Ruggiero conduct. Although the government contends that it can prove the allegations involving Jane Doe 3, Sonia, the evidence was presented to the jury and was rejected by the jury, presumably because the jury did not credit Sonia's testimony. There is nothing in this record that suggests that Sonia's testimony should be credited under the lower standard of proof. Defendant objects to the 4-point enhancement. I'm gonna take like a 2-minute break after I read this one. Okay, the paragraph. She didn't put the paragraph number. I guess I don't know what the fuck is going on. It says defendant objects to the 4-point enhancement on the basis that the evidence does not reveal that defendant was the organizer or leader of criminal activity that involved 5 or more participants in connection with Racketeering Act 3. I'm gonna come around the front for a minute. Is anybody keeping up? I'm on the front now. Is anybody keeping up with these points? Because I'm getting tired. I'm gonna need a break of about 2 minutes, y'all. Is that okay? Because I gotta get some water. That's okay. Oh Lord, I'm back. Yeah. Whew. Child, hold on. Let me drink a little bit more of this. Honey, what's good with it? What's good with it? Child, y'all, ooh, is anybody keeping up with these points? Yeah, them prosecute that. Oh Lord, they dirty as hell. They dirty, petty as hell. Now, why are y'all going for? So I told y'all, right? So now this could be. So this is, it's going to be a part of their aggravating, right? Their aggravating factors, right? They're trying to get as high. Well, let me change because I said they might be. Well, they're trying to. Of course, we see they're trying to get to the on the higher spectrum of the sentencing, right? Trying to get as much time as possible, and or they could be trying to get something outside of the guidelines, right? So, but I don't think it could be a need for getting something outside of the guidelines, which would be an upward departure, because being that he is already, facing life. So yeah, so let me change that. So it's either it falls between those two. It's either they're trying to get as much time as possible, or even more than the sentencing guidelines with all this bullshit with these points. So, but let me go on and this is what it is. All right. So where was I? Okay. So I was on count. Oh Lord, she made a whole bunch of mistakes. County one. No, baby, it's count one racketeering act number 5. That's why you need a Miss Margaret for your legal assistant, honey. You got that. You might need to reach out to Miss Margaret. She do work from home. Okay. Paragraph 154. Defendant objects to an enhancement for unduly influencing a minor to engage in prohibited sexual conduct, as this conduct is duplicative of to the elements of the Racketeering Act 5 as charged, which I already talked about that a long time ago, right? That a lot, in acts, I'm sorry, in counts 2 through 9, it was repetitious in itself, and then plus it was repetitious of Racketeering Act number 1. Count number 1. All right, so that's what she keeps saying. All right. So paragraph 155. Defendant objects to an enhancement for use of a computer or cell phone to induce the travel of a minor to engage in prohibited sexual conduct. There is no evidence that Jane Doe 4, Geronda, traveled anywhere. At best, she took the train to defendant's home and was given a ride from the train station. Furthermore, there is no evidence that defendant enticed or induced Jane Doe number 4 to come to his house to engage in sexual conduct. The government offered no text communications between defendant and Jane Doe 4, and she did not testify to any specific communications from defendant that reflect persuasion, inducement, or coercion. All right. Paragraph 156. Defendant objects to an enhancement based on the commission of a sex act where the sex act is already taken into account in the Mann Act violation itself. The enhancement is duplicative. Paragraph 158. Defendant objects to the 4-point enhancement on the basis that evidence does not reveal that defendant was the organizer or leader of criminal activity that involved 5 or more participants in connection with Racketeering Act 5. Count 1, Racketeering Act 6, forced labor, Jane Doe 4. Paragraph 162, defendant objects to probation's contention that another felony offense was committed during the commission of Racketeering Act 6, specifically sexual exploitation of a child pursuant to Section 2251A. Wow. So that, oh my gosh, shit. Child, I need me a cold pack or something on my head. I come back to this. Hey, you know, like, welcome your bitch ass. I got some for your bitch ass. I bet you won't try to sneak off no motherfucking motel with some Donnie Depp. How about this, bitch? Read this, bitch. You come back. God damn. J-Bo, you dirty, girl. All right. Paragraph 164. Defendant objects to the 4-point enhancement on the basis that the evidence does not reveal that defendant was the organizer or leader of criminal activity that involved 5 or more participants in connection with Racketeering Act 6. Count 1, Racketeering Act 7, sexual exploitation of a child, Jane Doe 4. Paragraph 168. Defendant objects to the 4-point enhancement on the basis that the offense involved the commission of a sexual act by use of physical force. There is no evidence that physical force was used in connection with this racketeering act. The racketeering act involves the claim that defendant video recorded Jane Doe number 4, Geronda, during sexual acts. The record is devoid of any suggestion that any recording of sex acts with Geronda involved use of physical force. Paragraph 169. Defendant objects to an enhancement for use of a computer or cell phone to induce the travel of a minor to engage in prohibited sexual conduct. There is no evidence that Jane Doe 4, Geronda, traveled anywhere. At best, she took the train to defendant's home and was given a ride from the train station. Furthermore, there is no evidence that defendant enticed or induced Jane Doe 4 to come to his house to engage in sexual conduct. The government offered no text communication between defendant and Jane Doe 4, and she did not testify to any specific communications from the defendant that reflect persuasion, inducement, or coercion. Wait a minute. Okay, hold on. Did I just read that? Okay. Paragraph 171. Defendant objects to the 4-point enhancement on the basis that the evidence does not reveal that defendant was the organizer or leader of criminal activity that involved 5 or more participants in connection with Racketeering Act 7. No wonder that, let me tell you something. When J-Bo got that this report back, that's why she went and fucked around. Her nerve was so bad. That's why she put life on that goddamn thing. She probably wasn't meaning to say that. But that's what she probably, she done dropped the dime. We ain't minding our own business. We up 4 in the morning reading this shit. Okay, let's go. Count 1, Racketeering Act 8, Mann Act, Jane Doe 5, paragraph 175. Defendant objects to any enhancement on the basis that defendant unduly influenced a minor to engage in prohibited sexual conduct. As the government conceded, Jane Doe 5, Jane falsely told defendant she was 18 years of age. Furthermore, with the facilitation of her mother, Jane induced defendant into sexual relationship, not the other way around. That old government exhibit 233A. Furthermore, this enhancement is unjustified where undue influence is an element of Racketeering Act 8B, namely a Mann Act violation based on coercion or enticement. The enhancement is duplicative to punishment incorporated into the base offense level. Okay, wait a minute. The enhancement is duplicative punishment. So she says already into the base level of this offense. So she's saying like the enhancement for this is, it's not warranted. It's already is in there. Okay. Paragraph 176. Defendant object to an enhancement for use of a computer or a cell phone to induce the travel of a minor to engage in prohibited sexual conduct. There is no evidence that defendant induced or persuaded Jane to travel to California, and there is no evidence that there was a computer or cell phone used to induce the travel. Jane was living with the defendant in Illinois, where the age of consent was 17. Jane was 17 years of age. Jane traveled with defendant because they were in a relationship not because defendant had to induce her to travel to engage in prohibited sexual activities. Wait a minute. Which Jane is this? Oh, Jane. So that's they're talking about ass. Okay. All right. Paragraph 176. So there you have it. He said that he was in a relationship with Jane. So that y'all can cut that nonsense. He said it. Okay? That he was in a relationship with Jane. All right, paragraph 170. I'm not, don't shoot me and put no shit into me. That's what they said. He, through his attorney, said this. I'm just pointing it out because you hear that he would never did sleep with them people or them girls, or he don't know them and all that shit. Well, that ain't what this say. He's saying it. All right, paragraph 176. Defendant objects to the contention that he used a cell phone to persuade, entice, coerce, or facilitate the travel of a minor, as discussed supra, and as conceded by the government. Defendant had no knowledge that Jane was a minor at the time of this underlying offense, where Jane lied to defendant about her age. Furthermore, the text exchange showed that it was Jane and her mother that was doing the inducing, not the other way around. Paragraph 177. Defendant objects to any enhancement for an offense involving the commission of a sex act or sexual contact where such conduct is duplicative to the charged offense and already contemplated by the base level offense. Okay. Object to enhancement for offense involving commission of a sex act or sexual contact where such conduct is duplicative to the charge offense and contemplated by the base level offense. Okay. Pretty much saying the same. She's just saying that it's already included. Why? She's saying it's already included. Why? In the computation, why are you trying to get more out of it? I get that. All right. Okay. It says paragraph 179. Defendant objects to the 4-point enhancement on the basis that evidence does not reveal that defendant was the organizer or leader of a criminal activity that involved 5 or more participants in connection with Racketeering Act 8. Count 1, Racketeering Act 10, sexual exploitation of a child, Jane Doe 5. Paragraph 183, defendant objects to the 2-point enhancement where the commission of a sexual act is duplicative to the underlying offense of sexual exploitation of a child. Paragraph 184, defendant objects to the 4-point enhancement on the basis that the offense involved in material that portray sadistic or masochistic conduct or other depictions of violence. The government did not offer any videos into evidence that portrayed Jane's sex acts with the defendant in California. There is no evidence whatsoever that the videos allegedly created in California during the relevant time period involved sadistic or masochistic conduct or any depictions of violence, including alleged chastisements. Paragraph 185. Defendant objects to the enhancement for use of a computer or cell phone or induce the travel of a minor to engage in prohibited sexual conduct. There is no evidence that defendant induced or persuaded Jane to travel to California. There is no evidence that there was a computer or cell phone used to induce the travel or to create sexual exploitive videos. Jane was living with the defendant in Illinois, where the age of consent was 17, and Jane was 17 years of age. She traveled with defendant because defendant was performing in California. Any sex acts or recording of sex acts were incident to the travel. Oh, my damn glasses. Wait a minute, y'all. motherfucking glasses. I can't see shit. Oh, shit. Okay. Paragraph 187. Defendant objects to the 4-point enhancement on the basis that the evidence does not reveal that defendant was the organizer or leader of criminal activity that involved 5 or more participants in connection with Racketeering Act 10. Count 1, Racketeering Act 11, forced labor, Jane Doe number 5. Paragraph 191, defendant objects to an enhancement that alleges that defendant committed the offense of sexual exploitation of a child in connection with the forced labor count. The government alleged that defendant was guilty of forced labor because defendant forced Jane to participate in sex acts with men and other women. There is simply no evidence that those acts took place when Jane was under the age of 18. Defendant cannot be found to have committed sexual exploitation of a child when he allegedly forced Jane to participate in sex acts with third parties if she was not under age 18. Defendant further objects to an enhancement on the basis that the offense involved material that portrayed sadistic or masochistic conduct or other depictions of violence. The government did not offer any videos into evidence that portrayed Jane's sex acts with third parties that show any chastisements or beatings or spankings, and Jane's testimony regarding her alleged sexual acts with third parties, the basis for the forced labor count, did not include acts of violence. Defendant also objects to an enhancement for use of a computer or cell phone to induce the travel of a minor to engage in sexually explicit conduct. There is no evidence that defendant induced or persuaded Jane to travel anywhere to participate in these group sex acts. The record suggests that these activities actually took place where defendant and Jane lived together. Okay, wait a minute. Is she trying to play switch and bait? Hold on. And shout outs to Don K, because I remember one time when he was on Sylvia's channel that he was pointing out to them that the forced labor was the sexual act. So I remember that. So shouts out to them for imparting that knowledge on them when he was on there. He was talking about that. So I'm trying to see, is she talking about switch and bait here? Defendant lived together. So defendant enhancement of computer induced to travel to engage in sexual explicit conduct. There's no evidence that they travel anywhere to participate. Oh, okay. So she's saying that the government is saying that, what made it the crime when they went across state lines to California to do whatever in California. She's simply saying that the record suggests that the activities actually took place where the defendant and Jane lived together. So that being in Illinois. All right, paragraph 193. Defendant objects to the 4-point enhancement on the basis that the evidence does not reveal that defendant was the organizer or leader of criminal activity that involved 5 or more participants in connection with Racketeering Act 11. Count 1, Racketeering Act 13, forced labor, Jane Doe 6. Hold on, what Jane Doe is this? Okay, Jane Doe 5 or Jane Doe 6. I'm right about that. Okay, Jane Doe 6. Paragraph 197. Defendant objects to a 2-point enhancement for brandishing a firearm. Faith testimony established that defendant did not brandish a firearm. Although she noticed the weapon, she did not allege that defendant brandished it. Indeed, defendant never touched the gun or made any gestures toward using the gun. Faith described the defendant as being serious but not threatening. Oh, that's a 2-point on that. Oh. Paragraph 198. Defendant objects to any enhancement on the basis that defendant used force in connection with his act of oral sex. Faith did not testify that she objected to the act of oral sex. The record fails to reflect that force or threats of force were used in connection with this sex act. Even Faith admitted that her sexual relationship with defendant was voluntary, if unpleasant. Okay. Paragraph 200. Defendant objects to the 4-point enhancement on the basis that evidence does not reveal that defendant was the organizer or leader of criminal activity that involved 5 or more participants in connection with Racketeering Act 13. 4 points. Wait a minute. 4 points on the basis that evidence did not reveal that defendant was the organizer. Okay. Whew. Count 1, Racketeering Act 9, and counts 2, 3, 4, and 5, Mann Act, Jane Doe 5. Paragraph 203. Defendant objects to the base offense level of 32, where the predicate sexual act of this Mann Act violation was not sexual exploitation of a child, but rather intentional exposure to an STD. All right, let me stop for a minute. Okay. Defendant objects to the base offense level 32. The predicate sexual act of this Mann Act, okay, violation was not sexual exploitation of a child. Okay, let me see if she's going to give it to us. Although the government did also charge an alternative theory that defendant transported Jane to California with the intent to violate California state law prohibiting sexual intercourse with the person under the age of 18, the verdict form did not specify that it found defendant was guilty under this theory. Okay, so right here we get a chance to put a theory together. So, okay, defendant transported Jane to California with intent to violate the state law prohibiting sexual intercourse. All right, so the predicate act would be transporting Jane to California with the intent to violate California state law. And the second act, the criminal act, would be that he allegedly infected her with the STD. So we get to put a theory together right there. So we got to do a predicate act and an act and the other criminal act. Because the predicate act is an act that's committed earlier to later on further another criminal act. So we have the two, we were able to put the two together right there. That was, just to show you how that's done. All right, paragraph number 204. Defendant objects to an enhancement based on the commission of a sexual act, where the sex act is duplicative of the sexual conduct contemplated by sexual exploitation of a child and the base offense level. Okay, then we can do the same thing here. She's saying that the sexual act she's saying that the government is saying that there was a commission of a sexual act, then later sexual, illegal sexual conduct. Well, she is saying that it took place at one time. So it shouldn't be an enhancement. It all took place at one time, and it's already built in into that offense, into the base level of the offense. Okay, paragraph 205. Defendant also objects to an enhancement, for use of a computer or cell phone to induce the travel of a minor to engage in sexually explicit conduct. There is no evidence that defendant induced or persuaded Jane to travel to anywhere to participate in sex acts or sex acts that were recorded. and no evidence demonstrates that defendant uses computers or cell phones for this purpose. Defendant and Jane lived together in Chicago at this time period. They traveled together because they were in a relationship with one another. Okay. I mean, this is fascinating because we kind of get, if there's a new trial or anything, whatever is down the line, we kind of see what direction she would go in, or if she was the first chair in the while the defense trial was going on, kind of see how she would have tackled some of these charges that the government put forth, right? It's kind of fascinating to watch, to read at rather. Paragraph 207. Defendant objects to the 4-point enhancement on the basis that the evidence does not reveal that defendant was the organizer or leader of criminal activity that involved 5 or more participants in connection with Racketeering Act 9. Count 1, Racketeering Act 12, and count 6 to 7. Mann Act, Jane Doe number 6. Paragraph 210. Defendant objects to the base offense level of 18, where the record does not show that defendant used coercion against Faith to travel to New York for the purpose of exposing her to STD. The record shows unequivocally that defendant asked Faith to travel to New York. She accepted. Faith herself does not contend otherwise. No coercion was used in connection with this trip whatsoever. Paragraph 212. Defendant objects to the 4-point enhancement on the basis that the evidence does not reveal that defendant was the organizer or leader of criminal activity that involved 5 or more participants in connection with Racketeering Act 12. Count 1, Racketeering Act 14, and counts 8 and 9, Mann Act, Jane Doe 6. Paragraph 215, defendant objects to the base offense level of 18, where the record does not show that defendant used coercion against Faith to travel to New York or to engage in any sex act with Faith while in New York. Faith testified to the opposite. Paragraph 217. Defendant objects to the 4-point enhancement on the basis that the evidence does not reveal that defendant was the organizer or leader of criminal activity that involved 5 or more participants in connection with Racketeering Act 12. Paragraph 219 through 225. For the reasons identified, defendant objects to the total offense level of 43. The whole thing? For the reasons identified, defendant objects to the total offense level of 43. Okay. Part B. Oh shit! I'm so glad we got off that. I don't know. Did anybody keep track of the points? Okay. Part B. The defendant's criminal history. Defendant objects to probation's reliance on this alleged 1996 arrest for a misdemeanor battery based on internet tabloid reports. No official records exist of defendant's arrest or the disposition of alleged arrest. The mere presence of the arrest on a criminal history report and internet tabloid reports does not offer sufficient reliability that the offense occurred and that the defendant was convicted and or sentenced to a year of probation after allegedly pleadings of no contest to simple bat. Wait a minute. The mere presence of the arrest on a criminal history report. The mere presence of the arrest on a criminal history report. Where they had to get that criminal history report from the damn people. Okay, I don't know Jbo. Okay, I mean, I'm gonna go with you. I mean, cause and the defendant was convicted and or sentenced to a year of probation. So is she saying that it? Well, then I mean, if you saying that he was never arrested for that and was given a year of probation, then you should be able to pull his record. Now, if it was a misdemeanor or something like that, or what, I don't know, Chicago's or wherever he was, expungement requirements or whatever, if it was expunged, this, that, and the third, whatever, you could still get some type of proof that it exists. You just probably won't get no details or what have you. I just don't know how it works. I mean, usually, I mean, expunge, but that mean that like people can't. It means people can't get access to it or what have you. But this is in a court of law, so I don't know about that, Jbo. Because I mean, that's like saying somebody wasn't arrested, but they was arrested or whatever, or vice versa. It's like it's gonna be a record of one or the other, whether it was expunged or I don't know. Let me hush. Let me keep reading. Paragraph 232 through 244. Defendant objects on the basis that pending charges and any offenses for which defendant was acquitted are irrelevant to his sentencing in this case and impinge on the presumption of his innocence. Okay, because all right, now see, now we playing games because they're doing a PSR because he's already been found guilty. So there's no more presumption of his innocence in this situation because he's already been found guilty. And defendant objects on the basis that pending charges. Oh, okay. Wait a minute. Defendant objects to the basis that pending charges and any offenses, okay, so that's true of what he was. All right, let me change that around. Okay, let me change that around. Let me read that. Defendant objects to on the basis that pending charges, which is what she's talking about and is going on in Chicago, and any offenses which the defendant was acquitted, meaning that 2008 case, are irrelevant to his sentencing in this case and impinge on the presumption of innocence. Okay, which I'm going to go back to what I was saying. He's already been found guilty. So he's no longer presumed innocent in this case. Part C, offender characteristics. Paragraph 255. Defendant objects to the extent that probation seeks to paint Joycelyn, Savage as a victim. Savage is engaged in a consensual relationship with defendant and is engaged to him. We ain't mind our own business, baby. Shit, they telling it all, honey. Oh shit, they telling it all. Oh Lord, shit. Okay. Listen here. So lady over there and wherever you are, baby, they done let them say it. Who is the what? Who is the fiance? Oh, who is the fiance? 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 They say Jocelyn is the fiance. There's nothing else to be said, niggas. Yeah, that's what they said up in here. Defendant has been incarcerated for over 2 years, belying the suggestion that he has forced or induced her into a sexually abusive relationship. that exists today. Baby, the prosecutor went and put Jocelyn in the PSR. Honey, they is slanging it, honey. Woo! Part D, sentencing options. Paragraph 288, defendant objections to the total offense level of 43 and criminal history category of 1 for the reasons identified above. Paragraph 305, defendant objects to the basis, objects on the basis that no enterprise existed and he did not profit from any racketeering activities associated with the non-existent enterprise. And we know that there does not have to be a profit gained from racketeering activities, so you are playing games. All right, let me go on right here to the front. Because, baby, they done told it. They done told the church. They done gave the church. Oh, they done gave the church's business away, honey. Oh, I'm around the front. What's good with it? Progress 2 times. I see you, baby. Let me holler at you. What's good with it, JoJo? Ever reward. Hey, Hunter. Keith. Let me see. Killer Kendra. Let me see. Black Girl Beauty. Tom Bella. Hey, Love Spare. I got Mo. I think I got the rest of y'all. Let me go and drop this link because I know somebody want to talk something about this here. What the hell? Baby, they done told all the... And listen, and we knows as hell. Because you know we like that confirmation, especially when it comes in black and white from the source. Shit. That, listen here. Lord have mercy. They give a nigga a break, all them points. Shit. Oh. I don't know what else to say. We are nosy. We are nosy as hell. Killer. What's good with the killer?
Happy 420.
What is that? What you talking about?
420. It's National Get High Day.
Oh, I don't know nothing about that. You on the wrong channel, sweetie.
But you know what though? You know what's you know what's so crazy? I think we need to start recording our conversations because we was literally just talking about the sentencing guideline and the other things that's included in it.
Right.
Like just earlier today, is it crazy?
Right. And you said yourself we are the best breakdowns offline.
But I mean, of course.
Oh, hey, that was Lady of Leisure. What's good with it, Lady of Leisure?
What's good?
Hey, people.
Hey, honey.
I was just listening, and I had to.
You get your 420 on today, Lady of Leisure?
I got my 420 on, baby. Got my 420 on, baby. Yes.
Oh man.
But in every way possible.
I think I'm gonna have to smoke after reading this shit.
You don't have to smoke. You can eat.
Took me out. Like,
oh yeah, you're right. I can eat. They got the edibles too. You're right.
Listen, I had a infused turkey sandwich.
Huh?
It was delicious.
Jesus.
Yes, it's legal.
Well, shit, they just infused his goddamn sentences.
What's good with it?
And hell, listen, that's just the base.
I don't think I mean, of course the government gonna throw everything in. I think it's gonna be highly unlikely she will give him life, but it's gonna be
equivalent. Baby,
it's gonna be equivalent to life. It's gonna be equivalent to life.
Listen to me. I think that she is going to give him. I I think she's gonna give him the max.
Well, they say life. They suggesting life.
Listen, that's
Yeah.
just a recommendation. She can go with that. That's just a base.
Right. That's what they
But
recommend.
okay, that's what they're recommending.
Right.
And judges usually do, acknowledge recommendations. However, you have to understand he has 8 Mann Act charges. The maximum sentence on one is 10 years. I think she's going to take him all the way to the max.
Well, I think he's going to get equivalent to life. I'm not denying that. I just
I
don't think he's going to get life without parole.
Listen to me. I think he's going to get close to 100 years. I think she's going to. That judge sat through that trial. She heard all the testimony. She saw things that we're never going to know about. I think she is going to give him the maximum sentence possible on every damn charge. The max on the RICO is 20 years. The max on every Mann Act is 10 years, and he has 8 of them. Well, I think she's going to get that nigga 100 years.
One of the things me and Angie was talking about earlier, some of the factors she had to consider, and one of them was the disparity in sentencing, which means it has to be similar to other charges, and based on people.
They just I'm sorry. Keith Raniere just got 120 years.
And that's where we go. That's why I said that. So based on people that's that have similar charges, it's not looking good for him.
I think she is going to give him the max. I do. I could be very wrong, but I think she's going to give him the max because he could not have gotten worse judges in either, especially here in Chicago. Okay, because we call George Lennon Webber the life.
How many years is the max?
The max would be 100 years.
I think half of that is still life.
It would be life for him, but it would be life for him because he's 54.
Okay.
So half of that would definitely be life. Go ahead.
Question. So what would y'all want him to have?
I would want it. I used to say I wanted him to have life.
Okay.
Okay. I used to say that until recently. I think he should get the 100 years. I think he should get the maximum on every charge. That's my opinion.
Okay.
That's what I think. If I were a judge, he'd have 100 years.
Okay. That make you sleep better at night?
It's not about me sleeping better at night. It's about him being held accountable for the decades of abuse that he's inflicted on these people. So
I'm asking a question. I mean, with that having been said, what you said, I mean, would that make you sleep better at night? That's not saying you're right or wrong on
no. And I didn't take it that
understanding.
way. I didn't take it that way.
Okay.
I didn't take it that way. I'm just trying to explain. I just, it's not about me sleeping at night. You think about how many nights these parents or children he got haven't slept.
Interesting.
You understand me?
Okay, let me ask you a question. This is, and I want you to think about this very closely.
Okay.
Your ancestors that was raped, what do you suggest they get? The ones that rape your ancestors, your mother, not your actually mother.
I understand.
What do you suggest they get?
Your life.
I mean, I'm asking someone who was that responded?
It was me.
Who was me?
Oh,
Okay. Well, I think I was speaking to a female at this point, but if
It's
you want,
Lady of Leisure. It's Lady of Leisure.
Lady Alicia, glad to hear from you again. It's been a pleasure speaking to
Thank
you
you.
before. Yeah, absolutely.
Thank
'Cause,
you.
you are very, very opinionated, and I'm glad you were up here. Cause I can't see,
Definitely am
cause my
that.
beady eyes. I mean, I'm going through. I can't see shit. So
I think that seriously.
let me
I
ask you
think
this
that
though.
the
I want you to.
racist. I
I,
think that the rapists of our ancestors should
yes.
be put to death. And I don't believe in the death penalty, but I think they should be put to death.
Hmm. So how do you think we would go about bringing that to justice at this point?
I don't think that we can
And why is that?
because regardless of how much perceived progression Black people have made, we're not the powers that be.
Oh, who would be that?
We're not the powers that be.
I
So
I I, I heard that, Miss Leisure.
well,
Well,
I think
who
at this
would be the
point
powers that be, Miss Leisure?
it's a conglomerate of people. It's a
A
conglomerate of
conglomerate,
people.
a conglomerate
I,
of
I think
people.
I think that our government, it starts there. Um, I don't listen, and I say this all the time. Black Lives Matter is just a slogan. Black lives do not matter in this country. They
Hmm.
never have, and they won't in my lifetime.
Okay. Can
Okay,
can I ask you a question?
go right
When
ahead.
when when you say the powers that be, what is that constructed of? As
Like
you
I
see
said,
it to be.
as I see it, I see it to be the government.
Lord.
The government is a title.
The white man. Lord have mercy.
Wait a minute. I'm just asking a
Okay, cause I'm
question,
not gonna
Miss
be in there
Angie
all
Walker.
night. Shit.
I'm just asking a question, Miss Walker. I wanted this opinion from Miss Lady of Leisure because I think she's going somewhere that,
The government is more than a title. It's more than a title.
but yet it is a title that's you can identify with. So would it
That's
be
true.
safe to say the only way you can say that as it to be meaning the government is by it being titled?
Yeah, yeah.
So what makes up the body of the government?
What do you mean? What makes up the body of the government?
Okay, if I can kind of break that
All the
down into
branches,
layman terms.
all of the branches, all of the branches make up
Mm-mm.
the government. All of the branches.
Lady
Local,
Leisure, the answer is
state,
always the white
federal.
man. The answer is
Okay,
No,
always
no.
that's the
okay,
answer he's
See,
looking for, the white
Miss
man.
okay.
That's
Walker,
the answer all the time.
Miss Walker. That's not very progressive what you're saying because what you're doing is you're kind of filibustering and you're answering a question when the question wasn't posed to you.
Yeah, it wasn't posed to me, but yet I know where this is going.
Do you really know where this is going? I'm asking
Yes.
Miss Lady of Leisure.
Well, I'm just trying to help her out because she is playing into your hand she keep trying to give out some common sense answers, and I'm trying to tell her you can just cut to the chase because the answer he's looking for is the white man.
That's not what I was looking for. I was looking for actually her answer. But since you want to be a representative for her, okay.
I'm not being a representative, but go ahead.
I don't know where that unsolicited answer come from you, but Miss Lady of Leisure,
Yes, sir.
I enjoy speaking with you, and
Thank
I
you.
haven't had the pleasure of doing this but once before.
Well, I'll pop in again, and we can both have the pleasure.
Absolutely, and you make sure you do that because maybe we can have a conversation
Hold on,
without being
wait. Before
uninterrupted.
Lady Elisa get up out of here, though. Wait, Miss Lady Elisa. I just had a question for you.
Sure.
Now, we hear these allegations being brought against Robert Sylvester Kelly, which a lot of us have gathered in this spectrum.
Okay,
Initially for
let me stop you right there. First of all, in this case, these are no longer allegations.
okay,
Okay?
okay, we
He
well
has
we
been
hear
proven
okay we hear his,
guilty.
okay. Let me rephrase that
We
then.
hear his crimes.
Okay,
We hear his crimes.
we hear his crimes.
Yes.
We hear his crimes of women rubbing feces on their face,
Mm-hmm.
having multiple sex partners, carrying
Mm-hmm.
infectious venereal diseases.
Mm-hmm.
These same women are now being out here salacious on the internet while carrying a infectious venereal disease that's so infectious it's a walking RICO act. I say that to say when I myself as a parent read these these when I say allegations, I'm saying allegations because I'm talking about the Chicago case that's coming, and the Chicago case was what jump started the situation. When I hear women being with this grown ass man that's 12 years old, 14 years old,
Mm-hmm.
15 years old, for 2 and 3 years, 6 months, 8 months. Uh, so,
Whatever amount of time, if it's one day, whatever amount of
yeah,
time.
yeah, but I'm going off what I know because I have to read these gruesome accounts from these gruesome crimes of Robert Sylvester Kelly. So when I have to read these accounts, I'm very familiarized with their ages. So when I hear the age 12, 14, 15, 16, videos, feces being wiped on you, and then I seen this sex tape that I bought in the chicken spot in Chicago of a young female.
He bought it in a chicken spot. What chicken spot was it? What hell's was it?
It wasn't Harold's. It was at this spot right now. It been closed down because when George
Jbo'S.
Floyd happened, they tore up a lot of Chicago. But it used to be on Madison and like I think that was Madison and Lamont, Madison and Leamington. Madison and Leamington. It used to be
Uncle
a spot
Remus.
right there. My baby mama loved it. Everybody that walked in there, all they used to say is 6-piece tips. That's all they said. Tips, tips. And my baby mama walked in there one time, a white woman, and she said, "What are they saying? Tips, tips." I was like, "They talking about rib tips. We here for the chicken." She's like, "No, I want the tips." But yeah, when I was younger, they had that tape in there. And when I bought the tape, and I'm being honest with you, I watched the tape and I thought that the dude showed us some bull crap. I'm like, I bought it, like it was two different sets of young dudes in there. So it was like me and my clique, we called ourselves unknowns. And the other clique that was in there, they called themselves hustlers. And we both bought the tape. They bought it, we bought it. We went to our house, we watched it. We thought that they might have got the real tape and we got the fake tape, but neither one of us was really truly convinced that we even had real R. Kelly tape, but that's not the point. The point is when I hear these crimes of Robert Sylvester Kelly, according to you,
No,
I
it's
just
not. No, 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 no. Don't attribute that to me. That's attributed to the jury who found him guilty.
okay, well, according to the judicial system, and I want to believe it because according to the jury, he did this stuff. So it's like I know if I was Robert Sylvester Kelly, right, and I mess with a minor, I know that not only would I be charged, but anybody around me that allowed me to take advantage of a child, they'll be charged. So I say that to say, if Robert Sylvester Kelly committed these crimes and the government truly proved beyond a reasonable doubt that he was a predator and a monster, how, if they did not charge the people around him and the parents of these minors who were subjected to wiping feces on their bodies, eating it, having infectious venereal diseases, having sexes with 3 and 4 people at a time, on multiple different occasions, according to the federal government, having sex with him, her, and him, anal sex, vaginal sex, according to Kim Fox, vaginal sex, anal sex, cash envelopes, and
So we right though, 100%.
when I hear all of this, I'm just saying, for me to believe it, and I'm asking you this question: can you agree with me
No.
that it is part? I haven't even gave you the question.
I know where you're going because
I'm
you
just saying,
just
is it
said,
part of this story that's missing?
oh, I'm quite sure there's a hell of a lot of this story that's missing.
So if the story is missing, it is what we saw in court the truth?
I don't see how it could not be the truth. You know,
I can tell you how.
listen, hold on. No,
Okay, I'm gonna let you go.
because see, that's a game I'm not going to play.
I'm gonna
The
let you.
man has been found guilty.
Right.
Okay. Whether or not
What
it
about? Look,
doesn't,
hold on. Wait.
no, let
When you say that,
finish.
look, hold on.
Let me
I'm gonna let you
finish
finish. I'm gonna let you finish. But when you say that the
after
man,
you cut me off.
I'm because this is what started this conversation. You say that the man has been found guilty. I'm agreeing with you on that. I'm not disputing you on that. I'm saying R. Kelly guilty than the motherfucker. I'm agreeing with you. R. Kelly is guilty.
But you wouldn't let me finish.
So where's the paddy wagon for these parents? Where's the paddy wagon of his bodyguards, entourage, and people that gave out these wristbands? Is that not a failure on the government part to present a solid case to the people?
They did present a solid case. They did present a solid case. Just because we believe that there's more to it doesn't mean that the case isn't solid. There could have been 100 victims. So, okay, only 6 victims showed up. Does that mean that they're not credible
I'm
because
not
it's
down the
90?
victims. Hold
No,
on.
let
Listen.
me
I'm getting
hold on.
no, because
Please allow me to finish.
I'm
Okay,
allowing you
I
to,
don't talk to
but
people like this.
look,
I'm
Debo,
out.
look,
Debo, hold
I'm
on,
out.
I'm
Debo,
allowing you to finish.
Debo,
I'm allowing you to finish, but
Debo. Okay, you got to be
you're
quiet and let
saying
her
it.
finish. You
You're
can't cut her
saying
off.
you're saying that if I'm disputing
Uh,
what you're saying, I'm saying that the victims came, they testified, they proved their case. I'm not
No,
disputing
what?
anything
No,
that you're
no,
saying.
but no,
It
no.
was 45 people that testified against it.
You won't let me finish.
Okay.
Okay. To your point, what I'm saying is there could have been 100 victims. Just because there were only 5 or 6 victims in this trial,
So it's 45 uncharged acts in this trial too, though. You can't leave that out. I'm giving you all the rope.
I can leave it out because they weren't
No, because
victims.
it was 45 people. When you said it could have been 100, it was 45, which is half of 100 that came in to
Okay.
testify too.
Okay. Okay. Let's just go with that. Okay, let's say there were 45 people. Now, suppose there were 45 more people. Just because those other 45 people didn't show up, does that mean that the government didn't present and prove their case? No, it just means there's more that we didn't get. Of course, I believe there's a lot more that we didn't get. I'm not going to go down the parent rabbit hole because it wasn't a parent on there that fucked their child. Not one.
Oh, hold on, wait.
Not one.
The last
It
person,
wasn't. It
hold
wasn't a
on, hold
parent
on.
on there.
And I
It
know that
wasn't
you
a
be thinking
parent
I'm
on
cutting you
there
off, but I always
that
be
fucked their
agreeing with you.
child.
I always agree with you, and I'm not cutting you off. I agree with you right now. But when you say that there is not a parent in this case that touched their child, the last time that Tim Savage saw his child, he reached over in the seat and tried to give her a hug, and he never saw her again.
Damn.
You know, this is not normal father and daughter interaction. Would you agree with that?
Here's what I believe. Okay, when you have been brainwashed,
Oh
when
Lord.
you have been isolated from your family, when you are struggling to survive in the only way that you know how, the only way that you've been groomed how, you do what you need to do.
Okay. Now,
So is it,
do
hold
you
on,
have a
hold
child?
on, hold
Okay.
on. I have
Okay.
4. Hold on.
Do you now,
Now,
would
hold
you let your
on.
child go with R. Kelly? Would you let your children go with R. Kelly?
No, but that's me.
Now,
Absolutely.
hold on.
Look,
No,
I
wait,
wouldn't let
wait,
my
wait.
children
You
go with
said you wouldn't let your
any.
kids go with R. Kelly. I
I
will.
wouldn't let my
I would let my kids go with R. Kelly.
Okay, that's you.
I know when I pull
I
up and it's time to go, it's time to go. If I'm waiting longer than 5 minutes, I'm knocking on the door. If I'm out here longer than 15 minutes, I'm ready to go to jail when they open this motherfucker.
and they did, and some parents did go to jail.
What parent did you see go to jail over their kid?
Some parents did go to
What
jail.
parent did you? I would drive this car into your tour bus. I would drive this motherfucker in the back of your tour bus. You ain't got no choice but to stop because it's an accident. You can't
Are
flee
you
for an
telling
accident.
me? And listen, Debo, I am not at all
But
disagreeing with you. I'm
so
not
if we both
disagreeing with
agreeing,
you.
let's agree. Okay. So we both
I'm not
agree.
disagreeing with you
Okay. So we both
because
agree.
if you
We
got
both
one of
agreeing.
mine,
But
I'm showing up prepared to kill or die.
okay. So did what these people allege, what R. Kelly did to these women, according to you, according to the government,
Thank you.
if what he did to these people is a testimony to how we live as black people, as parents.
It's not hold on now. Hold on.
That's
You
what it
taking
is.
this.
That's a
You're
testimony.
taking this way too far.
That's our community. We
It
sell our
no
kids
no
to
no
R.
no no
Kelly.
no no
We
no
don't know
no.
where our kids at. We don't know where our kids at. We selling our kids to R&B singers. That's a new revelation in the 2020s.
Listen to me. No. Let me stop you right there. It's not a new revelation. Okay. My best friend was a famous artist. That shit has been going on for several decades. It is very common. Hold on.
You can't
It is.
justify nothing that you won't do yourself. That's
It
what
is
we're gonna
very no.
disagree.
I'm not justifying anything.
So
I
anything
mean,
that you got 4 kids,
no.
anything that
Allow
you
me
want to
to
say, speak from
allow
your
me to.
speak from a parent. Speak
No,
to the
I
people that
can't.
watch.
No.
Speak is otherwise you
In this
justifying
instance,
you
I'm not.
you're
No.
my disagreement with you is we agree on everything with this case, but I'm not agreeing on what these parents presented to the world, that we don't know where our kids are and we're willing to compromise our kids with celebrities. Is that something you willing to justify or make a cushion for or an excuse for as a parent?
Okay. First of all, I'm not making a cushion or an excuse. Excuses are for the incompetent. Okay. I am explaining to you how shit went down in the music industry from way back in the day. When you had a protege as a celebrity, as a star, as someone big in the music industry, when you had a young protege, and anybody who's ever been in the music industry will tell you this. When you had a young protege, in order for them to travel with you, it was very common practice that parents gave them certain
Okay,
legalities to have their
we're not
children.
disputing that. We're not disputing that because
That has been common
if we're gonna make that
always in that
argument, if we're
industry.
gonna make that argument, then Usher was being slept with by P. Diddy because Usher mama signed him over to P. Diddy. Beyonce, daddy didn't leave her with R. Kelly in the studio.
Right.
If you anything that you trying to justify to this, I'm asking you what would
I'm
you do
not.
as a parent? I'm asking you what would
I'm
you
not
do as a parent?
trying to justify
If your child is
anything.
if your child is talented, your child can sing, how would you deal with R. Kelly? That's what I want to know.
I wouldn't. I
Would you
wouldn't.
let
As
you would
a
let them
parent, you're
watch it?
asking me as a parent. As a parent, my children got left with no one except my grandmother because when nobody in my grandmama's house but her.
So you're a good parent.
Okay, my children did not get left with my father, not because there was anything wrong with my father, but because he had teenage stepchildren and they allowed them to just be in the
Now, now,
basement. You understand what I'm saying?
now
All
this
the kids in
what
the
you saying
basement.
right
No,
now.
my kids ain't gonna be over there in the goddamn
Look,
basement with
what
no
you saying right
teenagers.
now. So you know is what I want everybody to hear, because out of this, what you're saying right now is what every parent can learn from this situation if it happens. So what you're saying is the fundamentals of being a parent. So can you please tell me that again?
My children will not be left with anyone.
That's
I
a good parent.
took a leave of absence from my job to work at a damn school that my children went to. I don't play when it comes to mine because it's you're on my watch, you're mine. So I feel as if something happens to you, it's my fault. That's just me personally. I can't speak for any other parent.
Now, hold that thought, right? If I'm a white man and I'm watching Surviving R. Kelly, and I live in the cornfields of, let's say, Nebraska or Utah, and I believe that celebrities are afforded the opportunity in the black community to sign away their sons or their daughters, or don't know where they at, or they can attend trials, and et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. White people walked away from this surviving R. Kelly. Let's say R. Kelly was true.
You can't say white man up here because they get offended up here.
I got to tell the truth about, the most racist states is
They get
Indiana.
offended. They get offended
I
when you
just want to
say
say
that.
this. The most racist states is Indiana, Ohio, Iowa, and the southern part of Illinois. They're the most racist state. The Ku Klux Klan started in Indiana. It started in Indiana. It didn't start in Mississippi. It started in Indiana. Now, I'm saying that to say, when a white man, which not all white people have interaction with black people,
That's
except,
true.
so when they see something like that on their channel, Lifetime, a documentary, if if they view this and they walk away from that believing that this is how we live,
You
what do
can't
you have
blame
to
them,
say
But
to them
but
Debo.
people?
but but but
What do
You
you
here's
can't
the
blame
Hold on,
them,
thing.
hold on.
Debo.
What do you
Here
have to
is the
say? Hold
thing.
on, give that. What do you have to say to the white people that don't interact with black people? The only thing they saw was R. Kelly, a big time celebrity who messed with Michael Jackson and the rest of these stars, having the opportunity to have the pick of the litter, being a celebrity, giving out wristbands at his concerts, and that's the way black people live.
You
What do
can't
you
say
think
that up
about
You
that?
here.
you can't you I think
You
that's
can't say that
bullshit.
up here.
I think that's bullshit.
So
I
you can
think that's
It's
bullshit
people that
because
that believe it.
hold
When I try
on.
to say it,
But there,
it's
listen,
ridicule
listen.
and it has no validity.
There
I'm just
are
saying,
when you're talking
We can
about
know that, JoJo. I'm just
when
Yeah,
saying for
but
the
you're
see,
people that
you
don't
know, when
know
I try to
who
say that,
listening.
Debo, it's ridicule and it has no validity up here. You see what I'm saying?
But
But
at
see,
the end of the
people don't
day,
understand
you speaking
no,
from a normal light. I have met white people
I
no,
know exactly what you're
that have
saying, brother.
never been around a black person in their life.
And
as
when they
have
see
I,
them,
as have I,
when
as
they
have
see
I.
us, they are foreign creatures,
Yeah,
not
but listen,
people,
man,
creatures.
listen. Fuck what they thinking. They can
Joseph
think what
said,
they want to think. But if you think I'm ignorant because I'm black and that make me a nigga, that's one thing. If you thinking that I sell my kids because of R. Kelly documentary, that's another thing.
That is a system
I
that
exactly.
permeates that.
But here's
That
the
thought
thing.
pattern, what you
Let
just
me
said,
hold
Debo,
on.
that thought, excuse me, Miss Leisha, that thought pattern, what you just said, Debo, is a system that nurtures and predicates that way of thinking. You are 110% right. Because if you don't understand how it's put together and how it works, you will be a confused individual. So I agree with you 110%. But most individuals are listening to what you're saying, can't conceptualize how you're putting it because they don't have an idea how the system is put together. And I'll be quiet on that note.
Can I say something?
Go right ahead, please.
Okay. You said that you always protect your kids and you always make sure that they safe, right?
Yes,
So that make
that's my job as a parent.
so that make you what, a good parent, right?
It made me a diligent parent. Listen, let me tell you something.
Hold on.
Let me just say this. No, no,
You're
no. Because
a good parent,
every parent has a different parenting style. These kids do not
oh
come with
my God.
handbooks. It
Listen,
is
listen, hold on.
trial and error.
I don't want you to talk about other parenting styles. Talk about your parenting style to teach these people who fail.
Right. Thank you, man.
Because the only thing you're doing at this point is you are saying you as an individual did better. You as a black woman raised better. You as a parent wouldn't agree. Give that to these people because the only thing they're gonna be left with now, if R. Kelly done broken all of us, if all these allegations is true, according to the government, how can we walk away from this rebuilding our community? We can walk away from this by somebody like you telling us how you raise your children and what you wouldn't have did in this situation.
I wouldn't. You listen. I wouldn't have done it.
So the people that did the opposite for you are bad parents, right?
Pardon me?
So the people that did the opposite of what you did are bad parents.
I can't say that. How could
If you
I
can,
possibly say that? No, I can't.
Progress. She's not going to say that.
I'm
What
not
she
going to
can
say
tell
that.
you is this. What she
I'm not
can tell
going to
you is
say
this.
that
What she can tell you is this.
because
She
I
wouldn't leave her
was
kid with R.
not.
Kelly. She told
I
you
wouldn't
that.
leave my kids with no man.
She wouldn't
but
leave
they
her kid with her father. She
I
told you
wouldn't
that.
leave them with my son. No man.
She said she wouldn't leave her kids with nobody. She pointed that out.
Absolutely not. Because this is what people have to understand.
damn.
R. Kelly's case is a little bit different.
So it's
But
not.
what you have to understand as a parent, strangers are not walking in your house molesting your kids. It is
Strangers are not walking
always,
around
the
the house.
majority of them are family members or friends of family members. So you have to know that and you have to protect your children against that. Period.
Shut up.
Yeah, that's true.
Because ain't no way in world.
Listen,
Ain't no way in world, man.
none of
You
us
a
would
good parent.
leave our children with anybody that we thought would harm them in any way.
If
None of us would.
if you gonna say that, ain't no strangers walking in your house molesting your kids.
I
R.
mean, the
Kelly,
majority
R,
of them
right,
are
in
not.
majority of these cases. So let's keep it real with the white man who might get this content. And keep it real. R. Kelly is not walking in your house molesting your kids.
They
Absolutely
bringing
not.
it to him because it ain't.
I guarantee you, R. Kelly has been painted as the boogeyman and the candy man all in one. So they don't know about no damn R. Kelly. All black people, we know about R. Kelly. We know Step in the Name of Love, all that other shit.
You
Michael
you
Jackson
you you
crossed
know
those thresholds.
you know
Michael
what's
Jackson crossed
interesting?
those thresholds that R. Kelly didn't cross. So
You
when
know
you
what's
hear R. Kelly and
you
you're a
know
white person who don't know his music, the first thing you hear is situations where parents are being compromised with their children.
you know what's interesting
That's
is
your perception, Debo.
White people,
That's your
let me
perception.
ask you something
I
because
don't think that you can speak for the entire white race.
Let me
That
ask you
is
something, Miss
your
Alicia.
perception, and you're entitled to that.
Uh,
I don't happen to think that everybody is that damn close minded, regardless of what color they are.
but let me ask you something, Miss Alicia, because we was heading somewhere earlier, and
Yes,
we
sir.
we
And
did.
Miss Leisure, have any of your kids ever got fake breasts
No.
before the age of 19?
They're really grown, older than you, and none
Right.
of them
So
have
so
them.
so
No.
what kind of kids are we talking about in this situation that's getting breast
I don't
augmentations?
listen. Let me explain something to you. I don't know because I don't have those children, so I can't speak to that.
Can a
I
doctor
don't
Okay.
perform on
know.
a child? Can a doctor perform a breast augmentation on a child?
Yes,
Oh wow.
Okay,
Somebody else in
yes.
jail too.
Miss Alicia, let me ask you something before we get off topic.
The mother
And
or father support.
I'm almost off topic. Versus something that Debo's crazy.
Support them.
Let me, and he damn near thrown me off what I want to say because he knows how to do that shit. But when you speak upon rape culture,
Hmm.
let's go there.
Okay.
Rape culture, it has it has a origin. You do you agree with me on that?
Absolutely.
Okay, let's do this for as a cultural obligation and origin. Where do you think rape comes from? For as you're understanding it from a systematic standpoint, where do you think rape comes from? Who taught it and who taught it to whom? Based upon the educational
Who
process that you
in
were
there?
taught.
Listen.
No, that's
Based
a wait a
no,
minute
I'm gonna
before you
answer
answer
you.
that.
Okay, go ahead.
Before you
Look at
answer
that,
that,
Jimmy.
there is no wrong and right answer in this.
Oh, I'm not trying to be
And
right. I'm
what?
gonna give you my
Okay,
opinion.
I'm gonna just
Right, wrong, or indifferent. It's
let me.
my opinion.
Okay, ma'am. Let me just finish it.
Okay.
Far as a educational process that you were taught it, far as your understanding as rape to be, where did you learn it from, and whom did it come from?
Where did I learn about rape and whom did it come from? I honestly don't know. I
Breakfast,
want to say I
bre-
honestly don't know
breakfast.
because let me explain this to you real quick. My parents and my grandparents, my great grandmother was a slave.
Hmm. We
My
getting somewhere
parents,
right there.
my parents and my grandparents discussed things with us at a very early age. Slavery, things that went on, things of that nature. So I can't say. You know what I'm saying? I want to say my grandmother, but again, I was so young in those conversations, I don't remember where it came from.
Okay.
But I'm pretty sure that it came from family members.
Okay.
And that's the best I can narrow it down.
Okay. That's fair. That's a fair assessment. But and when I put that but there, it's a reason why. Because
Of
everybody
course.
uses that word but. You said something that stood out. You said your grandparents.
Hmm.
Your
My parents and my
grandparents,
grandparents.
yes, your grandparents had to learn that from somewhere. So let's try to quantumly back into time. Where do you think they learned it from?
I'm pretty sure that they learned it from slavery.
Bam. And
From the
who
mouth.
will be this?
There's no
Wait, wait,
question.
wait. I
There's no
want
question in my mind. Hell, the slave owners.
to.
They learn
Okay.
from the mouth.
And who would they be? Was
What do
it
you mean?
anyone of melanin? Wait, just slow down. We're gonna get there. You're gonna be able to express yourself in your fullest form. Where do you, when you say slave owners, who do you think slave owners would be? Because who you see, because we have to break this down to like an atom. And it's a shame that we have to go here now, but from my studies, from how people are thinking these days on different platforms that I visit, I don't think people have a grasp on how this thing is put together, how it's constructed, and where it is coming from that teaches you these behaviors. It teaches us as a melanated people
Okay, let
how.
me say this. Let me say this first
Okay.
of all. Let me say this first and foremost. Everything that
They
we
describe
learned,
Arcana as a slave master.
Wait, hold on,
everything
progress,
that we
progress,
learned,
please. All due respect, brother.
I
Let this
apologize.
lady speak
Yes,
with
sir. I
no
apologize.
interruptions,
Yes,
please.
sir.
everything
I'm
that we
begging.
learned, I believe, in my opinion, that it came from white people.
Bam.
It's amazing to me that
I
they
said
call us
that.
thieves. We're thieves and shit. You stole us.
I
You were
said
the
that.
first damn thieves.
I said that. So
So I think that, and then two,
that's
and
very interesting.
along with that, because I'm gonna put my little twist in here. Along with us getting that from slave owners, you have to also understand the objectification of women. We did not have rights up until just damn 25 years ago. It wasn't a crime for us to be raped by our husbands.
What? You know what? You know what? When you say have rights, do you know black women had more rights than white women?
No, I don't know
Okay,
that.
and I'm finna tell you why they did. Because black women was acquired and given the right to vote before white women. Did you know that?
I did that. I
Don't
did know.
believe nothing
No, no,
JoJo is
no.
saying.
That I did know. No, that I did know.
Okay, well, this is
That I
very
did know.
okay.
You
Don't
know.
listen. Don't believe nothing JoJo is saying.
No,
Go
Jojo.
look this up.
I went to school.
No. I'm just saying. I'm just saying to
I
the
went to
to
school.
wait a minute. I'm not saying you didn't. I'm saying to the listening audience.
Oh,
Don't
okay. I'm
don't
sorry. I
believe.
thought you was talking to me. I'm sorry.
No. I'm speaking to you, but I'm not talking directly at you.
Got you.
Don't listen to nothing JoJo is saying. Go look this up for yourself. Black women had the rights to vote before white women. Yes, this is a known fact. Based upon what? What they put in the history books. Now, could they be telling me a fib or telling us a fib? Yes, they could have.
Yes, they could.
Based
Absolutely.
upon what? Based upon exactly what they're telling us today.
Because, our
They could
history
be
wasn't
telling
in
us a fib
history.
today based upon what? The laws that they govern and they write. Now, I'm going somewhere with this if you walk with me very carefully. So, the laws that they govern today, which will be what they say it is to be, versus back in the past, as I've learned that blacks had the right to vote before black women, that is, had the right to vote before white women. Meaning, what are you saying, JoJo? How is this contrasting to what you're trying to deliver today? Meaning the laws, if that was a fib back then, the laws that they're governed today can be a fib that they're telling you now. Now, would that be fair assessment?
I don't think so.
Oh, given what reason?
I mean, because we have so much information now. You can go look
Mm,
at the laws that are on the books. If the laws were made, the laws were made. So therefore, they can't be a fib. They're there. They're on the books.
okay, so the laws were on the books that black women were afforded to vote before white women. That was on the books. What changes the books from yesterday to today?
Well, a lot of things. A lot
Meaning,
of things.
please
Well,
expound.
okay. First of all, again, the wealth of the access to information that you have today.
Speaking of
Back
women,
then,
Info.
you simply had to go on, whatever was reported. You couldn't, you didn't have access to the internet. You didn't have access to international, you know, um, education. You didn't have access to those things back then.
What
So you
when you say
simply had,
access, when
yes.
you say access,
Hmm.
when you say internet, those are tools. A book is a tool. You do know that.
Absolutely.
So
However,
wait.
when you can't, no, please
Okay, go
allow
ahead.
me, when you cannot substantiate what's in that book with your own research, then you're simply left to believe whatever is in that book. That's the difference. We
Okay.
now have access to research and to verify, you know,
Hmm.
and to disclaim
Now, when you say
in
that book,
today's day and age
now
that we
when you say
didn't
that
have
book,
back then.
now when you say that book, you know the Bible is a book too. You do know that,
I'm
right?
not going there. I'm not going there.
Why would you not go there when
I'm
that
not
is
going
a
there.
known fact? The Bible is a
I'm
book.
I'm not going there.
You said it. I didn't say it, ma'am.
I didn't say anything about the
You
Bible. You
said
did.
a book. I said, and I asked you, is it right or wrong, or am I right or wrong that the Bible is a book? That's
it
either
is.
yes or no. There's no right in between that. No wrong in between that. It's yes or no.
I'm not
Is the
discussing the
Bible is
Bible.
the Bible been compressed as a book for as
I'm not.
knowledge and understanding on what we did and what the laws of the land governed in that Bible based upon the God whatever you pray to, the deity or whatever it is, placed in a book. That's a question.
I'm not discussing the
And that
Bible.
is a fair answer. I rest my case.
Just that quick. I just forgot about the damn motion.
Yeah, let's please get back to that. Keller, what do you think about this objection?
I think the government is doing their job. They're gonna throw everything, including kitchen sink, to get the most sentence, and of course, Bojane is going to object to everything, including the kitchen sink, to get the lesser sentence. I think the government, based on you know other or previous motions, their argument has pretty much been on point with her with the judge's instructions.
You don't think
Um,
that Bonjean's motions and responses have been on point?
not with the instructions. It's like she disregarded her instructions to the jury and how they were supposed to make their decision. However, the government has been on point and mirrored pretty much the instructions that was given to by the jury. And I see that with this last motion that she just read. There's a lot of things that Jane is saying is pretty much disregarding the judge instructions to the jury.
Right. And see, that's to preserve for the appeal,
Okay.
because she's not going to get anywhere in an appeal, and especially to the Supreme Court, if there isn't because that's the standard for you to get in there. You understand? There has to be some misapplication of law somewhere in there.
Right. I agree. I agree. You know, anybody who think that this post conviction motion is going to be a success is drinking the Kool Aid. This is just for what come after this. This is formality for what's going to come after the post conviction motion, which is the appeal.
All right, folks. I'm back. Sorry about that, folks. I'm sorry to interrupt y'all.
You're not interrupting. You should have been back 10 minutes ago.
Oh, for real? That was longer than 15?
You missed it, girl. You missed it.
Oh, I missed. Oh, Lord. Well, hold on. Let me drop the link in case somebody see Skylife is up in the building.
What, you been running? You been running?
Huh?
You been running?
No, I ain't been running.
Oh, you out of breath and shit?
Mr. Keller, haven't heard from you. How have you been?
Oh, man. I've been good, man.
Is there a reason for that?
What?
That I haven't heard from you.
I tried to call you last week. You didn't pick up.
Did you?
Yeah.
I probably don't have your number saved, and I don't answer unknown numbers.
Me and B called you.
Did you?
You didn't pick up.
Oh, I'm so sorry. I missed that. How is thee?
Oh, man. She good.
Hold on. Are y'all crazy? 39 goddamn likes. Are y'all on crack? Are you on crack? Hold on, don't say another word. I'm playing the game like they be playing. You got me bent. This type of morning. Y'all better hit Cause we can go to bed. I got my second win. I go to bed early on your asses. Woo. Yeah. What is wrong with y'all?
You know what though?
Yeah, you happy to smoke all that weed? Kelly said it was weed, National Weed Day.
Yes, it was.
420.
Yes, it was.
And listen here, and hey.
Shit, I've been high since 2 o'clock
I ain't right
yesterday morning.
Ready.
Hello?
Play these games. Got to play the like 'em up game. What the hell?
They have They have.
Well, find the button that looks like a thumbs up and hit it. How about that? Find that button. And hit that. My goodness. God, they stingy.
Hey, Killer.
I pinned the link, so I don't have to. What's good with it, Shaniqua? Hey, midget. Hey, Velma.
But you know what's interesting?
What's that?
They they got them all up to level 43.
Right.
No priors.
Right.
So come Illinois, you're gonna have priors.
Oh yeah, we got.
Let me tell you something, and I was saying this earlier, or I tried to say it. He could not have pulled worse judges when it comes to sentencing than Donnelly and Lennon Weber. We call Lennon Weber the lifer. Lennon Weber don't give you one life sentence. He gives people 2 and 3. That's who sentenced Larry Hoover.
Right.
His judge in Chicago, that's who sentenced Larry Hoover. They're both fair judges, but when it comes to sentencing, baby, they lower the hammer.
But why should they make it life in prison? What did he do that's so horrific, that's so terrified that he deserved life in prison? What did he do that off?
I think he deserves 100 years.
Why?
What's the difference?
There's a big difference.
What's the like me? What's the difference between life and 100 years?
He could get life with possibility of parole.
But Joe Blow on the street can't get life. and
Kelly, we
shit
went
called
through
rape.
this earlier.
Yeah, you're right. You're right. We did go through that.
I mean, but why should he get life in prison? Why? What he do so horrific that he
Well,
should
this is
get
what they
life in
said.
prison?
Everything
I
that he
keep
was
hearing,
convicted of, everything
I,
that he was convicted of,
I mean, what?
everything that he was convicted of,
There ain't one charge that he got convicted of and he deserved life for.
Oh, so he don't know
all
what he's
of them.
convicted of. He don't even. Do you know what he's convicted of? Progress.
They, I know. I've
Okay,
been here.
okay, let me. Okay, I'm gonna break it down for you.
His
I
name Killer.
believe I'm gonna
I
tell
was
you why he should get. I don't think he should get life. I think he should get 100 years, and I will tell you why. I'm gonna
why
tell you why.
you saying she don't think he should get life, but he should get 100 years.
He does need to get 100 years. I think he should get the maximum sentence on
For
every
what?
charge.
What? Take care
No
of your
leniency.
Why should he get leniency? Did he give leniency to his victims?
Take care of you. What victim? Who was the victim?
Everybody in his case.
Who?
He just
The
told you.
lady.
Everybody in his case. So, you know,
Oh,
whether you listen,
oh,
you can
lady.
think what you want, you can have your own opinion, and I'm perfectly fine with that. What you cannot do is change the facts in this case. And the fact is, there were victims. He's been convicted. The maximum sentence on Rico is 20 years. The maximum sentence on the Mann Act is 10 years, and he has 8. He's convicted of 8 counts of the Mann Act. That's 80 and 20. Count them up. That's 100 years. That's what I feel he should get, but that's just my opinion.
No line ass groupie.
Pardon me?
He said they lying ass groups.
Yeah. That's all they were.
That ain't what the jury said.
Exactly. You know, you weren't on the jury, so you know, you can say what you want. The fact of the matter is they are victims. Whether you agree with it or not, they are victims.
Okay, how you feel about the jury, Lady Leisure? She's
corrupted.
Have asked.
whoever that was, come back because it popped off. Go ahead.
Go ahead. She's asked what?
She have asked the prosecutors to send over a list of the people who they accepted and they denied along with the questionnaire.
Right. What do I think about that?
Right.
I think she's gonna go. I think she's gonna go down every last one of them, and she's gonna explain to Bonbon and Juju Beans exactly why she's denying her request.
I'm sorry. Say that again. Progress is.
I think she's going to go through the questionnaire and the jurors and their answers, and she's going to explain exactly why she's going to deny the motion.
So she asked for both. I think she's going to look at the ones that's denied, me personally.
I think she's going to look at them all.
It's the questions.
Because they're saying that. What she's saying is, well, one of the things that she's saying is that people who watched the documentary should not have been on the jury.
Right.
But it was.
That's BS.
And there's nothing wrong with that.
Yes, it is.
There's nothing wrong with that.
They don't form their opinion before they even see these man. I won't want nobody on my.
But wait a minute, hold on. How can you say? See, now let me make a point, because this is what's very interesting to me.
Yeah, make the point.
All of R. Kelly supporters claim that the documentary was a lie, right?
Well,
it's nothing that we have to claim.
Hold
it
on.
Was a lie. We don't have to claim anything. It was a lie.
Okay, so you claim it was a lie. So
we don't
if you believe
it was a lie.
You claim it was.
No, we don't claim it. It was a lie.
It wasn't proven to be a lie.
It's not. Why wasn't it entered into evidence in your great New York case then?
What does a documentary have to do with the case?
If it was something that was legitimate that could be used as
same
evidence,
elements.
it would be
It's the
submitted
same
to
elements.
the case.
It's the same elements.
It was
To
not
finish
a
my
factual
point.
document.
To finish my point.
Progress.
If
That's
you
why
believe,
you can't deal with and argue with them because they don't want to deal with facts.
I'm not
making a point.
sweetheart. The fact is the man is convicted.
I'm not your sweetheart. My name is Skylight. Okay.
All I'm saying is, if you believe,
hold on, you coming in hot and heavy. Hold on, though. Come on, Miss Lady, go ahead.
Why is it, if you believe the documentary was a lie, why is it that you don't think that somebody else could believe it was a lie? You're saying that the jurors shouldn't have been on because they watched the documentary. So why couldn't the juror have believed that the documentary was a lie?
They felt it was the truth. They stated that. It's nothing that we stated. They stated that they watched the documentary and they felt a certain way about R. Kelly because of watching it. Don't try and flip the words around.
No, they didn't say that.
I'm not flipping around any words.
They said they can be unbiased.
I'm not. Listen.
Yes, they did.
I'm not talking about what the juror said. I'm asking you, as an R. Kelly supporter, why is it that you can believe that the documentary is a lie, but you can't believe that somebody else who watched it can believe that it was a lie?
You still can't answer the question.
When I can talk. Okay, let me know when I can talk. Because I'm not going to do the talk over game. I'm not doing it.
Go ahead, Skylight, because that question was posed to you. Go ahead.
She ain't gonna answer the question.
Shut your ass up, Keller, because I will pull up on you. Don't play with me.
Pull up, shit. Pull up.
Okay, so this is the thing. It's not a matter of claiming something to be true or not. Okay.
That wasn't the question. My question is, if you believe it to be false, why can't you accept that somebody else can believe that it's false?
You're not gonna run me around.
That's the question.
She's not gonna answer the question.
Yeah, she's not gonna answer the question.
Slow down, Jim. I was talking. Okay, when I get done talking, then you could talk.
I can talk whenever I feel like it.
Okay, well, you ain't talking over me. When you talk, I'ma stop. That's how that's gonna go.
That's wonderful. That's how it should go.
Just so you know. Just so you know.
That's how it should go.
Okay, good. And that's what it's gonna be.
Go ahead, sir.
As I was saying, it's not about claiming that something is factual or not. When you have a documentary, something about a person that has to have good information about the person and bad information about the person, and you also normally have the person themselves stating how they feel about the situation. I've never seen a documentary where everything in the entire documentary is negative, and then then some people want you to believe that that is his full life. So are we really supposed to believe that a person from day one has been just an evil, negative person?
That wasn't the question.
That's the
question is.
Wait. I am speaking. Okay, why do you keep trying to speak? Okay, I'm done talking.
No, I was telling Lady Legion, hold on for a minute. Go finish, Sky. Hurry up.
She talking over me. I'm done.
No, go ahead, Sky. Go ahead. Ain't nobody talking now. Go ahead, because I want to hear your answer.
I just gave my answer. There's two things. If it was legitimate, okay, it would, one, have been submitted into the court case as evidence. Okay. Two, there's no such thing as a one-sided documentary. Okay. I've never heard of that and I've never seen it.
Okay. So
okay. Can I ask my question again? Because my question wasn't about the legitimacy of my question wasn't about the legitimacy of the documentary. My question was, if you can believe that the documentary is false, why can't you accept that someone else that could be on the jury could believe that the documentary was false as well?
Angela already answered that question for her. I already told her that it was already that the jury stated different reasons why they had problems with Kels, and Some of them
It had
watching the
like a
documentary
nigga.
was one of them. Okay,
Yeah.
they
All right,
stated
but
that.
let me say this about the. I don't even cut nobody off, but let me say this about the documentary. For
I
one,
said, oh no,
there
that's a
progress,
R&B.
progress.
I'm
Okay,
sorry, y'all.
that's
I was
okay.
talking.
There could be, you could have documentaries that can be one-sided or it can be mixed. So that's neither here or there. But probably why they didn't include the documentary in there, one, because it probably had a level of hearsay in there in the documentary. One, and two,
Hmm.
yeah, it could have a level of hearsay in there. And two, it could have been looked at it that it could have been too much evidence, could have been prejudicial to the jury, right? Which would mean that it would have
Hmm.
been tilted in favor already of the prosecutors. So there could have been several reasons why they didn't put it in there or put some parts in it, because they could have just put some parts in there, but they probably thought they just probably had enough to show
Well,
whether or not
More
he's,
than.
the people
that he's
who was
probably
in the
guilty.
documentary that
And
was on the
I
case,
agree with what you're saying, Angie,
No,
and
they
that's
just
a
put it
very
wrong.
intelligent answer. And the thing is this: if it was if they were to show the uncut information, because what happened to all the good stuff that Dominique said? See, that's the problem. You all want to play like it wasn't cut and edited. It was chopped and screwed. The good stuff that was being said about him was taken out of the documentary, and we know that. Okay, due to Dominique's own admission, they took out what she said about him. So why would you sit up here and try and make these people think that this was a straight up documentary and that it was valid? It was chopped and screwed to be what they wanted it to be.
well, they can't put
Right.
everything in there.
You
They
Okay,
know, the
It's
well,
up
sad,
to
the
everybody
sad
but they
for
part
8
took out the
hours,
good
so
part.
they
The
can't
problem
they
is they
can't
took out the good part.
the
Okay,
sad
they can't
part
put
about
everybody in
this,
there.
when you're painting a narrative, when you're
They're
trying to
going.
paint in when
Somebody
you
got an echo.
I'm on mute.
Scottish,
when you
go
when
ahead.
you're trying to paint a narrative to suit your suitification, this is what you get. And
That's what you do.
a lot of people don't understand that. So I expected them to show exactly what they showed.
I did.
Now,
I never saw it. I never saw it.
I never watched it either. I never watched none of this crap. I never seen the sex tape. I never watched none of it. Because see,
Unfortunately, I did see the sex tape.
I didn't see
Unfortunately,
it. See,
I did.
I understand America. I understand America and their principles. I understand this system. Once again, I'm gonna keep harping on that because y'all don't understand the system.
Who
And
doesn't?
this is something new that I'm saying that's being introduced to you guys. When I say system, y'all thinking I'm saying something that's predicated around Robert Sylvester Kelly, which is not what I'm stating. I'm telling you,
Mm,
when they come for you, red, black, green, whatever color you are, their system is set to win.
absolutely.
And it is set in a form that
Absolutely.
you don't understand how it's put together and how it works. And it's put together on 9 areas of people activity. Once again, I've been saying this, and a lot of people don't understand this. Those activities of those 9 areas: economics, education, entertainment, labor, law, politics, religion, sex, and war. They dominate those people areas of activity. And a lot of people don't get that. So I don't harp on it when I come on these particular panels in this sector because you guys don't get it. What you guys get, and I'm not saying no one directly in here, is gossip, rhetoric, and patting yourself on the back that they're saying something that fits your narrative, which will fall under the area of law right now. They control the law.
Absolutely.
They tell you exactly what the law is versus what you want it and what it should be. That's why. And I want you colored folks that's listening to pay very close attention. The scales of justice are unleveled when you're looking at it because it is leveled to fit what they want it to be. Pay
Absolutely.
attention, colored folks, because this is what they do. This is how subversive these people are when they are doing what they want to do to you. That's why they've been getting away, excuse me, not only today, because we're looking at
Forever.
this as a isolated incident. No, they've been lynching you, whooping your ass from all the way from the Atlantic Trade Center to here. And you people don't get it. When I say you people, it's you people that has a closed mind to what? Your objective, what you want it to be. Kill him, whoop him, hang him.
Right.
This is what they want you to do. You don't understand the system. The system of what? White supremacy. You can paint it and say whatever you want to call it, saying he did this, he did that. Okay, let's me play the devil advocate. He did it. What have they done that you not in an uproar over? How did he rape your fellow mankind? Colored folks, he raped you. He raped your great 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 grandmother.
Rape your mind and all that.
Raped them in front of you. He whooped her, he beat her, whooped your ass, and asked you, what are you gonna do about it? So they are our greatest teachers. This is what I'm
Absolutely.
trying to get you people to understand.
Absolutely.
But can I say
So
something?
how is it so that you guys are such in a uproar and ready to do a goddamn Olympics and a marathon and a celebration over they lynching one of your own kind modern day of
He
something
lynched
they taught
himself.
him?
He
Wait a minute,
lynched
I'm not finished.
himself.
I'm not even finished because I'm
I'm
finna take
sorry.
this even deeper.
Mm.
They are your greatest teachers. They taught us how to do all of this. And they show it every day because they get away with it. Your Charlie Sheens that getting away with so-called giving people AIDS, but y'all say herpes?
He be getting them
He
AIDS.
gave
He
them
didn't give
AIDS.
anybody AIDS. He didn't give anybody AIDS.
He
That is a
allegedly,
rumor. He did not give
He
anybody
laughed.
AIDS.
how do you know that?
But I
How
tell
do you
you,
know that? How do you know Robert Sylvester Kelly gave anybody herpes?
Because they stated so and they
Because
have
they
it.
stated it?
And they have it.
Are
And they
you
have
serious?
it. Show
Listen,
me one person who
you have
came up
lost a
that
lot of
got
points
AIDS
with
that
me.
said Charlie
Who is
Sheen
this
gave it to
speaking?
him.
Who is
what
this
is that?
speaking right now?
Lady of Leisure.
Lady of Leisure, I had a lot of respect for you for as your intellect
I
and your
don't know why,
understanding. Wait a
JoJo.
minute. I'm not degrading you any kind of shape, form, or fashion. But that just let me know how this system is so powerful for you to make that statement you just made, young
He
lady.
did. He lynched himself. He
Are you
lynched
serious?
himself.
But you know
Yes.
what? You know
Yes.
more.
Who
I'm not gonna
videotaped
go
it?
there.
Who videotaped it?
I'm
He
not gonna go
did.
there. Who
White man.
videotaped you getting your ass whooped from across the Atlantic Trade Center? How do you know that? How was that documented? It had to
That
be
part.
what? Videotaped, and they showed you getting your ass whooped.
Gave up
Showed
her
how
AIDS.
they water sprayed your ass, water bug your ancestors, and you did what? Nothing. And when I
I
say you
wasn't
did nothing,
alive.
you did
Number
nothing
one,
all the way up to the day.
I was not
But
alive. And you
when
tell
they
me,
say,
okay, listen. You tell me,
okay,
since I did nothing, what did you do?
I did nothing because you know why? You know what? I am powerless. See, this is the difference when it comes to me and you. and people with your mind frame. I know
You
what
don't
I'm
know my
dealing with.
mind
I know what
frame.
I'm up against.
As do I.
No, you don't, because
Sure I do.
what you do, you perpetuate exactly what they want you to do.
I
And
don't
here's why you
perpetuate
do it.
anything.
See,
R. Kelly
they
fucked them
give you the
kids.
power.
R.
They
Kelly
they
fucked them
give you the
kids.
power to
R.
blame
Kelly
in
set
your
up the
own kind.
video.
You know
R.
what?
Kelly did that to himself. There
The
was
white
no
man
white
did it.
man in the
You
room.
know what you're speaking like.
I
There
think I
was
saw
Speaking like
no
a
a
white man
white
on post.
man in the
well-trained
room.
slave, young
I'm
lady.
speaking the facts.
You're
That's what
speaking
I'm
like a
speaking.
well-bought
I'm
trained slave.
speaking the facts.
How
Well,
you
according
know?
to you, I am. But I'm speaking
Not
the
according to
facts.
me.
The
According
facts
to what?
still, the
According to
facts still
history. According
remain.
to history.
R.
Not
Kelly fucked them kids and
How you
he
according
know?
to
recorded it.
history.
How
Listen,
you
they
know?
rape your kids too. They rape kids too. What do you say about these priests out here ripping little boys' booty out? Are you fighting the power for that?
Hell no,
No.
they ain't.
Oh,
No.
you
Are
know what
you?
you know
Are
what
you?
you know what it's useless talking to you, because you know what you are. You know more than a porch mark. You will castigate your own kind based upon what
Hey,
they taught you.
Okay, first of all, R. Kelly is not my kind. He's a fucking pedophile. That's
Yes,
not my
yes. He has
kind.
the same skin color as
That's
you.
not my kind.
And when it comes knocking on
I
your
agree.
door,
That
what
is
would you?
not my kind.
You are a porch mark.
Okay, I'll be that.
you throwing that shit on
I'm
that
not a
man?
pedophile though.
Based upon they
You can't say that word
description
around here.
and
They
their
don't like that.
definition
I
of
feel like
black
if
folks
you
like
throw that
you.
man, probably one.
You
I
know
put
what?
money
They
on it
did an
that you are a
excellent job with you.
pedophile.
They did an excellent job with you.
I put money on it that she is a pedophile, JoJo. I
Yeah.
bet she
Yeah,
is.
that's what
That's
I
why
mean.
she's
Like,
so
You know
adamant
what? They
about
did an
trying to take
excellent
Kelly
job
down.
on her. That's how you look at this. You
Do
don't
you even
listen.
have
Hey,
money?
don't
shit.
call
It's
nobody no
always them.
pedophile. Hey,
They
don't call
did an
nobody no
excellent
pedophile
job
up
on
here.
her
Lady
because she
Don't
can't
Elizabeth,
lie.
even.
you
She don't
I
funny.
even
mean,
have the
he's
wherewithal
not been
to
You a
accused of
say
being
broke
no
hoe,
that they
pedophile.
okay,
raped her
compared to me.
ancestors. She
Yeah,
Broke.
won't
they got
even
to come with
believe
the
that.
disrespect. That's coming.
She won't even believe that. You know why you don't
She's
believe
pitiful.
that? Because they
She's
have
pitiful.
taught you it was okay for them to do that to
Spell
your own
pitiful.
kind.
Your
Are you
mama.
serious?
See, they come. They got to come with the disrespect. They
They
can't.
have to
They got to.
because
That's the
they
only thing they
because
have left.
because
How is
they
that
have no
That's the only
disrespectful?
thing
intellect.
they got
They
left over.
have
I'm
no
sorry, Angie.
intellect.
I'm sorry,
But that's
Angie.
the only thing they got
I'm
left
sorry.
over.
I won't do it again. I won't do
Let
it
me ask
What
you
is
again.
wrong
something.
with y'all with that? Like, God
How is that
damn. I
disrespectful,
think
I'm
fella?
sorry.
two
She just
That's
said
minutes.
my
your mama. That's
that's
disrespectful.
my
She said your mama.
natural reaction.
Huh?
Sorry.
No. I'm actually no. I thought you said something I said was
No, no,
disrespectful.
no,
No, not
no,
you.
no, no,
I'm sorry, because if I
no.
said any this thing
No.
disrespectful, I
Wasn't talking
apologize.
about you. No,
All I'm
we're
doing
not talking
is
about
I'm just
you.
giving a perspective on how they do us. So if I said anything disrespectful, I am
You did
totally
not.
sorry. But
In my opinion, you did not.
No, I wasn't talking about you, JoJo.
oh, I'm sorry because I didn't know. I just heard disrespectful, and I'm always accused of everything, so it's all right.
So you just raised your hand, huh?
You know why? You know why? Because I take those lashes for my brothers and sisters. How many of
Hey,
y'all would
Jalil,
do it?
tell Killer give you QT, man. Tell give you some quiet time, man. Let you talk. Quiet time, go ahead, OG.
No, I was just speaking, man, because I understand how this system is put together. And a lot of people, when I say system, they think I'm talking about something miraculous. No, I'm talking about a system, a well organized organization that was here way before any else was thought of. They found a way to put something together, something simple that worked for them. And all they have to do is fine tune it every now and then. That's why we are arguing with one another now.
Right.
Do you think they argue with their own kind? No.
Hell no. They
You
got
know
each other
why they
back.
don't? Because they understand their own system.
They got each other back. We the only people that
And I
diverse.
asked this question about Charlie Sheen. and someone made a comment saying he
That was
didn't
me.
give them. But you have their own kind coming out saying he gave me HIV. And y'all
I
talking
haven't
about,
heard one who said they gave him HIV. I've heard people who said that he didn't tell them he had HIV,
and I
but
heard
they
people
didn't
that
have
said
it.
Rob didn't tell them he had herpes.
But he gave it to them.
But
None of the
who
women
gave it to them?
said
Charlie
Charlie
Sheen
Sheen
gave it to
gave
them.
it to them. No,
Charlie Sheen
find them.
gave it to them.
No,
What's your
no,
argument with
no,
that?
no,
No.
no,
Protect that.
no.
Protect white daddy. Protect white daddy.
My daddy was white.
That's
Which
white.
one? Which
I
one was
see
the
where it
AIDS or
comes
the
from.
herpes?
My
I
daddy
knew
was
it was
white.
somewhere. I knew it was something.
You
I knew it
went,
was a common denominator
you
somewhere.
man went on,
I knew it
but
was.
that's
It's all
funny.
you got to do is keep
You
asking
sure?
questions, and you will
You
get
sure?
your listen, people. Listen to the listening audience. All you have to do, you don't have to argue with people. Just keep asking questions. See, white daddy can do no wrong. See, white daddy teaches black Negro, you are the worst. They are the worst. You can be friends with them, but don't you dare trust them. What I say is right.
And we
Because
weren't
this is
taught
what
that. Wait a
white
minute.
daddy teaches.
You weren't
This
taught
is
that
what
about
white
white
daddy
people.
teaches you.
You weren't taught that about white people.
Let me tell you what I was taught. I was taught to judge people by the content of their character.
Oh, okay, Martin.
You can call it
Okay,
whatever you
Martin.
want, but what you can't say, it was something that was taught to me. Okay?
I didn't say that. I
But
asked
what
you,
did white
were
daddy
you
teach
not
you?
taught
This is what
the
white
same
daddy
about
told you.
white people?
Listen, let me say this. Let me say this. When white daddy got you and he taught you sitting at that dinner table when you was maybe 6, 7 years old, listen, you can be kind to them. You can talk to them, but don't you ever forget you are different. Now, am I lying?
Yes.
He didn't ever tell you you was different.
No.
Oh, but you knew it. You know how you knew it? Because it's a code. You pick it up osmosis. By the time you became 11, you knew you was different. Why? Because they don't tell it to you directly. You learn it from a code, a culture. You know what I mean? Because at this point, you expose yourself because you said your daddy taught you something different. Unbeknownst to you even saying you said it indirectly. Truth be
Okay.
told.
Okay.
Because if you tell me you didn't say that, you are lying to not me, you're lying to yourself. Because that's how it works. Now, I'm going to tell you how it works and how it breaks down. Because for you to tell me you having a Caucasian father and he didn't instill anything different in you, you're lying to not me, but yourself.
I'm not lying to myself. You didn't
It's
live
a
my life.
culture.
You weren't
It's a
there.
culture. Listen, right now, what you're doing, you're trying to save face because you're up here with a panel of maybe
Trying to
melanated
save
people
face
that
for
you're
what? Of what?
listen, young lady, please. By all due
Trying to save
respect,
face of what?
you're
Of
saving
the fact
face
that you were undesirable
for your
as a young
argument, for
lady,
your
and that's why
argument.
you mad at Kels.
Let me
That's
tell
what you're
you
trying to
something.
say, Faith. I'm
Let
sorry.
me
Go
tell
ahead,
you something.
Jojo.
I
Baby,
I'm
said
hollering.
please
white
seek
daddy.
help.
Let me
Please
tell you
seek
something.
help.
You see how
Please
you got
seek
to
help.
tell the truth? You see how the truth
Please
came
seek
out?
help.
When I said white
Undesirable.
daddy, I didn't know you had a Caucasian father, but just the way you speak upon melanated black people, I knew it was some disconnect somewhere. And you told it. And I didn't know that.
How? Wait a minute. First of all, you've only heard me speak of R. Kelly.
I heard
R.
you
Kelly
speak
does
of
not
black people in
represent,
general.
maybe that's how you perceived it. R. Kelly, and which is what I was trying to say to Debo when he was talking about white people watch that and they think that's what we are. No, R. Kelly does not represent the black race.
Huh?
R. Kelly represents himself.
Exactly. But
He
he is
represents
a melanated
himself.
black man.
He represents himself.
He is a melanated black man. Do you dispute that?
Absolutely not. But do you really believe? And you can, you know,
No, you
do
ask
you
the
really
question.
believe that people, regardless of what color, oh no, we're going to take it to white people because that's where you are.
No, that's
Do
not
you
why I
really
meant.
believe that
I'm with a
white
system.
people
I'm talking
look
about a
at
system.
R. Kelly? Do you, and the system is designed by who?
More than the black people do.
And the system is designed by who?
The ones that's in control, that's
And
able to
who is
create the
that?
system.
And who is that?
You, if you're asking me, look at the evidence.
Who is it? Just tell us,
Listen to me.
please.
I'm telling you who it is. Look
The
at
white man. The white
look
man.
at the evidence.
Precisely. So, do you,
Now,
the
do you
question
wait a minute?
is,
Since we got
no,
that out
the
of the way, do
question
you
is,
disagree? Do you disagree?
do I disagree with what?
What you said, and I didn't even ask for that assistance, but thank you anyway. Do you disagree that this system is predicated around the white man? Or as
Absolutely
she
not. I
stated,
said that in our earlier conversation.
you said
Absolutely
you said
not.
absolutely not. So don't take that as I said it because she spoke that. I didn't. Because see, I give supporting facts why I believe that. She shouted that out. I have supporting facts on how I feel, my opinion,
They trying to
based
flip the script
upon
and make it seem like
my understanding, is why I believe as such as I believe. So go ahead and continue
And
on what you were saying.
I conceded to that point earlier in the conversation. Or you don't remember that?
No, what I don't
Okay,
remember,
yeah.
as you didn't answer my question as I just asked you. If you conceded to it, that means you agree upon it, right?
Right. You said, do I disagree? I said absolutely not.
Oh, okay. I didn't hear that. Okay,
Okay.
so go
Yeah.
ahead.
Of course not. We alluded to that earlier in the conversation. I
Exactly.
absolutely do not disagree with that.
Okay.
You know, when we were talking about where rape came from,
Right.
I
Okay. Okay.
conceded to
I'm
that
sorry.
point.
I didn't hear you, man. I'm sorry. I'm
It's
terribly
okay. You
sorry.
know, it's okay. But yeah, I absolutely agree with that. But my question to you is, do you honestly believe that there is not a white person that could watch that documentary? Do you really believe that every white person who watched that documentary perceives all black people that way?
When you say perceive them that way, I think white people have a preconception notion in their head already of
I
black people.
agree. I agree. However, you know, white people also have levels of blackness. Okay? They also have levels.
Okay, do expound on that because
Okay.
this is something I will have to learn. This is going to be very educational to me. Go ahead.
They have levels of blackness. Now you have your blacks like Tiger Woods, pre fucking all the white women. Okay? Tiger wasn't a real black guy. You understand me?
No, I don't, but I'm
Okay.
listening.
White people have levels of blackness. They're the typical blacks that they think are all thieves and robbers and just no good people. Those are your typical blacks.
Okay,
Then you
you
have
know
your
what I think. You know what I
exceptional
think.
blacks
Wait. Slow down because
that aren't really black.
This is what white people do. They try to confuse black people. This is what I think you're
What
basically trying to
is
say.
black people?
Wait, hold on, sir. What white people have, they are culture vultures. What they do, they steal black people culture
they
and
emulate
Absolutely.
black people.
perceive to be. Wait a minute.
Absolutely.
This is what I think you're trying to convey over because see, what white people have a tendency to do is try to confuse black people. And this is their mastery art. They confuse black people because a confused person, I mean, not even color based, is a dominated person. If I can confuse you, I can dominate you. And I think white people has mastered the art of confusion because that's what they do. They confuse people. So, in essence, what Drew was saying, by they have a level of blackness in them.
No,
That
no,
is
no, 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 no. Not in them. No, 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 no.
about
That's
them.
not. No, no.
About them.
That's not what I was saying.
Okay, wait. Did you say about them?
No, 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 no.
Okay, so what did you say?
I'm saying when it comes to black people, they have certain. They have different descriptions of what they perceive to be
Wait.
a black person.
Huh?
Exactly.
Yes, that's confusion. And that
No.
was only taught to you by someone of a master manipulator, which I would consider to be someone of Caucasian descent. This is what they do. They confuse people. They will tell you you're black one day, and they could come back the next day and say, hey, no, you know what I guess I came up with? You guys are white. Now, who has the power to be
Tell the
able to put that into law? Listen to me, man. Put that into law and make it law versus
They do.
whatever that individual called themselves. They can call themselves Moors. They can call
They
themselves.
do. Just like they call you African American
You can
now.
listen. That is confusion right there because I got people from Africa that is pure white in color.
Yes.
Listen,
Yes.
and they come here and they say, I am now an African American. And they are pure white. Listen
Yes.
to how confused. Listen, ma'am, just hear me out. Because see what you're trying to do now, you don't want to hear this because you know it. You know how you know it? Because
No,
you
no, no, no,
heard it.
no.
You
I'm
heard it
saying
before.
yes.
So let me be heard. Let the listening audience hear exactly what I'm saying. So it will be no confusion based upon my knowledge, not yours. A white man from Africa come to America, stays here, get his visa 6 months, and he say, I am now an African American. He's white. Now you tell me the confusion based upon him walking upon someone black is midnight and saying, I am an African American. He never seen this person in his life, never embodied upon him, And you can't tell me where the confusion lies. And who are able to put those titles on what a person is, what their descent is, and what they are being called based upon what? What I said you are, not you. Do you see the level of confusion that I'm speaking of? A white man from Zimbabwe come over here to New York, stays here 6 months, get his visa, and now he's a what? Considered a what? African American. Based upon what African Americans in the United States have been called all this time, African Americans.
But we haven't been called that all this time.
Oh,
It was
you know what you've
it
been
was the
called?
white
They
folks.
say we
It
got
was
a name for you.
it was the
We
white
got a
folks
name
who
for you. You
named you
might not like
African
it, but we
American.
got a name for you. You called what? Huh? You go figure that out.
They named you African American.
They named you. Who are they? Who
The
are
white
they?
people.
Who?
White people.
Who? Say it
White
again
people.
louder.
Toby.
They
Say it
named you
again
African
louder.
American.
So who has the power? I'm talking about the power.
Listen, I've gone over that with you 4 times now. We've already agreed to that.
So what are
we
we discussing at
know
this
who
point?
has the
Because
power.
we agree. We are in agreement. So
we
what
are
we
in complete agreement on that.
We are in agreement on what?
We're in complete agreement. Absolutely.
So what are we speaking upon between us at this point?
I thought you were speaking to the audience. That's what you said. You were speaking to the people.
Audience because see, I don't think the audience even conceptualized what I just stated.
Audience high as hell right now.
I don't think they even conceptualized what I just stated until it was just notated. And
I don't think a lot of people
that knows this power structure for them to agree upon it. Because other than that, they're gonna say JoJo's just talking outside of his head. But see, when you get someone that has and knows someone in that power structure, they agree upon it.
When you know what the power structure is, there is no denying it. How there is no denying it. There is no denying it.
I wish it was an individual up here right now, which is Levi. I wish he was up here right now. But I hope he's
Lord. I don't, but okay.
Because he understands this concept that I'm stating from afar. He understands exactly what I'm saying.
I understand exactly what you're saying. I preached it for many.
I don't know. Your phone is breaking up on me, but
I'm breaking up.
I love having conversations with you because I always knew it was something. You understand this power structure.
Absolutely. I mean, how could I not? What I don't understand is how
you picked it up osmosis.
I didn't pick it up osmosis. I've lived it.
Exactly. In order to live
I've
it,
lived
you have
it.
to be around it. And you
lived it too.
You had a privilege. You had a privilege. You had a underlying privilege. And you know you did.
Don't deny that either.
Hey, I know.
I don't deny that.
I get it. Yeah. Now, you have to ask yourself, one of your stature, well, how did he pick it up? Meaning me.
Life. And you could very possibly be correct about me, but I think that just life.
I get it.
I mean, you look at it.
You didn't ask to be here in that, I get that. That's why I said I can have a conversation with you every day, all day.
When you live life and when you pay attention,
all of your stance, but I can have a conversation with you.
Come on, man.
When you pay attention to what goes on in this world,
oh my God,
there are certain things that you just can't deny. I've been saying this for decades. People think I'm crazy.
Yeah, I think you are.
Pardon me?
Because you go to sleep dreaming about, I hope I'll kill you 100 years.
I don't go to sleep dreaming about any damn thing. Let me tell you, R. Kelly ain't in my dreams, but I do hope he gets 100 years.
Well, see, this is how.
You sound muffled. Sky, you had something to say?
Let JoJo finish being diplomatic, and then I tap in during the ignorant session. Go ahead, JoJo.
No, Sky. You know, we 110, but I have to speak on a level that we all can conceptualize and get. But
right,
I understand it. I know it. I know the walk. I've been through the walk. I am part of the walk. So
that's right. Go ahead,
by all means necessary, get in where you fit in and speak
where did Keller go?
Speak on that shit.
I'm here.
Oh, okay.
Okay, can you hear me now?
Progress, talk and speak again because your phone was muffled.
All right, can you hear me now?
Yeah, I can hear you. That sounds good. Go ahead.
All right. The only thing I said, I think that lady go to sleep at night and be dreaming. Like, yo, like wake up in the middle of the night, yo, damn, I hope R. Kelly get 100 years.
What you
Damn, I hope he
think
get
and
100
what you
years.
know is two different things.
Slob
There you
coming out
go.
the mouth and there,
There you go.
slob coming out the mouth on the side of the pillow. Don't hit the side of the pillow. You suck up. Damn. I hope
I
that
think you're
nigga.
describing your experience for R. Kelly to be free.
What
Don't
Sky?
project
Sky?
that.
Sky? You
Don't
Sky? You
project
there?
that over here.
If
Is
he will be
Sky
free,
there?
put it over where? This is Angel platform. What you mean?
I'm here,
Put it
JoJo.
over there.
I want to hear. I want to hear your opinion based upon what we just discussed. Please.
I feel like okay. I feel like if you like I told you, if you do not have no knowledge of what you're speaking, you should not speak it. Because if you speak something that you do not have no knowledge of, you have no understanding.
Oh boy.
Understanding is the best part. Because like if you talk about anything, like Miss Angie could be talking to us about law stuff, but we can't grasp it if we don't have no understanding of what we're talking about.
Somebody got a echo.
Yeah.
Somebody got a
It ain't,
Mac,
reverb.
you got a relay back, baby.
What was that?
it ain't, it ain't.
You had a relay back.
Is that me?
Little Mac.
Is that Mac? Mac up here? I didn't see Mac. Mac up here?
Little Mac, you had a relay back.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I know you
What
got
you
something to say.
think,
You told me you had something to say.
No. I was asking Sky. I wanted to get her
Okay,
opinion.
here I go, JoJo. Okay, this is what I'm gonna say. Okay, JoJo, we dealing with people that don't come from righteousness, and they don't come even from a space of logic. Okay, so what you are talking about is something that is innately factual, and when you try to say that to people who come from the two things that don't come from the two things that I just stated, it floats on deaf ears. Okay, because they believe that what they believe is the truth, regardless of what history has stated, regardless of life experience has stated, regardless of facts have stated. Do you see what I'm saying? So
Mhm.
it's almost like a waste of time, and it's really sad because people, like you're saying, with the whole thing from slavery, anybody who has understood the history, they understand the effects of how it affected colored folks. Okay. And the term African American is a term that, yes, they gave us because it is now deemed politically correct. Okay. They didn't want to say Negro, they didn't want to say color. So now in
Right.
the institutions, it is deemed politically correct to use African Americans.
Right.
Okay.
Right. Right. And that's what I was trying to convey over to lady of leisure, because these are terms. Terms are something that is they they are artificial.
Oh, I know.
This is something they created. And who are they? Who are the people that able to create all of these different borders? See, we can get broad with this. There was no such thing as borders,
Right.
no such
Right.
thing as nationalities, and all of these abstract concepts that they have created. And who create them? See, lady of leisure, when you're sitting at your dinner table with the ones that you know have done that, you need to ask them why. You can't ask me why. I
I
am
haven't
part.
asked you. Wait a minute.
I
Hold on.
am part of this
Hold on.
system. I
I
am
have
part.
not asked you why.
No, no,
I
no.
didn't pose that
I
question.
said when you have, if you have a why in your head, because I think you understand it. So you don't have to ask that question anymore. Because this is why I say that. Because you understand it, because you grew up around it.
But didn't
Unbeknownst to your
you?
understanding,
Didn't
you
you?
have grew up around that. So
But didn't you?
no, I didn't.
Really?
What I grew up around is egotism. are eager to go out and understand why. The
Mm.
why was to find out why is such a thing called race. You understand that?
Yes, I do.
So
Little man,
that's what I
what's up?
grew up around. And it wasn't taught to me. It was something I had to balance myself in life to go out and seek and understand why did race play a boundary that limited me and advancing me. That's what I had to go out and figure out.
Okay.
Why was if I'm black and I'm able to do this thing better than a Caucasian person versus a Caucasian person being able to do something better than they thought I couldn't do. Now, listen to that last statement very carefully as I
I
say it.
heard it. I heard it.
That's what I'm talking about. The system.
I understand the system. I know what the system is.
So it's not me blaming anyone. I'm not saying all white people, but the ones that do, the ones that take that system and use it to their advantage, you better look out because it is a well-tooled machine.
It
And
always
I'm
has
not
been. It was
when I say
designed to be.
when I say the system of white supremacy, I'm not talking about no white person riding around in no beat up Ford Chevy truck calling you nigger. That is not white supremacy.
Right. Right.
White supremacy is a artificial construct that's been put together by the ones that's in power and are
High up.
able to make decisions that factor in your everyday life. And I've gave the 9 areas of activity that they control. Truth be told, if you like it or not, you don't have to believe nothing Joseph is saying. Put it to a test and see who is in control of those 9 areas of people activity.
Right, since you going that way.
Hold
It's
up.
that
Progress, you
simple.
had something to say.
That shit was
I'm
good,
gonna
yo.
lag.
Oh
Who's saying
shit.
something? Go
Progress.
ahead.
Oh, that was progress. You can go ahead, progress.
Okay, y'all sound the same.
That wasn't funny, nigga.
Who?
It's funny to me.
Anybody got something?
I'm still trying to figure out how we're claiming that the documentary was factual. Okay,
Now
I
let's talk
still
about
don't
the documentary.
I
Lord,
don't understand how, because based on what Angie
You,
said, it could be deemed presidential
if you
and it
look
could
at the
also
people
be
who,
deemed to have hearsay.
if you look at the people that was in the case that was in the documentary, we got um, Demetrius. You have
I never claimed it
Sharonda.
was factual. I never seen it.
Uh, uh,
I'm
So
gonna say,
if we
I'm gonna
basing
say
this
it have the same elements. I'm
around people
gonna
that
say it
was
have the
in the
same elements.
documentary, oh, that's what we basing this upon.
What you say?
I never saw the
Well,
documentary.
we basing it upon what happened in court. You know,
But
as
we
far
saying we're not talking about court. We're talking about a documentary. We're
The
are we
only thing
basing
that
it? Are
I
we basing
asked,
this around people
no,
that was in the
no,
documentary?
no. What my question about the documentary, which never got answered, was if supporters can believe that the documentary is false, why is it they don't think someone on the jury can also believe that the documentary is false?
Well,
You
you know
know,
why?
They
You know
did.
why?
They did.
Because the world is based upon sensationalism. Sensationalism,
and you
and
don't
this
think that you don't think that people don't know what sensationalism is?
I think they understand exactly what sensationalism is. I think the world has been bought into sensationalism to believe anything they see that's broadcast, and they put it in a way that it is presented as to be factual. This is what we have been taught, not only on this documentary,
Oh,
amongst
The,
other things that's been televised,
this this
and
whole
they
situation.
propagate it to their sense and sensationalize it as it to be true. And it's all kind of different facets based upon that documentary that will make you to believe that it is factual.
I didn't see the
Well, I've
documentary.
seen it.
I
I've
don't know
seen it.
how it was presented.
I've seen the documentary, and I've seen what played out in court, and I can say what happened in court was far worse than the documentary.
Oh my God.
Well,
Okay.
yeah.
that's a matter of opinion based upon the documentary versus what's in court. So I don't know how that is congruent and how it matches in for you to make that statement, but
It
you know,
So
you
doesn't.
made it.
It doesn't
Well, you
because
haven't seen it, so you haven't
based
seen
on
it.
everything that
uh,
was said in court was lies. So that's the only thing that matched up with the documentary. I
But
mean,
when
that's
she
it.
said that the jurors, why they didn't believe that the documentary wasn't factual, well, for one, you
I
know what I'm
didn't
saying, they already
I didn't say that. My
what
question was, if you can believe that the documentary is false, why can't you believe that someone else who watched it believes that it's false as well?
I just answered that. I think I
because
did.
because
No,
Bojane
that was to the guy who just started talking. That wasn't to you.
Bojane is claiming that if you saw the documentary, you automatically is going to say he's guilty,
That's
and you
not what
shouldn't
she's
be seated.
claiming. That's
And you
not
shouldn't be
true.
but
seated.
if you
You-
but
That's
if
not true. She stated that it's certain jurors that have seen the documentary
should be
gave
different.
statements that were
re,
biased towards Kales.
No, she said
re,
if you saw the
regardless
documentary,
No,
you shouldn't be
she
seated at
said
all.
is that's what she said
You shouldn't be seated at
in
all if you
her
saw it.
brief.
she,
She said that if they saw the documentary, anybody who saw the documentary should not have been on the jury. That's what she
That
said.
part as
Well, you
well
know
she's
what?
right.
because
She's
that
right.
that
Can I
That
speak?
hold
is
on, wait,
something.
let me say something because that part as well because based on what Angie just said, okay, as we know, she said because maybe it could be deemed prejudicial and maybe because it included some hearsay. So with that being said, then yes, why would you want somebody to have
Right.
seen something
That
that is
is a
prejudicial?
constitutional law. I
But
mean,
but
that's the right.
but
Right.
if you look at just this
Oh
sector, right?
God, man.
And your
We
life
have people who've seen the
Well, you know what,
documentary on both
Scott? You know,
sides.
you just said
Regardless, if you
you're not gonna get anyone to look at this from the lenses of you
I'm
see it
just giving a I'm just
versus
giving an
it don't
example.
no. This
it
is no
don't
knock on you,
That's
Keller. No,
oh
this is
my
no knock on you. But this is just factual. Let me just show you how America is divided upon what they believe in. You're not
Right, it's
going to get
divided. My point
anyone.
exactly, it's divided.
Yes,
oh,
you're not.
see,
Yes,
we
and
gotta take you
It
out there,
it's a belief
We've
system.
seen the same thing, and we still. Some people say
Exactly.
this, some people
That's
that.
what I was trying to state. So Sky
Well,
made a
according to
very valid
Bojane, you
point.
can't be divided. According to Bojane, you're unable to be
Well, you know
divided.
why it can't? Because she's dealing with it from a constitutional standpoint,
No,
Keller.
she's
It
dealing with it as a
no,
strategy
no,
standpoint.
no,
She's dealing with
exactly.
it
regardless
as a
if
strategy
you've seen
standpoint.
that
well, you know what?
documentary, nobody
If you call it a strategy standpoint, you need to go blame your system.
The white man, right?
They came up with
Viewing
it.
it as the white man. I'm sorry.
No, it's not the white man. It can be whoever you want to call it. If you want to make
I'm gonna call it
mockery
the
of
white
it,
man.
you can call him black. But
Oh,
it is the constitutional law that she's basing it upon. So
no, she's not. No,
okay,
because no,
so tell me what she's basing it around.
Strategy.
it's strategy.
It is a
Because
strategy based upon what she has to have
So that's
the
what she
rights
has.
and liberty to
she,
do
no,
Got to
so.
do her job.
hold on.
listen,
She is
listen.
basing. She is her strategy. She's using the Constitution as a part of her
I
strategy.
just
So he's
said that.
right. He's right. She's using the Constitution.
Where in the
regardless of your
Constitution?
opinion about the
Hold
documentary.
on.
You talk,
No.
lady. Let me talk. You done talk on for about 4 hours.
Where in the Constitution does it say that a juror cannot see something prejudicial and not be on the jury?
Hell no, I won't want your mind.
That sounds
Especially
crazy.
if you seen that
Well,
documentary.
What it say in the
Hell, the
Constitution, though?
prosecution. The prosecution
It's
want
not.
nobody.
Go ahead, Lamar.
The prosecution want to know about on that seen it neither, because they can look at it either say it was some bullshit and it's a bunch of lies. It go both ways.
That's a good point, Lamar.
You're
But the
right.
Constitution, though.
Absolutely.
That's a good point. But
Absolutely.
the thing, what the Constitution states, what his rights are, is that he has the right to have a juror, whether or not they've seen it or not. The bottom line is, can they be unbiased?
Exactly.
Set aside their personal feelings to say, I can set aside maybe I've seen or heard these things in the past, but right now today, as I serve in this jury, I can be in panel and I can say, hey, I can make a decision just based on what I hear in this case.
Exactly.
And I can be unbiased. So,
and that's all they have to say. That's all they have to say. They can see the documentary. They can see the documentary as long as they claim that seeing that documentary doesn't interfere with the way that they look at the evidence.
Are you for real? Please let me say something, y'all. Please, just let me say something, and then I'm gonna be quiet. I can't believe she said that, because that's like me saying to one of the people I don't like, I like you, but I'm gonna act like I like you just for the sake of being peaceful. That's double talking.
It's not double talking.
That is I truly don't like you. I'm just telling you I like you, but I truly don't like you. So you're telling me that these jurors are saying I'm biased about him, but I'm gonna tell you right now that I'm not gonna be biased.
They didn't say they was biased.
They didn't say they were biased, and that's not what I said. What I said was a juror can watch the documentary and be impaneled as long as they say that they can be impartial, regardless of seeing the documentary, that they can base their decision on the evidence in that case.
Because if you watch that documentary, it's people out here that right now that loved R. Kelly. Until they seen that damn documentary, they turned against him. That documentary has persuaded people to turn against him. It's that simple.
I'm not saying that it hasn't.
So a juror can come in at first before, let's say, before the lady, whoever, or the man, whoever goes to court, or whoever the jury is, if before they watch the documentary, they say they didn't watch the documentary, then they watch the documentary before they go to trial. Oh, they can say he's guilty. You can't put it in there. It's not right. Jennifer is right. That documentary should not have a place in this case.
Jennifer is not right.
I don't believe that you can't be non-biased by seeing that documentary. But hell, I watched the shit. I thought he did the shit. When I seen it, until I start seeing what's what. Come on now. And then let's say like if Starlight.
Okay, wait a minute. Wait.
They had a little creepy music behind it.
Let Mac finish. Y'all don't let y'all ain't let Mac finish.
Let's say Skylight was on the jury and she believed R. Kelly's free and she seen the documentary and she saying it's some BS. So what's that point? It go both ways. You just can't up and just.
I agree with you. I agree with you.
So what's the problem then? What about her putting it into motion?
The problem is she's claiming that just by seeing the documentary, they should have been excluded as jurors.
Right.
And that's just no, they shouldn't have.
It's so should be.
That's her theory. That's her theory. That doesn't mean that it's correct. That's just because you got to think about it. When they prepare these briefs, They are preparing a persuading argument for the judge. Okay.
And the judge is not going to be persuaded by that because the judge knows.
Okay. So why do when during trial, why do they tell the jurors not to watch anything on the news pertaining to R. Kelly? Then why they tell them that? Why they tell them that then?
Because one because the jury was what's the word I'm looking for? Lost
partially sequestered.
Yeah, it was partially sequestered. So that's part of the rules and the regulations, right? The rules. So they can't watch anything that may be prejudicial to the jury. Anything like that, they have to keep that away from the jury, but from influencing their decision. They only want them to go by what is presented in the trial, not any outside influences. So that's why they tell them that. And
so y'all saying the documentary wasn't no influence?
What I'm saying is, okay, you just said this yourself, and that's what I was trying to jump in and make that point. You said you saw the documentary and you thought he was guilty until you seen and heard other things, right?
Right.
Okay. Why can't a juror do the same? Why couldn't a juror have seen the documentary and then heard what they heard in court and make their decision based on that? Why is it that you don't think?
I'm gonna shut up. We both.
The OA jury could have.
Exactly.
OA jury could have no problem.
But then when the jury get an autograph on already.
I didn't hear that part.
Yeah,
that's not me. That's probably.
I said then one of the jurors that was on his case get an autograph from Gloria already. Was it?
Yeah,
I don't know.
They said progress. I think that's what they said.
So do you want that lady on your? Do you want that juror on deciding your life? And she just got an autograph for one of many accusers that she is suing for. She got an autograph for them.
Well, you know what, progress. You know what, that's a good point. That's a good point because you know what, I don't even think Jbo expounded on the detriment.
I get what the lady's saying. The lady saying, I agree. I just feel like nobody that's seen that documentary should be.
And I know that's how a lot of people feel, but when you go by the instructions, you can't exclude somebody just on that. As long as a juror says that they can be impartial.
That's
and
one
you
thing.
Believe that they can be on the jury.
Let me say something, please.
There's one thing. One of the jurors got a autograph from Gloria already. One of the people that was on his deciding his case got a autograph from that lady. Why would you want that lady on your deciding your fate?
And like I was saying, you're making a good point because here's the thing: if a juror is out there getting an autograph from a lady that makes a living off of Gusumba on behalf of victims for all kind of sexual abuse and all those type of allegations, then there can be a argument for being, for a juror to have, maybe like already have their mind against, people who are accused of these type of charges. So that's a good point. Progress. I don't even think Jbo expounded on that in her motion. So that's a good point.
But do we even know that actually happened, or was it just a rumor? Because I never heard that before.
Keep pushing that. How about they setting all those setting up in there, 12 Jews setting up in that room, trying to, you know what I'm saying, figure this man's faith out, right? But you got this one right here, just got an autograph from Gloria Ivory. She pushing it. No. He gets. But that's the one that got
let me tell you something. Let me just say this. Let me just say this. And you're right, because you do have those jurors. But let me tell you this. It takes a hell of a lot for one juror to change the mind of 11.
But look, you can't You can't help but change. You
It
can't
takes a
you can't help but
hell
change
of
the
a
mind of
lot
11
for
if they
one juror to
listen.
change the mind of 11.
But
Now,
yeah,
you can
you
have
look, look,
11
look.
jurors change the mind of one, but it
I'm
takes
gonna
a
tell you
hell of
why.
a lot
I'm gonna
for
tell you
one
why.
juror to
Half
change the
of
mind of 11.
Right.
Right.
them already half of them
And
already
10
done seen
hours
the
at that.
documentary. Half of them already done seen the documentary, right?
How long
Half
they
of them
was in
already
there?
seen
No,
the
half of
documentary.
them didn't
But
see the
listen.
documentary.
But then they already done seen the documentary and already done gave their expose, whatever you call it, on that, right? But then you got this extra one right here, this one in the corner, this one that ran up to Gloria Ariel and got the autograph. I don't know what she putting on a damn piece of paper. She got her autograph and then come back to the jury panel and decide your fate. Now, mind you, these people already seen the documentary. They say they're already skeptical about what's going on. This lady come back, yeah, yeah. I got this. I got Gore already. I got her autograph.
Right.
Yeah,
That
this
that
man
ain't
get
right
this
now.
shit. This
That
man
ain't
get
right
this shit.
now.
They nailed that man to the cross. They nailed that man to the
You got a
cross for
lady.
nothing.
Here, I want to know this. How did she get her autograph?
Yeah,
Because
it's
the
just
jury was
go back and read
sequestered during the
it.
trial.
See you late. See you late to the party. Go back. It's in there.
How did she get her? No, how did she get her autograph though?
She
I
got it.
don't know, but they
Was it
will say
after
that
Was
the
it?
happened. I don't know
trial?
though. I don't
You want to
know.
bet $100? You want to bet $100? She got it. Whoever the
Was it
jury was,
was
I'm
it
No,
telling
no.
after?
I'm just
you, this is a
asking.
memory.
No, I'm asking for a reason because
If I ain't hearing nothing else,
while
if I
the
ain't hearing
jurors
anything else,
were
I
No.
ain't hearing nothing
during
else.
the
I heard that
trial,
part.
I never heard that. And I ain't saying it's not true. I'm just saying I
Did
never
you
heard
want
that
somebody
before.
else? I mean,
Lady
I'm
Okay,
Lucy,
can
saying,
I
it was
say
in the
something
can
real
I ask
quick?
a question?
it was in
Would you want
Jbo'S
somebody like that
video.
on your on your jury
What,
deciding your fate?
but was it after it was said and done?
Right. Was it after the fact? Because, and I'm asking
No
because
matter if it was said and done. It don't matter if it was afterward. She
it
had to
does
go get
matter.
that anyway.
If
It
they
does
sequester, it's a
matter.
violation.
It
But
does
That's a
matter.
what
breach
about
of
the one that
security.
said Jeffrey Epstein
It
is his
don't matter if
less
it's
favorite
before.
person?
It will matter before, in the middle, or after.
I would say this. I would say this,
The
I
Lady
think
story
it
Lucy.
matters.
already
I think
inside.
it does
If
matter
you
when
go
it
to the
happened.
I,
if you go
I
to the
would. I,
autograph from the person that's suing your ass and you my juror, come on, man.
I
if
You take
think
this
it
if
credibility.
matters. Listen, just hear me out.
Yes, it
Yeah,
And
at
matters.
I
least
could be
say
wrong. I
say what
could
they
be
said
wrong.
Jeffrey Epstein.
I
I
wouldn't
could be
never want to
wrong.
like that.
But I
What's your
think
name?
it
If I
matters
ever get in
when
trouble,
Hold
if I
on,
see your
progress.
name cross, I say, hell no. Hell no. Hell no. I don't
Progress.
think they'll lay on
But
my
that's fine.
Nope,
But progress
nope,
that
not
does
you.
sound an ineffective counsel though. There's no
Not
way in
you.
hell that
You
Candy
won't make no
them should
damn
have
shit.
had. There's no way Candy, Nicole, them should have had any of them motherfuckers as jurors. I don't know how they even got in there. Like that's crazy to me.
so considering Bojane is Bojane, if that would have happened while they was supposed
He
to be
won't get.
sequestered, that would have been all throughout her goddamn.
He won't
I
get.
think so
Can
too.
I make a
Yeah.
It's
point,
in there.
please? That let me dispute the point that you
Y'all
guys
better
tried
do
to make. Okay, you all tried to make a point in using Little Mac and the fact that he stated that he saw the documentary and that he even thought that Kells was guilty. You cannot use Mac in this equation because the average person who is not a Kell supporter, not following the case, is damn sure not going to go pull up any information from Pacer and read the damn transcripts. Okay.
it.
If
Right.
you argue with anybody about this case, they're going to send you clips from the news media. Every person that all of my friends who don't like Kels, they send me stuff from the national news and popular news. They ain't sending me nothing from the media. So you can't use Mac as and compare him like a regular everyday citizen. They know what they see on TV. They know what they saw on the documentary. They don't know anything else. Okay?
But they
That's
look
not
at the
realistic.
evidence as well.
No, I don't know about anyone else, but
Jeffrey just mentioned that it wasn't no real evidence.
I was speaking about the jurors. That's why I
That's what
made
we're
that
talking
Who
point.
about.
got that autograph from
Okay,
girl?
you can use that because, like he said, he thought it was true until he got other
Little
evidence. The
Lady
jurors
Deidre,
are sitting there with all the evidence.
Little Mac
So
is
If you got an
following the
autograph from the
case.
man when it's
The
on
average
you,
citizen is not following the case. They're not getting on YouTube lives
Right.
while listening to the transcripts. They're not doing it. That's not factual. That's not. You can't compare him to an everyday citizen that just happens to come across some Kel's
Right,
information. That's not
that
realistic.
that
right,
that's
right.
that's not what I was
Most
doing.
people are
I was
getting their
talking about the
information from the
jurors who
media.
are sitting there in the trial listening to the evidence. They're
Andrew, can
in
I
the
say something?
trial listening to the evidence. I was
He's
talking
being
about
I
the
wanted,
jurors
about the
I
in the
wanted,
truth.
I
trial
wanted that
listening
lady,
to the evidence.
Yeah.
I wanted that lady that was
Just
saying
What
that
just
what
you
he
mention that
gets
gonna
out
frame the
Jojo.
later
damn
is
autograph
something
she
the
got.
jury done already heard.
She gonna frame that autograph. Look. They go to Ken K. Guess what? She got her hand in her right pocket, bro. She got her hand in her right pocket, bro. Hold on to that autograph. Like, damn. I got,
Andrew, can I
I got,
say
I got
something?
Glory. I got
Send it to
Glory
me.
Alred. I got Glory Alred. Damn, signature. Got her autograph
I
and
know.
everything. Yeah,
I
Ken
know
going down
about it.
today.
Damn, fuck.
Andrew, can I say something?
Go ahead.
Do it.
Go ahead, Shaw, baby.
After the trial was over with, I just want to let them know because they keep wondering what's going on. After the trial was over with, the lady asked the bailiff, the guy that be with them the whole time,
Right.
she asked him could he go and get it from her because she was a fan of hers. So that's how she
Oh
got
my
it.
God.
After the trial was over.
But what?
Okay.
You want somebody like that on your jury? Hell
It
no.
don't matter
Yeah,
regardless when she
it's
got it.
after the
Her
It
fact.
do
intent
It's
was
after
matter.
the
It
fact.
does
It
matter
do
when she
matter.
got
but
it.
it was
Oh, it matters when she got it. It absolutely matters
You
when they
No,
know
got
what?
it.
You know
from
what
what
I
I
It
think?
matter
remember,
before
it
she
was
Let's go,
got
in
it.
the
Bishop. Question.
It
middle
matter
of the
before she got
trial when
to her
she
mindset.
asked.
And
You
her
know,
mindset, if she go get an autograph from her after the fact, she roll
she
with Glory.
already thought he was
you
What
guilty.
know,
Glory?
you
What
know,
Glory
you
would
know
do?
what
And she's a
Glory
fan
was
of
suing the
Glory
hell out of R.
already.
Kelly.
She
Everything.
already knew
you
R. Kelly was guilty. She already had it in her mind that
right.
R.
I
Kelly was
think
guilty. And
Yeah.
she was
I
No
think
matter
and she
those
was
she
a
got the
fan of
core,
Glory
the middle, the
already.
apple.
I think
She
those
already
gen-
had in her
And
mind like, yeah,
it could
motherfucker, I'm
oh
finna get off gate.
it could
you
be
know what
in
those
most
gentlemen
cases
are
it
actually
go
saying? It plays a part in the psyche of the mind. Meaning if it happened before or after, they came in with a psyche in their mind. I mean,
right.
far as
Yeah.
celebrity stricken or celebrity driven, they came in with a psyche in their mind. Whether she asked for it before or after, it doesn't matter because in their mind, they had this preconception notion in their
Thank you,
head.
Mr. JoJo.
This is their argument. And this is what I think they're trying to argue. And I agree with them. Look,
That
for
that
her
is
to
her argument. That's her argument. Like, because she's saying that the juror probably had a preconceived notion, and that
absolutely
a person is already guilty. So that's what Jbo'S trying to
exactly.
argue. But Lady Leisure is also correct, saying that it does matter when they got the autograph, because one, it's a violation
So
of the
Exactly.
judge's rules, and
yes.
then two, Jbo would most definitely be arguing, if it happened during the trial or I snuck break, like a break or whatever,
Right.
then of course there could be some type of violation to his rights. So yeah,
Right.
y'all both,
So that's
y'all both
that
right.
So how
it comes down to the letter of the law and how it is interpreted. And that in that case, by her getting it afterwards versus before, that can be kind of levied because they could say, you know how people can argue this. Well, the verdict was in and they came and got it afterwards.
Right.
See, this is the game these people play. This is what I'm saying. And I'm not talking about the level of the person that wanted the autograph.
You're
I'm
talking
talking
about the
about how they
system.
can play with this law.
Hmm.
Well, let me expand on what JoJo was saying, okay? Based on the psyche. We're talking about this. Let's say the lady did get it after the fact. That's even worse because that's telling me that the whole time during this trial, Kels is up for trial for his life, and your whole mindset is worried about getting an autograph from Gloria Allred. That's
Right.
damning to me.
Because here's the thing
That's
with
Right.
that.
damning.
Look, and
Hold on.
look,
Here's the
she
thing
gonna
with that,
that
Scott.
person gonna please her too.
Hold on for a second, Pro. Here's
Yes,
the
sir.
thing with that, Scott, to support what you're saying. Because she knew she was there.
Yep.
Angie, I just sent you some videos. Can you
Let
play
You
that when
me
you get a
emailed them?
chance?
Did you
video.
email
Yeah,
them?
I emailed it. Yeah.
So
Okay.
right there, that's the psyche of the mind. That's all I'm arguing right here. I'm not saying right or wrong, but
One of
what
You're
them
I'm
about the
saying
factual.
is
juror,
the
what they
Who?
talking
psyche
about
of the
now.
mind supporting what Scott said.
You're very factual because who sits up when a guy's fighting for his life and you worried about getting an autograph from somebody in the audience? Are you
Right.
kidding me?
So
And
at
out of
that
all
point, you
people,
had to
and
know
out of
she
For
all
was
the
people,
there.
main person that's suing your ass.
Well, of
right,
course she knew she was
right.
there. She
So wait,
wasn't she in the
and
courtroom?
for my argument with that lady
Yeah,
of leisure,
she was there.
to the argument to that, you know for a
Bojangles,
fact
be good.
that Gloria Allred was against R. Kelly, right?
Yes,
You do know that.
yes.
So that means the person that wants that autograph is a supporter of her. She's not a fan. That is the psyche of the
Right.
mind. That's what I'm going with. Not just
I heard you.
the celebrity
I
part.
heard you. I heard you.
It's the
Now that's a
psyche
great
of
point.
the mind.
A
So
tainted
you're
juror.
not
The
following her just for this case.
do the
You're
juror
following
first,
her.
Angie,
A tainted juror. That was
when you
a
get a
tainted
chance.
juror, OG. I
Well,
ain't
you
mean to cut
know,
you off.
we that you
And
listen.
one tainted
Hey,
juror means the whole thing needs to be
The
thrown
juror is
out.
tainted.
Hey, let me ask you a question
Because
though. Let me ask you a
if it
question.
was,
Answer this honestly. If he was
who
found,
is this directed to?
and everybody, if he was found, if he would have walked, right, would you still have concerns about the jury? The same that you
Absolutely.
have now?
I
I
wouldn't
would
have
have
concern
I
because I
would
would hold him
I
out.
would
Cause
have
cause they can do their damn job.
So
What
in
the fuck
It,
wrong
'08
with
he
it
you?
walked.
depends.
well
Hey, hey,
He
hey,
said,
let
he
Robert,
me
said
say
they would
this.
have
Let
walked
me
and we
say
would
Robert
have
this.
had
Keller,
problems. They would
let me
do their
address
job.
Robert Keller.
So let me say
It's
Can I
this.
not so
address
much
Robert
that they
Keller?
He
see that's
sounds
a
stupid
trick.
as hell right there, boy.
Gentlemen,
Can I?
gentlemen, that's a trick question. I would have
That nigga
had
sounds stupid as
concerns
shit.
with that jury.
So '08 he walked.
No,
No,
he
we're talking about
did.
now. We're
And
not going to
nothing come out
'08.
of
You asked a
nothing
question
come
Right,
out
about
of
right.
now.
08 about.
Wait,
Well,
y'all.
I'm
Let
just
JoJo
comparing the two.
finish,
I'm
guys.
comparing the two. I'm comparing the two.
Well,
So
you didn't
'08,
state that in your earlier
I didn't know
statement
I had
about the
to. I
question.
didn't know I had to. '08 he
Well, you
walked.
should have if you asking a question. What
That nigga
part
said,
of a
well, how
question
he
you
walk? Hey,
asked and
Kim,
didn't
how he walk?
report out?
How he walk,
'08
Kim?
He
'08 he
ran. He
walked.
started
And
off
left,
with
Come
the
with the
walk. He was
question.
Get
sprinting.
out of
Just come
here.
on with the question. Just
Lester,
the
how did
question
he
out.
walk in 2008, Lester?
Oh, '08 he walked, right?
This is
Um,
bullshit. This is the shit I be
and there
talking
was a
about.
juror on there saying that he
It was
didn't
all
like the
12.
way they dressed. He didn't like the way they looked. He even said, "I know it sounds ridiculous, but I disregarded everything that they said."
Because he didn't like what she had on.
Had
That
on
was Lisa Van Allen.
right.
She
Right.
got kicked out the room for
He
lying.
said he did not like what Lisa Van Allen, he didn't like the way
No,
she
Okay,
But
so
she
let me
he
looked
ask
didn't
you a
So
like
why
question.
did
what
they
she
bring it
looked
up?
like, he didn't
Why
like
did
what
they
she
bring it up
Well, let
in
me
wore,
that
ask you
she got
statement
and
this.
he
though?
courtroom for
disregarded
lying.
everything
Wait a
she had
minute.
to
Wait a
say.
minute.
That
Okay,
falls
I
just like
can't
in
hear
this
none of y'all.
situation.
well, let me ask
It's the
you this.
lawyer's fault.
By he or she making that statement, was that a determining factor on how he uh came with his decision of him being guilty or innocent? Did he make
He
that
he said
statement?
he
said what he
disregarded. He
said, he
said it.
disregarded everything that she said because
Based
Because
he
she
didn't
was
upon
like the
lying.
way
based
she
upon
looked,
You,
based upon the way she looked.
you
where is
guys are
that
ridiculous.
in
You
writing?
guys are
Where is
ridiculous.
that in writing?
Hold on. Let me please, y'all. Let me
Angie,
say something.
can you play that
Y'all
screen?
are ridiculous
Very
because
Allen was sucking wood from here to
Keller,
last
you
year.
are
I didn't say
ridiculous.
I didn't want to hear audio. I said where's that in writing?
We're gonna hear
But
it from his
wait.
juror himself.
You hearing it from audio.
But hold on. Let me please say
Where is
something,
it in
Keller.
writing?
Keller, you are ridiculous
I
because the
appreciate it.
jurors themselves have said stuff that was the juror themselves said, we know that he had allegations of having sex with girls, and they basically feel
Hey,
some kind of way about it. That has nothing to do with what this guy is about to say. That is not more damning.
Right.
So
Yeah,
you
don't get
a
in the
joke.
weeds with him.
You a
Yeah,
Angie,
don't get in
joke.
the
can
weeds
you
with him,
play that when
y'all.
you get a
Hold
chance,
on,
Angie?
I
Right.
y'all.
just
Hold on. Go ahead. Wait a
Go ahead.
minute. Hold on, real quick, y'all. Let me play this.
Couldn't believe that the woman. I know it sounds ridiculous. The way they dress, the way they act, I didn't like them. I voted again. I disregarded all what they said.
Well, don't nobody ask you what you liked. Yeah. Look at the
Oh
Are you
Lord, I know you
serious?
get that ball
That's
head.
what you going with?
Uh,
Yeah.
Oh
So
my
JoJo,
God.
they think that's worse than a juror saying
He's
he had
reaching,
sex
man.
with little girls and I feel some way about it. That
So
that
he
is
said,
ridiculous.
hold on. He said, he
You a
even said
joke,
out his
dude.
mouth, I know,
You a
he said,
joke.
I know this sound ridiculous. He said, I
What
know
little
this
girl?
sound ridiculous.
Oh my God, man.
Uh,
Hold up.
uh,
Did you get his full? Did you get his full interview?
I think
listen to me.
killing
Listen to me. He said,
Um,
he said,
go ahead. Go ahead.
no, that's all he had. That's all they,
That's
that's all they,
all. That's
that's
all
all they
they.
put on,
That's
that's
all
all
you
they put,
heard.
that's all they put on there.
And
So
that's
it's
all
Wait a
they do
minute,
to get
Keller. What I'm
somebody
that's,
like
asking
you
you.
riled up.
What
That's
I'm
what
asking
y'all
you,
do.
sir.
Y'all take clips that are chopped and screwed and try and
Exactly.
use
What I'm
that as
asking you.
relevant.
Did
That's
you get the
bullshit.
whole full interview? So you think he sat there in that seat and that's all he said?
he said, I'm going, he said,
That's
I
not what I
know
just
this,
asked you, sir.
listen to me. He
Okay.
said,
Answer the question.
he said, I know this sound ridiculous, but the way that they look and the way that they dress, I disregarded
Can we get the
everything that they
full
said.
video, please? Thank you.
That's what
I'm
they
saying
have.
the full
No,
in.
I
I'ma
want the
ask you,
full
Keller.
interview.
I don't have the
Keller.
Just
full
like with
interview
the
What
documentary,
I'm
we want
asking
the
you,
full
Keller,
interview.
is is that what you think he sat there and said the whole maybe 30
So,
minutes of an interview?
I'm pretty sure he said a lot more than that
Okay, so why
Okay,
don't you
then.
just take that part and run with it?
because he
Because
Because
said
it
that.
that's
fits
the
you
Y'all
part
in the
got
that's
some
narrative.
type of
relevant.
leverage.
Because he
That's
was a juror, and that's the
Because it
part
fits
that's
his narrative.
relevant to him
Out of here,
being a
man.
juror
You can't
and to
run that shit
him.
on me, man. Don't
Un-
start that shit, man.
There, Drew Payne. Everybody be in jail for your ass. What's her name?
And that's what you wanted her to play.
Yeah.
But see, but
Okay,
also
won't you play?
let's
Listen.
What the hell
Since
they
you
say
want to
that
go
shit too
there,
small? I can't see it.
Angie, Angie,
yeah.
could you
This lady,
play where um
everybody be in jail for
Jane
your
Doe number 5 saying her parents knew exactly where she was and she was well taken care of? Could you play that?
yes, please.
We
Yeah,
got
I
it.
got
We
to
got
see
our
if I can
whole
find it.
testimony. We got our entire testimony.
Man,
No,
get
no, we
out of
want to
here,
hear the
man.
clip. Like you presented
No,
a
you
portion
don't
of the
have to
clip.
do it.
We
You
would
don't have
like
to
to hear
Wait a
the
do it. I'm
minute.
clip.
just
So
making a
let me
point.
ask you this. Let me ask you this. So you believe Jane?
Do I
Who?
believe Jane in what aspect?
You
Which Jane?
you asking to play her? So
No,
are
do you believe what that gentleman
what?
just said when
Okay,
you didn't hear his whole
so you gonna ask the
testimony?
question with a question? I got you. I
Yeah.
got
Okay,
You
Jane,
let
better
me
get
show
it.
you
I'm
this right
out of
here.
here. I'm hungry. I'm going to smoke some weed and eat.
Let
Oh
me show
no.
you this.
Appreciate you all.
That's Lady Alicia.
Yes.
Lady Alicia, I
hey,
Okay.
Yes,
don't
sir.
listen. I don't know when I'll see you again, but I would love when Angie go live, and if I pop up there, I would love for you to come back because I love having constructive conversations with you, right
Thank
or
you.
wrong, against or for. But you raise an opinion, I raise mine, and
Yes.
it's not
And that's what we do.
combative,
It's not.
and it's just
It's
us
okay to
having
have difference
constructive
of opinion.
conversation. I would
Yes.
love for you to come back, and
who
Thank you
cares?
so
I
much,
would love for you to
JoJo.
come back, Mac, and Progress. I mean, I love having talking to you guys, man, and that guy up there in the left hand corner, it is what it is with him.
Oh, Lord.
Oh
Angie,
We gotta
yes.
become
keep doing
killer.
what you do, baby. Love you.
All
I'm
right.
out of
Thank you.
here.
Love you too. Thank you so much.
you.
Peace out, everybody.
All right, lady. All right,
All
lady. Talk
righty.
to you.
All right.
Hey,
Don't
look,
let him
You.
corrupt your
Thank
mind.
you, lady.
Don't worry.
Hey, Killer,
Okay,
listen.
can I say something, please? Let me say something based on what Kelly tried to say. Let's go with the little portion of the interview that the guy did said. What is the problem with him saying that because he didn't like the way she dressed, that he didn't believe what she said?
The
I
point.
don't think there's anything wrong with that.
Okay, here's the
Because
point
if
I'm
she was
making.
dressed like a hoe
Okay.
and somebody who he didn't think was intelligent, then he has the right to think that. There's nothing you can say about it.
So here's the point I'm making. If you don't have a problem with him and what he said, you shouldn't have a problem with none of the jurors. That's
What
the point
he
I'm
said
making.
is lightweight. The
That's
jurors
the
basically
point I'm making.
no. You're trying to compare 160. This Keller's best thing. He likes to put cherries with bananas. That you can't compare. You can't compare somebody stating that I know that Kells have had previous allegations
If
and
that
previous court
juror would have
cases. That
said,
he said,
if
I
that
ain't talking over you. I ain't talking over you. They basically came out and said, I know that he has had previous allegations of sleeping with young girls, and they basically feel some kind of way about it. How do you compare that to what this guy said? I don't like what they had on. There's no comparison, Keller.
okay, I'll say it again. I say it again. He said, I disregarded everything that they
There's
said
nothing
because.
wrong with that. He has the right
So you gonna talk over me after
to.
I did
Yeah,
after.
you did me.
Shit.
All right, go ahead.
No, go ahead. I'm quiet.
No, go ahead.
I'm quiet.
Somebody said they ate
Get
a
it out.
couple of
So
Let me
you
know when I
both
can talk under.
Kelly, you both facing the word disregarded. Because see, we did that's what you banking this on. But you didn't hear the whole conversation.
We heard what was relevant.
Oh, okay.
He
Based upon what? To
See?
fit your narrative.
Y'all is a joke. Yes, relevant to fit your narrative. That's why y'all a joke,
Hey
Keller.
Scott, it's based around to fit his narrative. That's all
But
it
see,
is.
that's what they do. They take
I
Jojo.
know
They
that's
take
what
bits
they
and
do.
pieces of this video. They'll take bits and pieces of that one, and then act like it's a full.
I got another.
Like it's a
Man, we don't want to
full,
hear no
a
more of your bits and
mouthful.
pieces,
I got
man.
another bits
Yeah,
and
it's
pieces.
a mouthful of bullshit.
I got another bits and pieces. So
Nobody
Bojin,
want to hear that, man.
We don't
Your
want
end
to
don't
hear that.
play it. How
so
about
check
that?
this out. Hold on, Angie. So you read the motion earlier, and they brought in age ain't nothing but a number, and they said and you was like, oh, they even brought that in. So I got another clip that I want you to play, and they asked them
No, Joe.
how.
Wait. What was wrong? What was the thing with AJ number the number?
Ain't nothing wrong with it, but I'm just saying that they said that he didn't come up with this. So I got a clip where they asked him where did this title come from? AJ number. So
But
if you
why
can
do
play
you
that.
always have? See, you
I'm
have
just going.
clips.
Hold on,
Here's
Scott. I'm
the
just going off of what
video.
happened today. What she read. I'm just going
Somebody
off of what
breaking
she
up.
read earlier. Sam.
I know this guy hit for his name. His name Robert. Boy, I know
So
you hit
Scott,
that.
hold on, Scott. Progress. Scott, so did you hear what I read earlier about what they said about AJ number the number?
No, ma'am, I didn't.
Okay, so that's why she said what she said. You didn't hear what she said earlier. So
Okay,
that's why I'm going off of what she said earlier.
so what they said was so let me actually I still got it up and let me just read it real quick. And I thought the prosecutor was being it's kind of petty, but I'll read
They
it.
was. I will admit they was.
It's petty as hell.
They gonna throw everything in there
Yeah, but I'll read it.
because it really was irrelevant.
Hold on.
Rob. Okay, Rob.
Lester, call me Lester.
Robert Lester Killer.
Right.
No.
Y'all crazy.
Boy, I know you mad you growing up, boy.
Okay.
I was too mad, man.
Hold on.
For anybody to say
Man,
that
wasn't the
now,
word.
after what they came back
Hello,
and said
Lord,
again,
y'all, Jesus, help me,
Let me hear
Jesus.
this. You said you was
Listen, listen. Okay, paragraph 28. It says defendant had no role in the title of Aaliyah's first album, Age Ain't Nothing But a Number, as suggested by the government. Aaliyah herself has publicly explained many times that the title of her album sprung from a desire to be taken seriously in the music industry, and that it was a decision ultimately made by her managers and the recording label. So what that tells me that in the prosecution's portion of the pre-sentencing report, They must be saying something to the effect of like trying to show like his pattern, like
You
he he even
hold on,
had the
Robert.
nerve to say age ain't nothing but a number. Well, just giving little petty stuff like
Right.
that to
That
slid
you
in.
know what? That's very that's minuscule. And here's why I say that. Because when you're saying age is not nothing but a number, that could be compared with somebody doing an album for someone 38. So how can you tie that in based upon just that saying alone? Age is nothing but a number, which is accurate.
Well, I
That
think
shit
we
will get just
all
Yes,
think
agree.
it is
about
an
this
accurate
logically.
statement.
Hold
Get him,
on, Keller,
JoJo.
hold on,
Wait a minute. See, y'all,
hold on.
go
Go
ahead.
ahead. No, go
How
ahead. I was gonna Keller, hold on. Go ahead, because I
how
want
could
to add
you
something.
how could you tie that in to an allele if you're not on a witch hunt? Because if you're thinking about this logically, people, age is nothing but a number. But if you're on a witch hunt and you're doing this to be malicious, this is the only way you are able to put this in and make this. See what you're doing. This is where they fucking up at. And I don't want to say this because I want them to keep doing this stupid shit. So I'm not gonna say too much because I know they listen. Keep doing the dumb shit. Because
JoJo,
if you think about it logically, and this is what you're gonna have to deal with. Age is nothing but a number. Logically.
JoJo, can you hold on? Well, shit, how to stop this? Wait a minute. Can you repeat the example you said when you first started speaking on it? You said when they reference age ain't nothing but a number. You said it could have meant what now? What was what you said initially?
I said it could mean just what it says.
No, you use a more
A
a
more
detailed
descriptive, a more descriptive.
yeah.
I mean, I don't know, but what it referenced to, logically speaking, I don't know what descriptive
Because
word
what you said, I forgot. I don't mean to cut you off. What you said, I forgot.
I
That could
don't
have been a
know.
perfect example that she could have put in here to show that age ain't nothing but a number could mean something else.
It
Not
could it could mean
it
it could
didn't
mean
have
a
to
lot
be.
of things, I
Yeah,
mean, but
yeah.
you could define that and you could pick that apart by scholars and people in a legal frame of mind in that body of work. It's
Well,
nothing but a number. If
well,
you
I'm just
think
going with her
if
argument.
you think wait a minute, Keller, if you think about it logically, and if you try to argue that from a prosecutional side of it, you're looking desperate because that can be picked apart very easily. Like,
Reaching.
how can you determine actually what he's speaking of if you're just trying to witch hunt him on a leer?
Because see,
That's
at that point, when they put in, they're referencing age ain't nothing but a number, and some kind of way. I guess in the report, they're trying to make it like it was something nefarious. That title, she could have easily said, age ain't nothing but a number, referred to something else. I can't
I
come
could
up, but you
listen.
said
I
it
could
pretty
be
good
a
in the
certain
beginning.
age and do this exactly.
Yeah, she could have
It doesn't make it
elaborated
like
a little bit.
I'm trying to have sex with you because you this. I mean, see, this is people that's reaching witch hunts, and this is what I mean by
Propaganda.
Right,
propaganda. What these people try to do. This is what they
because
do.
at that point, I mean, it would be like the prosecution theory about age ain't nothing but a number against the defense's
Right,
theory, age ain't nothing
but
but
if
a
you
number.
follow
But she
logic,
kind of left it out there. She only gave the argument as to say, the what she said the title of her album sprung from a desire to be taken seriously in the music industry, and that it was a
yeah,
decision
like
ultimately
don't take
made
me
by
for
her
short
managers
because
and
I'm
her
young.
record label, instead of saying like age ain't nothing but a number.
Right. So she
something
didn't.
else.
I'm just going off of what she said. I'm not going off of what she could have said. Would have,
No. I'm talking about in this PSR. That's all I'm talking about.
Right. So
In this
according to the
PSR, she
PSR, I'm
could have
going off of
said,
what
yeah.
she said,
but
not
if
what she
you
should have
follow
said, or
Right. Well, I do what she could have said.
uh
That's what I
uh
you
do.
follow life.
But
can you,
see,
but can you play the video when you
Can
get
I
a
Yeah.
chance?
say this?
Don't rush me,
Something real
nigga.
quick.
Don't
I said
rush
when you
me.
get. I said when
Can
you
I
get a
do?
chance. I
You
said
know what?
when you get
No,
a
you when
chance.
I do a chance, you cut me off and then you rush me. I got it up.
I said
I'm
when you get
listening.
a chance. I ain't rushing you. I said when you get a
Oh my
chance.
God, man.
can
I'm
I just
Yeah.
going to
say something?
bed, man. I ain't got time.
Hold on.
I'm
Let me
taking
play
my
this.
ass to
Hold
bed.
on. Let me play this video real quick. Where am I?
I'm out of here.
Hold on. Okay.
I mean, so this is just overkill and trying to make a
Reaching.
point.
It's reaching,
Hold on.
JoJo.
Let me play the
That's
video.
all
Let me
they
play
do
the
is
video.
reach. He ain't never getting out. I mean, I'm so tired of hearing that shit.
She's running around the studio one day with our friend.
Oh my God, nigga. Who ain't seen this shit,
Age
Keller?
ain't nothing but a number, girl. I was like, what you trying to say? So immediately I heard the song, and I said, I called her back 15 minutes later. I told her, check this out. So we cut the track right there and there.
And for the record, you are how old? That's a secret. Women doesn't disclose.
Dude, get your ass. What the fuck?
This promotion, man.
But this is the thing.
Hold on,
Let me
hold
say
on.
this.
You got
This is
do you
insulting.
have the skit where she said we was never married? Do you have that?
Put it
Right. Do
out.
we
Put
got
it out.
that little clip?
You
Exactly.
have that clip when they asked
No.
her?
Yeah.
No, they don't. They'll
This is
never
No, you
rough.
play
don't
that.
have that.
Yeah, they ain't gonna play that.
All right. So
But let
Bojane
me
is
say this real
arguing
quick.
that
Man, get
I
your
want to
ass.
Bojane.
say this.
This is the shit. Man, goddamn, Keller.
Hold on. So Bojane is saying that R. Kelly that had nothing to do with that,
Boy, hit
and
R. Kelly.
that's
Dude, you don't
that.
understand them. Have
Hold
you
on,
ever
man.
been around music
Did
Jojo,
I?
industry?
wait a minute. Jojo, wait a
Hey,
minute.
Yeah,
JoJo,
JoJo.
from now on, I'm gonna
I
cut
ain't
you off
wait
every
no
time you
damn
talk.
minute.
Every time you
It's
talk, I'm cutting you
No,
off.
hey,
From now
y'all
on.
two, Now y'all two, Go ahead.
So Bojane is arguing that R. Kelly had nothing to do with the title. Age ain't nothing from but a number. It came directly from my management. Then we heard in this clip that he was running out. He was like, age ain't nothing. What you mean age ain't nothing but a number, girl? Then he got influence to write
He
that.
didn't
He
Look,
got influence to do that, which is a
do
complete
that.
contradiction of what Bojane just.
let me say this to you, Keller.
Hold on, man.
Go ahead.
It's a complete contradiction of what Bojane is just saying. Now,
Let me tell
I agree that it is petty as fuck from what the government is doing. I'm just saying it's a complete contradiction
let me
of
say this
what
to you,
Bojane is
man.
saying.
Let me say this to you, bro. And this is gonna be a life lesson to you, man.
Yeah.
When companies, the music industry, bro, when they're promoting something, do you know that Dr. Dre did not produce, and just walk with me for a minute. Nothing but a G thing. He didn't produce that. He didn't produce California Love. They just put his name behind it. Do you understand how this shit works? Yeah,
What that
California
got to
Love.
do with what Bojane said?
Listen to me, dude. Open your mind for a second. Meaning, you have industries when you're going out here, sitting on these couches, giving these interviews, they will tell you to say anything to promote the goddamn song, to promote the project. Okay? Now, what is known behind the table and behind the steel curtain is something you don't know and I don't know. But
Well,
I'm telling you,
I
sitting
know
on that couch,
I
and
know
he
he
said,
wrote 100% of her album.
oh my God,
I
man.
know
You
that.
know what, man? Fuck it.
Let me say something, please.
This
Let me
dude
say
here
something.
don't understand
You-
shit, man. He
No,
understand what he want to know.
he wants to. He does understand, but he thinks that it's gonna be relevant somewhere. As
Man,
far
I'm
as
just
I'm
going off of
concerned,
what fucking
but wait, let
Bojane
me
Yeah,
said.
that's what he
let
think.
me
That's why he
finish.
asked her to show that
Let me
bullshit.
finish. My point is this. As far as I'm concerned, as an educated woman who is intelligent, I am insulted because they ain't said shit as far as I'm
That
concerned.
is
If a
a goddamn
motherfucker come to
thing.
me talking
If you say
about some age
educated next
ain't
to your
nothing
name,
but a
man,
number, that is some I'm telling you,
That's
I
some
would have
dumb shit
snapped.
that he
You don't
think gonna
bring
play a
that shit
part
in.
somewhere.
Yeah, that's some
That's the only
bullshit.
reason he asked her to
That's
show
not
that
even a
shit.
goddamn argument. That don't mean shit.
And I just
Because,
debunked
cause,
that bullshit. How
yeah,
the
just like he
industry
said,
would
it
do
is a
your
fact.
ass.
Age ain't nothing but a number, period. I'd have been like, okay, you made a factual statement and end of that shit. That don't
Then
mean
he
shit
asked
to
her to
me.
they
show that
asked
shit.
her specifically where did that title come from.
Oh man, get out of it. It could have came from some
Hey,
music
coulda.
exec, dude.
Okay,
It
coulda. I
doesn't
got you.
matter. It's a
Coulda. I
fact.
got you.
Age
It
ain't
coulda.
nothing but a number. Where's the lie?
Dude,
You
Where's
said
the
do you
lie?
have any definitive
coulda,
proof it came from him?
Where is the
coulda,
lie?
Man,
woulda. I
you
got you.
crazy,
I got
man.
you.
You
Where's the
Coulda,
lie?
crazy,
woulda.
man.
Did
That
he
nigga
lie
don't
when he
name
So you
these
said
should have
age ain't
said
nothing
albums,
but
or
a
coulda,
you
number?
woulda at
are you
first.
crazy?
Where's the lie, Keller? Where's the lie?
The
Is age
music
not nothing
execs
but a
tell
number?
you the music is let me
No,
tell him something.
no. I'm saying
What?
Let
she
me
said
break
that it
him
didn't
out
come
something.
from R. Kelly.
No. The question is it a fact that
This
age is
dude
not
here,
nothing
man.
but a number?
He
Isn't
don't
That's
that
give
a
not.
a
fact?
shit, man. He just
No, she said
agreeing.
it didn't
He
have
just
nothing to
agreeing
No.
do
his
with
My
him.
fucking
question to
right
you
cap.
is
You
age
educated. Why?
Hey,
Why I got to
hey,
is
explain this
age a
over and
number?
over? You an educated
hey.
woman. Why I got to keep explaining this over and over? She said
Dude,
that it
No.
had
Is
nothing to do with
age
him.
a number?
Keller, do you understand? Do you
He
well? It's
understands he don't
apparent
want to
that you don't.
concede.
Do you
He don't want
know?
to concede.
I'm
Because
finna
age
tell
ain't
you
nothing but a
something.
number.
They do not name these albums. They come up with a concept of the album. The music execs, the ones
Progress,
that's
why you
gonna
popping up
push it,
twice?
tell you the name that you're
I
gonna
don't
put
know,
on it.
man. My thing, man.
God damn, dude. You
It's
can't beat that
irrelevant
goddamn
because
green.
it's a fact. Age ain't nothing but a number. It's nothing to argue about. It's nothing to
It's
refute.
really not.
I
It's
think
it's
y'all. I think
it's
y'all.
some shit
So
that
for
was added in.
so I don't know
Nigga, do
how.
you know that's promotion, dude? Are you crazy?
So I don't know what the
It's
hell y'all
You
reading.
can't
irrelevant
be that green. You
because
can't be that
okay,
green.
because let's say the song was named "I Hate All Colored Folks and White People." Are we gonna sit up here and argue about that? That's what he really meant. Like
Well, no, no,
that is
no.
so dumb and juvenile. I can't
God
I'm
even
gonna say this
damn.
engage.
again. I'm gonna say this again.
I can't engage.
I'm gonna say this again.
That shit was so goddamn man. You just lost so many
Stupid and
cool
dumb.
points with me, dude.
Yeah, that was pitiful.
Oh
That
Lord,
was
y'all
pitiful.
don't go
That was
there.
terrible what you just did. And
Yeah, that was
Huh?
pitiful.
Angie, you so did
Yeah.
it.
Huh?
We done came with May. Keller has come
Hold on. What'd you
with
say,
way more.
JoJo? I can't hear nothing. What'd you say, JoJo?
Dude, bro, you reaching like a motherfucker.
That
Dude, let
was
me tell
rich.
you something about the music industry, man. Just hear me out, man.
Oh man, I heard you. I heard you all the
Come on,
time.
Keller. Come on,
I
Keller.
heard that,
Just
man.
walk with me. Can I
No,
hold
no,
your
no.
hand for a second, bro?
Here's what you misunderstanding me at, man.
No, I'm not
Hold on.
misunderstanding because you had her play that shit
Hold,
like it was something that
listen
could
to,
be brought up later on in court. Nigga, are you crazy?
that's your interpretation. So here's why I brought it up. The reason I brought it up
I
is
know why
because
you brought it up. Now you finna clean it up. Go ahead.
no, I always said this. The reason I brought it up because Bojin made a argument that he had nothing to do with it.
Man, Jbo
Oh
don't
my
know
God, man!
shit. Man,
Oh my God!
Hold on. One at a time, please. I can't hear. Go
it's
ahead.
breaking up. Somebody breaking up. I can't hear him.
The reason I brought it up is because
Hold on, Keller. Hold on.
let's hit mute. That's all you gotta do. Hit mute.
Now go ahead. Now you clear. Go ahead.
The reason I brought it up is because Angie read earlier.
Don't put Angie in this shit. Go ahead, nigga.
Go ahead, man. Go ahead. We're gonna get it all out.
No. I want you to go ahead, but don't put
No,
Angie in this
I
shit.
just somebody please just finish the whatever they got to say.
I'm trying, but apparently,
I said go ahead.
Okay. She
Quick,
read
let me say something real
earlier.
quick. I'm shut up.
She read earlier that Bojin said R. Kelly had nothing to do with the title "Age Ain't Nothing But a Number."
Okay.
I played a clip where they asked them specifically where did the title come from. I'm not talking about age is more than a number and all that. I'm talking about that he has something to do with the title, and it's contradicting what Bojin stated earlier.
Oh,
Y'all attaching
so
us. Wait,
what you
hold
trying
on. Now,
to say?
y'all,
What you
wait a
trying to
minute, wait a
do?
minute, wait a minute, wait a minute. So y'all attaching other shit to it.
I'm not
I'm
attaching
just
nothing
strictly
but what you
attaching.
tried to put
I'm
on
just
there.
I'm strictly attaching
She just
the
said in that
title.
video it came from her. It didn't come from
I'm
him. The
But
album.
see, once again, I'm insulted.
You didn't hear that? Y'all
Man,
didn't hear
that
that?
shit, I don't believe they even played that shit.
I'm insulted again
What
because
the
now
fuck?
you want to clean it up and say
Yeah, you trying to
that
clean that
in
shit
the
up. Man, get out of
interview.
here.
that's why I always said
Wait,
from the get
wait.
go.
Let me finish
It's
now. I ain't
recorded. You
talking
just
over
rewind
you.
it.
I'll let you finish. Let me finish. You wanna pull up an interview in which in an interview you can say whatever the
Interview.
fuck you want to say. So you want to act like that in an interview what he said is
Oh
like
my God.
factual. You know what I'm saying? Like if he says something in a court of law that contradicted some shit, maybe
But
we can
Scott,
have an argument. But
No,
outside of that, you
Right,
ain't got no
right.
but
Cause
shit
Scott,
to
y'all
he
she
say.
say
brought the
You
R.
ain't
interview
got
up.
Kelly
no
just
shit
what
to
these
said.
say.
alleged victims say in interviews don't matter unless they
Well,
say it in court.
There you
Practice
go.
what the
There
hell
you
you
go.
preach.
Tell
Man,
it,
She
get out
brought
of
the
JoJo.
here, man.
interview up.
Yeah, get your ass up. Hey, look, bro.
Bojin brought the interview up, and the interview she said
Man,
was
whatever,
incorrect.
man.
Can
Whatever.
you
I
reread
don't
the interview?
care if
He
you
But
can
what
she
say
you
just
what
whatever
Can
he
you
hold
wants
read?
on.
to say
Oh
in
my
a damn
God.
interview.
Can
that's
you reread it for the
bullshit, man.
educated one?
That is some
Yeah, hold on for a
bullshit.
minute, hold on for a minute. And when I tell I don't care who it is, hold on or whatever, it's not nobody's taking sides or being funny, whatever. I just need whoever who doing all the this, that, and whatever that I'm trying to, stop or whatever. I just need you to stop. Not ain't nobody taking sides or whatever. So all the extra ain't required. I'm not in the mood for all that. So let me reread it again.
Oh
It
my
says
God.
it
For what?
says defendant had no role in the title of elite. Hold on. Wait a minute. Let me get progress. You are already up here.
Man, my
Progress.
shit fucking up.
Yeah, you keep popping up. You keep
I
popping
don't know
up.
what's going on.
Okay, well stop popping up because you got to be clicking a button and I keep
I need to
taking
get
you taking that extra out. So hold on for a
me
minute.
an
Okay,
There's a
hold
lot
on
of
for a minute.
noise going on.
Uh,
Oh Lord, that ain't me. I don't know
That's a
who
lot
it
of
is.
movement. It's a lot of movement, but it's all good.
Okay. It says defendant had no role in the title of Aaliyah's first album, Age Ain't Nothing But a Number, as suggested by the government. Aaliyah herself has publicly explained many times that the title of her album sprung from a desire to be taken seriously in the music industry and that it was a decision ultimately made by her managers
Bam.
and the recorded and the record. Oh, I'm sorry, and the record label. Shit, let me get my
Yeah.
stuff together.
Right.
Now here's the thing, right?
That's what I
In
said.
the
But go ahead.
phase of in the sentencing phase, both sides can introduce evidence
Hmm.
to support whether they're aggregating factors or they're mitigating factors. So hey,
So all I'm
Yeah, but
saying
let me
is
ask
that
you this.
that's
Wait a minute.
the
Let me
title
ask
that he
you
did
this.
have something to
Why,
do with the
wait a
title. That's
minute.
all
Hold
I'm
on,
saying.
Keller. Let me ask you this. Why would that be brought up in the sentencing stage when he wasn't accused of nothing with a lil but
So,
robbery? Hold
so
on, Keller.
I'm I'm trying to answer your question.
No, I didn't ask you.
okay, all right, right. So here's the thing, right? With the PSR, okay, a lot of it is hearsay. A lot of it is a whole bunch of information. Yeah, of course they tackle the charges and all of that, but a lot of it is information that the prosecutor can get in, stuff that they probably couldn't have gotten in through the course of the trial. It probably wasn't admissible. A lot of it has to do with their theory. And the defense, the same thing, right?
Hmm.
So when it comes to the um the sentencing phase of it, the defense is going to start throwing out mitigating factors, right? These are all the factors why this person should get a lower sentence. it's most likely it's going to be a lot of stuff that you didn't hear during the trial. It's going to be a lot of stuff from their perspective, their theory, the background information, all of that. That some of it's not allowed in in the course of a trial. It's
Right.
not going to be admissible. So it's just a report, just on his background, that including his
Right.
education, a whole bunch of stuff you didn't hear.
Okay, so I guess my next question would be, based upon what you read, you think that will be prevalent based upon what you read, because you think by her bringing it up, she's setting the boundaries for that?
Well, here's what happened. Obviously the prosecutor had mentioned something about that on the PSR report, which we don't have. We can't see it. Okay, I'm just going by what Jbo is saying. So obviously the prosecutor snuck that in we didn't really sneak it in, but mentioned that on the PSR, right?
So that would be a yes.
Wait a minute. Yes, what was the question?
I said, based upon what you just stated and read, do you think by you reading that, what what y'all call it,
Jbo, yeah.
stated, that the prosecution said something and she's setting boundaries based upon what they said? That's what I asked.
I don't know. I don't know what you mean by like setting boundaries.
Boundaries
I'm
like
saying
an argument to rebuttal that
objecting.
shit.
Yeah, this is an objection. This is an objection
Yeah,
report.
that's what I
right,
mean.
right. So
Boundaries.
this is an objection report. So she is objecting to
everything.
what the prosecutor is saying, because what they're doing right now is one is fighting for more time, or at least the time that they're asking for plus, and the other is fighting for less time.
Right.
So that's what they're trying.
That's
so
what I was asking.
Yeah. So she is in right now. They both can put in objections to the PSR. I don't think.
Well, I think that I think that is very tacky and tasteless on their behalf to use that as an example, and it's just my opinion.
Yeah.
Because to argue that, if you really argue that, and this is based upon my opinion, if you got the time that you say you have on him, far as the convictions that you have obtained, why use that tedious shit? That allows me to think you're not gonna get the time you think you're gonna get if you're using that.
I think they put that in their summation too. I think they mentioned that in the summation.
Oh really? Oh, I don't know.
If you're using something this tedious and minuscule,
it's petty as hell.
Right. That's the first thing I said. It's petty.
You're not. This is. Wait a minute. Let me say what I gotta say. Based upon what you convicted him on, you're not getting the time that you really think. If you're using this, and
if that was all they said,
have to argue against that, come on now.
If that was all they said, you would have a point, but that wasn't all they said.
I didn't say that was all they were saying. I mean,
that's what I'm saying. I said if that was all they said, you would have a point. I know. I said if that was all they said, you would have a point. But just
so
they
I
said
don't
way
have a
more
point
than that.
based upon what I'm saying now. That's what you're trying to say.
Oh.
Because my point was, if you're arguing that and putting that in a motion, why would you put something this minuscule in a motion if you getting the years that you want? If you getting 100 years, why in the hell would you try to put that in to get 2 more? Get the fuck out of here.
I think they look shooting for life. That's the problem.
Life, 100 years is life.
They ain't shooting for 100. They shooting for life. No parole.
Man, you got to be out of your mind.
100 years is not life if you got parole.
Man, what do you get? 100 years. When you think you're gonna be up for parole, Robert?
It depends on what you ever give them. What was he saying?
I said if you got 100.
I'm not the judge. I'm not the judge.
Listen
what the
to
judge
what
say?
I'm asking you, though. Listen to what I'm asking you, sir.
It could be 10 years from 15,
You
20
don't
years. I
get
don't
no.
know.
You're not up for parole if you get 100 years in 10. Are you crazy?
When you up for parole?
You got to do at least 60 of them.
Oh shit, hey. I'm
No,
not a
nigga, you
criminal,
are the
so I don't know.
research man.
I'm not a criminal, so I wouldn't know
If
that.
you get 100 years, I never been in jail, nigga. Since you want to try to that shit. If you get 100 years, you not up for parole until at least you do 60%. Are you crazy? Look it up. So why in the hell you want to tack on 2? Get the hell out of here, man. So that leads
I
me
don't
to
know.
think.
I'm confused with what y'all talking about.
Listen.
Um,
Okay, this I'm gonna make this easy. If they got 100 years sitting on the line, why would they tack that bullshit they talking about on? Unless they not getting the years that they think they're getting. That means you're
no,
tacking on everything to try to add to what you thought you was gonna get. Now, I said this. If you get 100 years, why try to tack on that bullshit? Now,
okay. Here's the thing, right? Here's the thing. Here, the maximum and the minimum is already set. That's already set before even doing this PSR. The reason for the PSR is to try to get for the prosecutor as much time as they ask for, as much as they want, or as for the defense to mitigate it and get less time.
well, I know
So
why the
you would
defense is
stick,
doing it.
well, you would stick something like this in there to make sure you get more time
Do
on
you get
upward.
everything that you asking for? But
Right, right. You try to get everything that you're asking for.
my argument is if you know you get 100 years, and I know what you just argued. He's 54. He's not gonna be able to see daylight. Why tack that on if, just if, you know he's not gonna get what you're asking for? So you asking for all the little extra shit. Cause because see, it's like this. Sometimes you leave well enough alone. If you
Well, they don't.
already
Well, I
listen, you could
decide
tell me
really.
it don't operate on that faction,
No,
on that
no, I
fraction.
decide don't know how much time they're going to get. So
Exactly. But
this
you
is
let
just
you let one side tell it, he's getting 200 years.
what
But
Jbo said.
hear me out.
Go ahead.
Just by somebody reading some that minuscule out, and it had to come from somewhere. That's the only way he got it and able to present it to you, to tell you to look at this and look at that. That means somebody is nervous somewhere. If you're trying to tack on this bullshit that can easily be debunked, come on now. Come on, man. I don't study law, never been to law school, but I understand logic.
Okay, this is the objections to the pre-sentencing report. The pre-sentencing report is already into the judge. That's the report that the judge ordered to help as a guideline to give a person a sentence. And when
And
the
you
judge
using
orders
that
it, she needs
a
it. Hold on.
title of an album?
Hold on, I'm not finished. When the judge orders it, she needs it. She's not, and she needs it, and she needs it in order to make a sentence. If she don't have it, then she can't sentence this person. So when they do that, the whole procedure with this thing is, like I said, the prosecutor is going to try to get
I
whatever time, much
understand
time as
that.
they want to. I'm not finished. And the defense is going to try to mitigate that. So nobody knows until the judge delivers her sentence along with her opinion how much time he's going to get. So before she does that, that's where this report comes into play.
Okay.
Yeah, so they're trying to get as much
Okay.
time as possible. If I don't know if you was in here when I read it, even when it went to the when it got down to the points, they are even asking for point enhancements, meaning they want extra. So they trying to get extra,
I get that.
just to, yeah. So apparently, and then this is just my opinion, apparently they don't want, even if he's eligible for parole, they don't want him out. So meaning they want him to get what would be an effective life sentence for him. So just say if, so this is what I'm saying. Somebody can reasonably expect, sometimes reasonably expect to live through their 80s, right? But 90s is going to be much harder. So I'm thinking that the prosecution, he's 54, they are asking for at least 36 years or more.
Let
Now
me tell
don't
you
fall
something.
out in the chat.
Let me tell you
I'm just
something.
saying.
If Kels get that much time and he had to serve it, I don't think Kels even worried about getting out. Kels is gonna create a life for him where he's at, people. So get your fucking goddamn pom poms out on that. We still gonna support him, okay? We gonna support him in or out. So you can fucking party like it's whatever y'all call it. Fiesta,
That's the
celebration.
that's the part
We
they don't like.
still gonna fucking support him
Yep,
and
in
be
or
there
out,
with him
it don't matter.
through the duration if he die in the motherfucker. So y'all ain't doing shit.
Tell them, tell
So
them,
let's say if a
tell
offender
them.
is serving a life sentence or a term of 30 years or more.
I don't give a fuck what
Hold
they
on,
give him.
hold on. If an offender is serving a life sentence or a term of 30 years or more, they will be eligible for parole within 10 years. And
Bro,
that's from the justice.gov.
bro,
So,
bro.
That's
Y'all
so
from
say he
that,
getting
that's
300.
from, that's from where, Callum?
justice.gov.
Right. Okay. So that's federal
Y'all
sentence.
say he getting 300.
No, I'm just talking about he can
I
get
know what it
parole. If they
says.
get him parole,
Don't
he can
think
get
you the
out.
only one read that. I know what it says.
I'm just saying
I,
that
I, I
parole can be.
appreciate you for
The
that,
point I'm
Keller.
making
I
is,
do. I
all right,
do.
hold
No,
on.
no, 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 no. I appreciate you for that. There's
So
no knock
here's
on
the
you,
point I'm
brother.
making.
Listen,
Even if
brother,
he
it's
get
no
100
knock on
years,
you. It's no
even if he
knock on
get
you. I appreciate you for reading
I
Oh,
that.
got you.
okay.
I
Can
got you.
one at a
I got you.
time.
So
Dang.
what I'm saying is, even if he get 100 years or more than 30, let's say more than 30 years, leniency could be parole, because he'll be eligible for parole in 10 years and
Listen
could
to what
possibly
I'm
get out.
saying, brother, while you reading all that shit. We don't care if it comes to that. What he get, we
Oh, I
ain't
don't. You
turning our
should
back on
support him.
him.
You should support him. That's what
No, no,
true
no, no,
supporters.
no. So in other words, that shit you reading don't move us.
I ain't trying to move nobody. You thought I was trying to
But
move somebody?
you trying to make
No,
it like
I
it's
just
a
I
point.
just want to hear just what. Okay, okay. So what was the point? You saying that?
So what I'm saying, if she give him parole, that can be considered leniency. Even though even though
I
he
get.
got all these years and it looks so bad, he still
Bro,
parole can be considered leniency.
bro,
Right,
we
That's the point
listen,
I'm making.
bro. You don't think people on this side have already studied that?
Well, you just said he getting 6 years.
No,
They'd be eligible in 60
what I
years for
said
parole.
to you, if it came down to that, listen to what I said. Don't put words in my mouth, sir.
Oh,
I said if it came down to it.
So
Okay,
what?
it's a big difference.
No, I ain't talking about that. You said earlier that
Oh,
he
what
won't
did
be
I
eligible
say?
for
What did I
parole
say,
unless he do
Keller? Talk to me.
60%. You said he had to do 60%. That's what I was talking about.
We
We
ain't
talking
arguing nothing
fed. We
that. We
talking
saying that
fed
he's
time,
gonna get
dude.
acquitted. That's what we
You
saying. So
said he
we
had
not
to do
arguing
60% of his
no
time for
sentences.
parole.
We ain't
And I'm
arguing none
saying
of
if
Bro,
that.
it's
you just
30,
said you don't know shit about this shit. Do you know what
that's why I
fed
looked
time
it
is?
up. That's why I looked it up. And if it's 30 years or more, it's 10 years.
God damn.
You
Okay.
said
10 years that
60%.
you're eligible for parole, not that you get it.
Do you know what
Eligible
eligible?
for
Oh
parole.
man, let me stop,
Right.
man. Because I see I'm not going there with this. I'm not going there with him because see, it is. I
Oh,
appreciate you for
The
doing. No, no,
point
no,
I'm
no,
the point I'm
Keller.
making
This is no
is
knock on you. I
The
appreciate
point
you
I'm
for
making
doing
is
that.
1,000 years or a
I
life
got
sentence may
partners
not
did
be as
fed
bad
time, bro.
because when you put parole in the
Listen to what I'm
mix.
saying, dude. I got partners that just came out the Fed. You know what I'm saying? So you can't that shit you read. I get it. I respect you for it. You don't think they had that same law in their face and documents what you just read? Them niggas did 60%. Some of them 80. Okay.
I think
That
you just
is nothing but readings.
I
And I
think you just
get what and I
misinterpret what I'm
appreciate you for
saying, man.
that.
You keep
I pre-
misinterpreting what I'm saying.
okay, go ahead, sir.
I'm not saying nothing. I'm just saying that it's just it's not. Even though he getting all these years, don't you can't really look at that as a bad thing if he get parole.
Man, it's a
That's all I'm
bad
saying.
thing if he serves another goddamn year in that motherfucker, as far as I'm
Well,
concerned.
it's about softening the blow, in my opinion. You know,
Well, that's
one thing
in your
to
opinion. I'm
die in
telling you
jail.
And
my
that's
opinion.
that's why y'all are the
I said my
mainstream.
opinion. I
Okay.
said my opinion. You can't soften no blow to me because it ain't no blow to me.
Uh, well, I think I'm saying it's one thing to
It ain't
die
no
in
blow
jail.
to me. The blow to me if he serve another year in the
I'm talking
motherfucker.
about for
Don't
him. I'm
tell
talking
me
about for
nothing about
him,
no
not
soft
you.
and no blow. Are you
I'm
crazy?
saying for
It
him.
doesn't matter whether it's for him or for you or for whoever. It's an injustice. So it is
Yeah,
terrible
and
for
that's
him
the part he
to
don't understand
yeah,
this shit,
he
man. I ain't finna
understands it,
argue with
but
this
he
dude.
wants to try and
I don't
justify
understand that
it,
shit.
and he
I know
wants
you
to
don't
gloat
understand
in
it. Because
Carol's
your
being
beliefs is your beliefs and
locked
mine
up.
is mine.
Right.
You can't come read me no goddamn fairy tale and think I'm just gonna believe what the fuck you saying
Thank
because
you.
that makes it soften the blow. Nigga, are you crazy? You know where I'm from? Who the
What the
fuck
Oh
hell
are
Lord,
what are
you?
you talking about?
Jesus.
The hell are you talking
You
about?
What
know.
I'm talking
No,
about
but
is
Andrew,
I don't need
no,
you to read
it's
shit to me.
insulting when you
What
when he
what you
says
say,
certain
Sky? Go
things.
ahead, Sky.
I'm just saying it's insulting when you're talking to somebody who is educated or have life experience or have who has knows how to decipher things logically to come up with these bullshit ass petty ass arguments. It's insulting.
Okay,
What you
Exactly.
so
talking
But
Scott,
they
about?
don't see
What
that
petty
shit.
arguments? What you talking about, Sky?
Scott,
Like
what's
when he's
insulting what
trying
I
to
just
bring up
read?
the
No,
when he's
no,
trying to
Keller,
bring
please. Well, I done heard y'all for. Please let me listen, Sky. Go ahead.
for him to bring up. First of all, they want to argue with a moot point as whether the documentary was factual or not. That's a
Uh,
moot point. We all know it's not. Part two. Now you want to bring up the age ain't but a number thing.
right,
That's a fact. Age ain't nothing but a number. So
right.
for them to even present that as an argument, I'm not arguing with nobody about that. That's just stupid shit to me. That's
That's
a
what I
hundred
said.
percent stupid shit. So when somebody brings that to me as a point, I'm insulted. I feel like you want to pull me down into some dumbass weeds to have a
Exactly.
dumbass
I'm talking about
argument over
parole.
some
I'm talking about
bullshit.
parole.
No,
I'm
nigga,
And
that
okay,
ain't
but
insulted.
what you initially said.
she's talking about what was we were talking about earlier. And when if you heard me when I read it, my first reactions. The only thing, what I'm saying, when I got to it, I was like, all right, the prosecutor brought up age ain't nothing but a number. And I thought that was petty because I'm 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 so scared to turn this conversation back over because I want to see in what all in that area, because
Well,
this is then the offense conduct, and I'm trying to see what other stuff
well,
like that did they come up with, because
I
that
also said it was petty as fuck.
yeah, you did,
So we all in agreement with that.
Who cares?
But let's even, I just read
oh
what Elvira
God.
said, and this is some shit from 20 years ago. Why would you want somebody to get a life sentence when nobody was harmed? Okay, let's stick to the fact of that. No one was harmed, but you all want somebody to get a life sentence over what?
Man, you know why? You know
Over
why?
what?
Because them motherfuckers are miserable in their lives.
And then the argument of the fucking herpes. You don't know if these women brought the goddamn herpes to the relationship or not. They were not tested. You
And
see
then you
what I'm
Well,
got
saying?
somebody
So
arguing with me
so
saying
people
Charlie
always
for the
trying to
Sheen.
damn
bring
exposure.
You
shit
got
in,
somebody arguing with
but
me
it's
telling me
one
Charlie
sided.
Sheen didn't
You
So
infect
can't
nobody.
can
do
we
it.
These people are full of shit, man.
can we
Charlie
let
Sheen didn't
Scott
infect
Scott
nobody.
so can we let Scott talk, please? So Scott, so listen, so now the herpes thing, you know what the crime was. Again, it's not who gave who.
Yes.
Okay, it's the exposure, right? And not
Yes.
telling
Not
somebody that they
making them aware.
right.
Right.
So
But this is
them
my point,
getting
Angie. Okay, go
tested.
ahead. I'm
Go ahead.
sorry.
Go
No,
ahead,
go
baby.
ahead.
No, you got it. Go ahead.
I'm just saying this. With that being said, these girls were not tested to find out if when they had herpes first. Do you see what I'm saying? They didn't go to
Yeah.
previous boyfriends. They don't know if these girls came in with herpes, trichomoniasis, genital warts. What else they got out there? Syphilis. They don't know what they came in with.
That's what
So
I
Right,
to
be
but
saying.
try
You know what?
Scott, the
Good
point
morning.
is they could have had whatever. The thing here's the problem. That's not the issue. The crime is if they would have had sex with him and wouldn't have disclosed their
I
status
I
to
got you,
him.
Angie. But
Right.
their
So
argument
I
is
understand. Go ahead.
he gave them herpes. That's what they say. He gave them herpes. That's my argument that they can't have because you don't know what he gave them. Like you saying, the charge is not disclosing your status to them. Okay, they always argue he gave them herpes, just like the lady above said that. That's not true. You can't determine that. The only thing you can determine is, like you say in the charge, did he disclose it or not? You can't argue as to whether he gave them what they might already had it.
Well, see, this is what I was saying about these laws. Who make them? Who determine them? Who constitute them? And make you adhere to them. This is what I was talking about. But see, don't nobody want to see that. They just deal with them as such. And that's who we're dealing with right now.
But this is the part that I don't like it because to me, Angie, it is they want to make him look as bad as possible. Because my thing is argue like you saying what the charge is. He
Our
didn't
own
consent. They don't say
is
that.
helping them.
Yeah, they don't say that he didn't consent. He didn't tell them that he had it. They say he gave it to them. Those are two separate things. Two
But
totally different things.
you
And I
know what
can't give you
I
something
find
you already
interesting in
got.
this whole exchange? When I brought up Charlie Sheen, they say he ain't have it, huh?
They sure did.
He didn't have it when you got people testifying that he did.
No, I think she said that he didn't infect anybody with the AIDS.
He didn't affect it. He didn't infect nobody when you got people testifying saying he did, and
I
they
don't know.
saying they have it. Are you?
I'm just saying that they need to stop
Man,
with
you
the
know that's that bullshit I
hate
be talking about. But
campaign.
anyway,
Yeah, it's all BS, because I listen to words and what people are
man,
saying.
Charlie Sheen, listen, you got 3 women. Go look this up, you Oak Cove members. One color, one voice. Go look this up. Go fight
Oh,
for the white women that say he gave it to them.
Hello? Okay.
so Scott.
Shit.
So you understand what I'm saying about
Throw that
the
off the board.
about the about
I'm out of here.
the
Y'all
herpes
enjoy the
thing.
balance of y'all morning. I'm out of here.
Yeah, about the herpes thing. So I mean, and that's just the situation with that. You know what I'm saying? So it doesn't require that the girls or whatever their status be disclosed. I mean, whether or not they got it or not, it could have been somebody that didn't get herpes, and she could have been a victim, and a victim because he didn't disclose her status to her. You know what I'm saying? So I mean, it is what it is.
Let me explain to you what I'm saying. Okay. Because
Mhm.
I totally understand what you're saying. When you state that, okay, let's state the charge is he didn't disclose his status. That's one thing. But their argument has always been and always will be he gave them herpes. Okay. That's what their argument is. So when you
Right.
bring in a false argument that has nothing to do with the goddamn charge, then yes, you do have to bring these motherfuckers in and get them tested, talk to ex-boyfriends and talk to old doctors to determine their status. It's like a smoke screen they put up. They don't argue the actual charge, Andrew. They argue he gave them herpes. You see what I'm
No, they
saying now?
argue he exposed them. See, that's the difference. They argue he exposed them
Yeah, he
because
exposed
whether
them.
they and only and if they brought in their records whether or not they had herpes and have herpes or not, or if the doctors testify, that's just extra to support their claim. That's just it. But
But you
actually,
can't give me what you are. I can't give you what you already got, Angie. If I got herpes, you can't give it to me. You see what I'm saying?
right,
So
but
it knocks
but
itself
that has
out.
nothing to do with the charge, Sky. That's
I
not the
know
charge.
that. They don't
Right.
know that.
I understand that, but that has nothing to do. So arguing that in court, I mean, it's just you can do it, but it's really not needed. That's what I'm trying to tell you. It's really not needed. A lot of this stuff, and majority of most cases are circumstantial, meaning it's just based on somebody's testimony. So you understand what I'm saying? So them needing to prove if somebody had herpes or not, it wasn't a requirement. The requirement was to hear testimony or to show proof in whatever fact, text or whatever it is, that he had sex with whomever and he did not disclose that he had an incurable STD. That was
Please tell Keller that, because clearly they don't understand that.
I
They
understand.
want to
Always
make it.
said exposure. Always said exposure, and even the judge
You see what he
instructions.
just said, Angie?
Even
Exposure.
even the judge instructions was him knowing, not giving them aware of it and exposing them to it. That was even her
Right.
instructions. It's not whether they got it or not.
Okay,
It's,
so so once again, my point goes back to, if the charge is did it consent, why are we talking about exposure? You can't prove exposure until you bring them thoughts in and you do they medical history and do they history with the people they slept with. You can't have it both
no,
ways.
Sky.
No,
You confusing a couple of the other element, the charges and the element. No, the charge is knowingly and willfully exposing them to the STD, right?
and not
how
making them
are
aware
you
of it.
proving that they didn't
Huh?
have it? How do you all? Okay,
It's
let me
not.
ask you this.
It's not
How
the
do
the
you prove?
But
requirement. It's
wait,
not
Wait,
just.
go ahead,
wait,
Sky. Go
Keller.
ahead.
Wait, Keller. Please wait. How do you know that these women did not already have the herp?
But that's not a part of it. Doesn't matter. It's irrelevant.
Yes, it is. If you're saying I'm
No, it's
exposing you to
not.
something, Angie, I can't expose you to something that you already have. Do you understand what I'm saying? That's not. It
Even
does.
if they had it
But
already, it'd
listen,
still be a crime.
just say if I already had herpes, and I came and I had sex with R. Kelly, right? And he didn't tell me that he had herpes. He can still be charged for that.
But I'm not exposing you to anything, so it's not the right charge.
No, you are exposing me. You are exposing me.
How when you already have it? You already
Listen,
got
I
it.
already have it, but I don't have it from him. What I'm saying is, he did
No,
not tell me.
I hear what
You
you
understand what
said,
I'm
but
saying? Even though I have it, the
you can't.
charges, he did not tell me that he has
Okay,
it.
that's
So I need
different.
to make the thing is
That's different than
here's the
exposing. You
It's a
can't double
couple
expose
elements.
somebody.
It's
I can't
several.
expose
That's not
you.
the only element.
This is the thing. I can't expose you to crack cocaine twice. I can't expose you to smoking the pipe twice. Once you smoke it, you're exposed. You
So
can't
here's a
double
perfect
expose
example.
somebody.
I'm glad you said that. Here's a perfect example. He got the same charge 4 times with Faith because it was every time. Even though he exposed it once, he got it
He
every
didn't, but
time
that's
he
where you
exposed it in
missing
New
it.
York and
You
California.
can't expose until you. This is my whole point, okay? And I'm not gonna belabor it. I ain't gonna beat it down. I'm just gonna say it one more time. If you all cannot determine what they were exposed to without having had them have medical records to determine if they already were exposed to this communicable disease. Period. Okay? You can't say that I exposed you to smoking crack, Keller, twice when you already smoked crack. It doesn't make sense.
Scott,
You are
he just
already
gave you
a
a
crackhead.
perfect example. He told you that one person was charged 2 or 3 times. He was charged 2 or 3 times with the willful exposure, however they wrote it up, I don't remember,
Yeah.
of that disease. It's not exposed just because I'm exposed one time. You can't re-expose me. No. The
Every time you make the offense.
That means and my point in saying that is that the charge was wrong because it doesn't make sense. Because the thing is, you can't. How are you charging me something with that hasn't even been discovered? No tests were made to discover exposure. I can't. I've already said it.
No,
and I don't want to
Scott,
belabor the point.
you crossing it. You making it more difficult than it is. You adding in extra shit that needs to be there. What I'm trying to explain to you is this: all that when she had it, if she don't have it, whatever. That's not because I told you he could have slept with somebody and they did not contract herpes. He still could have been charged because he allegedly exposed her to it. Exposed doesn't mean that you actually infected. That means you exposed them. You could have given it to them or you couldn't have. You know what I'm saying? It's not you. So you don't need all that extra as far as the test results of everybody when they had it.
They could have never got it. They could have never got it.
So if you saying that he could have gave it to him or not gave it to him,
yeah.
Wait.
Yeah, just the mere fact he exposed them.
Let me give you a better example. Wait a minute, Kellen. Do you remember that girl, that Quantanisha girl, who said she slept with Usher? She had a civil case against him because he exposed her to it, but she did not catch it.
You said he. Wait, who did that? You saying somebody did it?
Some lady named Quantanisha, somebody. She was the happy girl, and she said that she slept with Usher. Usher did not tell her that he had herpes. She does not have herpes. But she is charging him with something similar because he exposed her to the disease. She didn't.
But how did he expose her to it and she didn't get it?
That I just told you, exposure doesn't mean infecting. Exposure means that you subjected me to it, even though I didn't catch it. You subjected me to it.
Okay, now I hear what you're saying, but that's still my same point. My same point stands as it stands. You don't know if other people in these thoughts history exposed them already. They could have been exposed by
I used that example, and I said if they already had herpes and they didn't tell him,
they could have already been exposed, Angie.
They should be.
They could have already been exposed by other people. That's what I'm saying.
They could have already been infected. Okay, at this point, we're talking about infected. They could have been infected with the herpes because if you're saying that they already had it, then
no, I'm saying exposed. Then I'm using the word y'all using. I'm saying
you're saying they already infected, so that's why I'm using the word infected.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so if they already had, fuck those words. Let's use this. If they already have herpes, okay, they sleep with R. Kelly. They don't tell R. Kelly that they have herpes.
They get charged.
Then they should get charged for that. Nobody tell me that y'all had, and that was part of the defense that I used with regards to him with the herpes thing, because it was a whole big old thing about the doctor said that, and this is, I don't know which is right and which is wrong. I'm just going by everything I heard, that the doctor never said that he had a test that said that R. Kelly had herpes, right? He just treated him. He was, he believed he had it, this, that, that, whatever. Okay. So I said, well, they could have said, how could R. Kelly tell somebody that he had a disease that he actually had no confirmation that he had, like with a confirmed test that said he has herpes. So one would think that he can't tell somebody that he has herpes. Therefore, he's not exposing him to something because he don't even know he has it. You understand what I'm saying? If he don't know he has it by a test or whatever, then how can he expose somebody to the disease? He don't know. He don't know. So, I don't know why they didn't use,
because the doctor conceded that. I mean, the doctor ended up telling him that he had herpes, so he did know.
So the doctor said he had herpes.
Right, the doctor ended up telling him that. Yes. So the doctor ended up telling him that you have. Hold on, Scott. So the doctor ended up telling him that he have herpes and he need to let all his sex partners aware that he get consent before he have sex with them. And he didn't.
That's not what happened, Keller. That's not what happened.
That's in the transcript.
The doctor did not say he had herpes.
Yes, he did.
I don't think that doctor said that because that was a big.
He did say it.
So now you're gonna make me pull up these damn transcripts.
Pull it up. Pull it up.
Now you about to make me pull up. Y'all want me back in the thing?
Go to the doctor. Go to the doctors. Go to the doctors.
Wait, Keller. I waited for you. He said he has symptoms. Okay? Symptoms. Now let's read.
He said later he concluded that indeed, this is exactly what it said. He said later he concluded that indeed that he had herpes. And he told him
She finna read it. So
yeah, just go to it. It's simple. Let's go to it. Let's solve this real quick.
I mean, but y'all trying to make me act like I'm retarded. That this is my whole thing, and this is even a thing with the defense. If I was the defense, I would have said, "How can you say that he has exposed them to anything without providing their medical records or their previous sex partners or any of their history?" And I'm talking exposure. I'm not talking infection. I'm talking the same word y'all using.
So going forward, now that we know they have herpes, if they have sex with somebody and don't get their consent, it have to be in New York or California. If they have sex with somebody that got herpes in New York or California.
Okay, look at the chat. Read the chat, Keller. These people are telling you right now. He never tested them for herpes. Without the test,
I ain't talking about tests. He did. The test came back. The test came back negative. I'm not talking about the test.
Then.
Oh, okay, listen. I ain't talking about the test.
What? You. Go
I ain't talking about the test.
Go ahead.
I ain't talking about the test. He told them that the test could be a false negative because it's all about timing. He asked them to come back to do another test. He refused. He examined him based off his examination and how he was responding to the medication. He concluded that he had herpes.
Angie, only on your channel am I discussing this because I said I was never going to discuss this again.
Well, thank you, man. Thank you so much.
Don't discuss this again. Because Keller will pull you down in the weeds. He like to do some weeding.
I'm telling you what's in the transcripts.
I don't give a shit about none of it because just like I said,
we see that.
My point stands as you can't tell me nothing about these girls until you run me their medical history, until you tell me about their previous sex partners. When you talk about exposing somebody,
that's you.
No, that's facts. That's life. You can't say somebody expose you to something when you already exposed to it.
According to the elements, they don't have to do none of that.
That's common sense.
Well, they did with the elements.
No.
They fulfilled the elements.
Exposed don't mean Scott. Exposed don't mean that like you saying that.
She said she was an intelligent woman. You can't.
Exposed don't mean that you infect.
Let me give you an example. Let me give you an example to make sure you understand the Scat Life know what she's talking about. Okay. I got with Kels okay, wait. I was dating another guy, and he had herpes. I didn't know he had it. Okay, but he exposed me to herpes. Okay, then I met Keller too, and Kels, and he exposed me too.
You didn't meet my ass. What the fuck
Okay,
you did?
so if I was already exposed by this other guy, how can I also be exposed again by Kels? Do you see what I'm saying?
Yeah, because it don't exposed don't mean it like that. You no, it's not like just because you walk somewhere, and just say you walk into a room full of weed, and then you expose the weed smoke, and then you walk into another room, you can't be re-exposed because you just was exposed to, no, it don't mean that. It
I
don't
don't see
mean
how
that.
it don't.
You're
I
using
don't.
the uh
I don't.
I don't know what you're using.
I'm gonna have to concede because I can't see it no other way. I can't see it no other way. It doesn't make sense to me.
No,
It
but
doesn't.
I understand what you're saying, but it just doesn't mean that we're talking. You got to look at what he's charged with, his elements, and what they and what it the action. You know what I'm saying? So what I'm saying is, they're saying that he exposed them to the disease. And here's the thing: and if he slept with the same person over and over again, he is exposing that person over and over again.
I
Just say,
understand
let's
what
say
you
like
are
this.
saying,
Just say,
but this is what
just,
I'm saying to you guys. I understand what you're saying, but I'm trying to tell you these girls were how 23 years old, 20 years old. So you're telling me that nobody previous to Kales exposed them to any STD, including herpes? Do you really want me to believe that? Do you
no,
understand
that's
what
not
I'm
what
saying?
nobody's saying. No, because that's not the crime, Scott. That's not the crime. We're talking about only the crime. We're not talking about the extra shit that you got for is logic. We're not talking about all
I'm
of that.
talking about exposure. That's the only thing I'm
We're
talking
talking
about.
about exposure, okay. But just because somebody has been exposed one time does not mean that they cannot be exposed 2, 3, 4, 5. Just say, for instance, just say I sleep with somebody a total of 5 times and he has herpes. Just say I ain't catch it on the first go. I ain't catch it on the second, but I caught it on the third. That means he exposed me to herpes the first time, the second time, the third time, the fourth, and the fifth. Every time.
Okay, let me tell you this. This is my understanding. Okay, and I'm gonna agree to disagree. Okay. Let's say it's like the convoy. Okay, with the convoy, a person can expose me. Okay, and I get it. I get cured of it. I could go back on a bus and get re-exposed to it. Herpes is an incurable disease. Okay, so how am I getting exposed to it and then exposed to it again and exposed to it again? I can't process it. I can't.
No, you
I don't
can't
know what to
process
tell
it. I
you.
don't know what it is about you people in Chicago. Because when
I
y'all
can't
got a block,
process
y'all
that.
got a block.
I
It's
can't
like,
process it.
no, it's not the way you think it is. It's not that. It is the way they have it. I can't explain it no clearer than that. It's not. You're thinking you're thinking once you expose to something that
I'm
you
sitting and
cannot
I'm
be.
trying, Angie. I'm trying to
I
hear
know you're
y'all and
trying.
understand, but I can't. I can't. It's
And
not
you're
making
thinking that
sense.
once you are exposed to something, then if you come in contact with that again, you can't be exposed again, re-exposed, and that's not it. And that's a perfect. Actually, that's another good example. If you expose me one time, right? I come back
Uh-huh.
again, you are exposing me again, whether I catch it or not. The exposure is the contact. That's it. It's just the contact. And if it happened 10 times, that means you exposed me 10 times. And if
I'm
I
going to sleep
got it,
on it.
if
I
no, if
promise
I
you I'm going
got
to sleep
but
on it.
But I want you to understand. Kelly, do you remember the name of that doctor? Because I'm all over the place with this. Looking for these herpes.
It is McGrath.
McGrath.
Yeah,
Okay. Let's see.
it's like 400 and something. It'd be in the 400s.
I promise y'all, I'm gonna sleep on it and I'm gonna look at it a
I
different
want
way.
you to understand that because it shouldn't take that. No, because I'm serious. It shouldn't take that long, like it did to some of the other shit we done bumped heads on. God
I
damn.
know this. I'm not this.
This shouldn't
That's
take
why.
that long,
Look,
guy.
Angie, this is why I said I'm not gonna argue with this because I'm convinced of what I'm saying is right. So that's why I said only on your channel am I discussing this. I have declared on my channel I'm not talking about it no more. Because I'm convinced. I am convinced.
Oh no.
That's why I said only on your channel
a person
am I
can't.
discussing this.
Okay, Kelly, how do you know the where these the people are? Oh shit, boy, it is in the 400s, child. Lord have mercy, somewhere.
Because he sleeps with that motherfucking transcript.
Yeah, he sleeps with motherfucking transcripts. The fuck, you crazy?
Crazy.
Y'all ain't gonna drive me crazy. That's what y'all ain't gonna do.
No, you know how I know? Because in my group, I separated everybody. I never posted the whole transcript. I separated everybody, so I knew.
Oh.
That's how I know.
Cause I'm getting scared. Shit, what the hell, you know? Why these damn herpes at? What the hell? Okay, Chris McGrath. Okay, witness takes the stand. Okay. So I'm trying. Okay. Can the courtroom today. Board certified. Chicago. I'm showing you my identification. Is this a photo of you? 25 years.
I think if you do a search on consent, you should be right where you need to be.
Consent?
Yeah, try that. Do a search on consent.
Why consent?
Because that would because he instructed him to get their consent. Yes.
It took me all the way back though.
Okay, no matter.
Yeah. Somebody please help me find this.
Where your whispers
I'm
at?
pretty sure that they said they didn't say that they confirmed.
Yeah, in the beginning he did say that in the beginning.
Go ahead.
Then he said he didn't
conclude.
conclude.
Okay, let's get the whole story.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
So he said in the beginning he didn't conclude that he had herpes. Then later on in the testimony, he said he did eventually conclude that he had herpes, and he told him to let his sexual partners aware, and before having sex with him, and to put a condom on.
So why the double testimony?
Ain't no double testimony. They going in chronological order.
How do you say
They're doing
that?
a timeline. They're doing a timeline.
How do you say that he didn't test, and then come back and say
he did the test? He did the test. He explained.
Hello?
Y'all still there?
I'm here.
Can you hear me?
Oh yeah, I can hear you. Cause all right, I think I found maybe this is the area. Let me read down.
What page you want?
Come up with. I am on page 438, but I want to read down a little bit to see. Okay, so it says in one of your records that the government had shown you. It actually says it's your impression. That doesn't ring a bell. No, but the letter A in my notes is for assessment. I'll go along with the word impression also. Okay, blah, blah, blah. It means
Elvira, they don't deal in medical records.
That's before that. That's before that.
Look, Elvira said
no, because I'm seeing where it says AIDS, and then he says that he feels that he has herpes. It doesn't say. Hold on, where am I? Where my paper?
And see, that's it. Y'all trying to look over what Elvira said, and that's a fact. The dude said a lot of stuff, and he didn't have no medical records for Kels. How are you chirping some about somebody with no medical records? I need tangible information,
Oh, go to
folks.
439, Angie.
439. That's
Line
what I'm on.
15.
That's what I was reading down to, because
Line like
I saw
13.
I'm on there now. Thank you, R. Kelly discussion group. I meant to shout y'all out. Thank y'all for the be giving me what I be looking for when in the middle of my life. Thank you.
That ain't no R. Kelly discussion group. That's a hate group. I'm sad I even got
Oh
in that.
no.
Yeah, I was in that, and them people were so hateful and just jealous of Kels. It was sad and pitiful.
He was in there acting up. That's why.
I didn't do anything. I didn't do anything. You had biased moderators.
We
The
kicked
girl,
out
the girl
more
that
non-supporters.
the
We kicked
girl
out
that
more
know that don't
non-supporters than
like me
supporters.
blocked
Hold on.
me
So
out
let
the
me.
group.
So let. I think I okay. Let me see if I could read enough to get this in context. Okay. It says now there's a difference between impression and a fine diagnose. Oh, let me read up a little bit. Okay. Okay, I knew I was starting right. Okay, let me start over. So in one of the records that the government had shown you, it actually says it's your impression. That doesn't ring a bell. No, but the letter A in my notes is for assessment. I'll go along with the word impression also. Okay, I mean, to you, does it mean the same thing? I would need more time to think. They're pretty close. All right, I'll go on with either one. All right. Ms. Becker, thank you. Okay, now there's a difference between an impression and a final diagnosis. Is that correct? They sometimes can be the same. Sure, they could end up being the same, correct? Hopefully they be close to the same at the initial. So how do you get from your impression to the final diagnosis typically? A combination of the history, the exam, and the response to therapy. Specifically, when we're talking about something like herpes, how, and I understand you've indicated that there's some things you could visually see, but with regards to testing, how do you get from the impression to the final diagnosis? A combination of all those things I just mentioned: the history, the exam, and the laboratory supportive data, sometimes imaging and response to therapy. Is it fair to say, Dr. McGrath, that from your experience in treating Mr. Kelly, sitting here in court today, you cannot say that 100% he has herpes? Okay, then he says, I feel that 100% he has herpes. Okay, are you saying you feel as in I feel like it's freezing in here? Shahada objection. Miss Becker said, but someone else might not feel that way. Is that a question? Miss Becker, we have to wait for the judge. Oh, you're asking me, Miss Shaw, that's an objection. What the fuck is going on? Oh, this crossed by Becker. Okay, no wonder it sounds crazy. Okay, oh, I didn't hear it. You guys have to use the microphone or the objective thing. When someone is diagnosing your experience, let's say with, God forbid, AIDS, usually there's testing done, correct? In order to determine if they have AIDS. Regarding AIDS, yes. Okay, and the testing is done to confirm whether or not medically they have it, correct? With AIDS, yes. It helps support the diagnosis. It helps confirm the diagnosis of AIDS. Confirm the diagnosis, yes. All right. So if a patient had a test come back and the test results were negative, you could say, 100% this person does not have AIDS, correct? Hold on, she talks backwards. Hold on, let me put this together. Wait a minute. All right. So if a patient had a test come back and the results was negative, all right, you could say 100% that this person does not have AIDS, correct? I'm not sure about the false negatives with AIDS, so I can't answer that on the basis of my knowledge. I can answer that question regarding AIDS on the base. I can't answer that question on the base of my knowledge regarding AIDS. So there's always the possibility of false negative. Is that what you're saying? I think he said he doesn't know. You could repeat the question for me and I could re-answer it. Sure. My understanding was that you're saying even though a test can come back with negative for AIDS, there's still this possibility of a false negative. So you wouldn't say 100% that someone had AIDS. Well, there's other tests for AIDS. There's viral counts. Oh, wait a minute. Answer that. I
Okay,
understand earlier.
can I say something real
Just
quick,
go to
Angie?
405, Angie. Let's go more simpler. Just go to
Wait,
405.
wait.
I'm
Let me
at
say something real quick.
441 now.
Go to 405.
Hold on.
Go ahead.
Let me
Go
say.
ahead. Go ahead.
Let me get clarification. Okay, so now this is where I believe that the Bojing was talking about the bad herpes evidence, because if you said to me, Angie, just a few minutes ago, it's about exposure. It's not about getting it or getting infected. It's about exposure. Why the fuck are we worried about if they got it or not? You do see what I'm
Because he
saying?
have to know. He have to
No.
knowingly.
Let
So
Angie answer this, because you're
it's
going to confuse
it's
me.
it's
If we're
more than
talking
one.
exposure, why are we worried about infection now?
It's not just
Okay, hold
exposure.
on,
You have to know.
Wait a minute, Scott. Infection, like who? Like R. Kelly infection or the girl's infection?
I'm saying what you're reading now, it appears that they're trying to determine if he tested positive for herpes. Why are we trying to determine that if we're just trying to determine exposure?
Okay, because here's the thing. Okay, now I hope this don't get get confusing. Okay, here's the thing, right? For him, he has to be confirmed that he has herpes. He has to, because he is the one that allegedly exposed people to herpes. So he has to be confirmed that he has herpes. If he's not confirmed that he has herpes, then the charge wouldn't be there. That's why we're reading and trying to find. I'm only reading and trying to find out if he was confirmed. Is anybody there?
Okay,
Yeah, I'm here.
no, I got
Okay.
you. Okay, but
Yeah.
this is
Okay.
my question too. Like just Keller just said early in the testimony, they stated that he didn't test positive for the herpes
Right.
virus. Then
Right.
they came back and changed it later on.
Right.
So doesn't one cancel out the other? What are we talking about?
No,
Well, yeah, we're trying to get.
he explained that it's about
She gonna read
timing.
it. Okay, I'm gonna let you read it. My bad.
He
No, I'm
explained
trying to find it. I'm trying to find. Go ahead.
he explained that it's about timing and they can give a false negative. He asked him to come back to do another one. He refused. So he went off uh symptoms that he was having along with the medication that he was given, the reaction off the medication, and that's how he concluded that he had herpes based off
I'm
the
waiting for her to read it.
But Kelly, my question was, and my defense was, I just wanted to know, did he have a test that confirmed that he had herpes?
not a test. The test
No.
came back. The test came. He didn't do another test. He denied it.
Answer her question. Did he have a
No,
test that came back positive? Yes or no?
no.
Thank you.
So he didn't have a test. That's what I was saying. I heard that he didn't
Right,
have a test
right,
that came back negative.
right,
So
right.
that's why I went along with my defense. But you got me searching and all these
Oh, go to
transcripts.
405. Go to 405. Looking right at it.
Is it gonna tell me what you just said?
That he concluded that he had herpes.
No, she's talking about the test.
I
About
just
the
answered the
test.
test. I just answered that
No,
no
we want
test.
to read
Okay,
it.
but
We don't want
that
you to
was my
answer.
question before we went to look for this. But since I'm in it, let me read what it says. Okay. So if it responds to treatment either intermittently or long term. Let me see what was that before that. Hold on. Okay. All right, well, I got to start before 405. Let me start at this end. Okay. Okay, now I'm going to show you page 20 of the government's exhibit 237. What it
What
is
page you
this
on?
record? I'm on 404.
Okay.
Okay. It is a lab result from June 5th, 2000. Herpes simplex culture. The result was negative. And did this result come in on June 7, 2000? Yes, it did. It came in on June 7, 2000. And what, if anything, did you conclude from that negative result of the herpes culture? That it was not conclusive and that we had to follow the clinical course to see if he called or reported any more future bumps or penis lesions on, and then try treatment and see if it responds to treatment either intermittently or long term. So it is saying that this test at first came in negative. Hold on, let me keep reading. So fair to say you did not conclude that a defendant did not have herpes based on this test. I did not conclude that he did not have herpes. He still could have herpes. Still could. He didn't conclude it. The test didn't confirm it. Let's keep reading. Now, given the uncertainty of the negative culture result that you just testified about as a doctor, what, if any, practice do you have regarding advising your patients regarding such results if they exhibit herpes symptoms? Well, if it's pretty possibly herpes or could be herpes, I once again advise the patient to seek medical help when the lesions occur or advise. Inform sexual partners of potential herpes, safe sex, use a condom. Inform your sexual partners so they could make a decision whether or not to have sex with you or not. And is that something you did with the defendant? Eventually, I came to the conclusion he had herpes simplex with a recurrent calls or complaints about bumps, and he did respond to herpes treatment when they became more common. I recommend regular treatment instead of intermittent treatment. So after this initial office visit in 2000, did you in fact hear from the defendant again regarding the same types of symptoms? At some point, because I began prescribing Valacor or something, Valtrex, I guess, the treatment for herpes, I do recall him making a comment once I educated him on safe sex. Then should I put it in raw or should I should put a hood on it? That's what the defendant said to you at one point, and I said, yes, you should use a condom. What did you understand him to mean? I should not put it in raw. That he should have protection on his penis, shouldn't be just uncovered. And what did you understand him to be referring when he used the term a hood, a condom? And this was after you diagnosed the defendant with herpes. At some point over the years, from June 5th, 2000, and the doctor just to be clear, when you advised the defendant to put on a condom, that was during for the purpose of engaging in sexual activity, correct? I don't know what other reason you put a condom on for. I'm sorry. Just so we're clear. Answer. I guess we're clear. Now, you testified that you began treating the defendant in 1994 and continued to treat him for approximately 25 years. Is that correct? So you concluded the defendant had contracted general herpes. Is that correct? That is correct. And how did you come to that conclusion? Over time, complaints that the patient had concerns about the bumps and that at times the medicine would help, so he would call and request a prescription for what he called the blue pill. And what did you understand the defendant to mean when he asked you for the blue pill to treat his genital herpes? What, if any? Well, how did you, in your practice, treat the defendant's genital herpes? Well, initially, as I recall, intermittently until a general The rule is if it occurs more than 3 times in a year, you should be taking medicine every day, a pill a day to reduce shedding and reduce the risk, but not to eliminate the spread, blah, 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 blah. So let me come around the front. So it's not, so she could have argued that the his diagnosis was not confirmed by a test, because he said it was. He said the test came back negative. He pretty much diagnosed him based on, yeah, that keeps reoccurring and how it responded to the medicine.
To the
Now here's
voucher.
the thing. Hold on, but here's the thing. When if she would have went down that line saying, well, what I said, but use that as a defense, whether you can't tell somebody something that you don't know that you have, the prosecutor could have went in more detail and said, well, testing isn't the only way to confirm a diagnosis. You could do it by an array of different things that will all lead to a conclusion that he does have herpes, and herpes is one of those diseases that I don't know if it's detected when they having an outbreak or whatever, but
Right,
they could.
because he said it wasn't conclusive. Even the test, he said it wasn't conclusive, and your follow up with other
Right.
stuff.
So the prosecutor could have shot back at my defense and said, well, giving more background about herpes to say, this is when, whatever. But she could have still, they could have still hammered home that I don't care nothing about what, Well, here's the thing. Now, let me take that back, because
But didn't Bojangles say they had too much herpes evidence when they're
yeah,
arguing?
but she was talking about that would make the jury prejudicial and make them automatically say that. What, and shit, that plays along down in my defense. Thank you, Keller. That they had so much information, so much evidence about him having herpes that the jury just automatically assumed that he had herpes without an official testing to say that. And without that official testing, one cannot reasonably expect for someone to tell a partner that he or she has herpes. So you can't expect the
But
partner to
it
tell.
wasn't all about the. It wasn't about. He said it
It's
wasn't about.
only about the test.
He
It's
said
only
I
one.
about
know
the
that.
test.
I know that, Keller. I am developing a defense. I know that. I'm saying what she could have said. That it, of course, we know that he said that he used more than just the negative test. He used the
I
other
I
whatever.
would imagine you would develop a defense that would work.
She did say that though.
Yeah,
That
not all
Bojangles did say that.
Keller. No, you assuming that all defense works. That's not what I'm
Oh,
saying.
okay, you're
You
right. All
got
right,
to
my
do your
bad. My
job.
bad. All
And
right,
this
you're right.
is where I have to, and this makes sense if you're speaking to somebody's intent. You're talking about knowingly, willfully, and all of that. What are you talking about? If somebody don't know that they have it, how can they be
Yeah,
expecting somebody that they got it? What are you talking about?
exactly.
That is a good
Well,
defense.
we can't say he didn't know didn't have it because the doctor told him he had it.
He didn't tell him he had it. He
He
concluded that he had it.
he
He
told
never
him he
told
had.
him. No, no, no. And if you listen to what he kept saying, eventually I told him
Yeah.
to wear a condom. Eventually, no, no, no. I'm sorry, that's not the word. He said sometime. What did he say, Angie? Sometime.
So let me make sure I'm understanding you correctly.
Wait.
He said,
Sometime he would say, he kept saying sometime along the way. He didn't have no direct dates.
So
That's
what
why
I'm
the dude is
understanding,
questionable.
let me make sure I'm understanding.
This treatment.
Let me make sure I'm understanding you correctly. You saying that the doctor concluded that he had herpes, but didn't tell him.
He
Is that
didn't
what you're saying?
conclude it. He
Is that what you're
never had
saying?
an official test, she said.
The
I'm
doctor
saying,
testified that he concluded that indeed he had herpes, and you say even though he concluded he had herpes, he never told R. Kelly. Is that what I'm understanding you saying? See, when I repeat it back, see how stupid that shit sound?
She's saying
I didn't
that it
say
was
that.
never an official test. Therefore, because of
We're back on this test. We're back on this
because
test again.
some current events that occurred, that's
All
what
right, going backwards.
he's basing his allegation on. The
We're not
test
talking about the
came
test.
back negative,
He said the
positive or
test not
whatever, right?
conclusive.
It
He said
came back
that test.
negative.
He said that test wasn't conclusive. Okay.
He didn't
Right,
say
which
that.
means that
He
they
didn't say
cannot
that.
confirm or deny that he has herpes through that test. Well, I
It said,
need to look and see when did he tell him that he effectively had
You
herpes. When
can't
did he
flip it,
tell him?
Keller. The test was inconclusive. That's the bottom line. You
Tell him.
can't go
so that
based on some current events because it looked like some herpes bumps because he reacted to the medicine. You could give somebody multiple medicines that
they asked him
are
what was the medicine
for
for.
specific things.
So they asked him that. They asked him that. Can you give them bowel checks for something else other than herpes? He said no.
And
Herpes,
that's a
herpes,
lie.
herpes.
That's a lie. You can go look it up right now, and it'll
Yeah,
tell you that it's used
chickenpox.
for other things,
Okay,
Chickenpox.
like
so he says
shingles.
Yeah, you don't get shingles
eventually.
every year,
No,
every 3
that's not
months.
the question. So you're trying to, there you go again, trying to dirty up the question. The question is, can that be used for other things? And the
How
answer is
often was
yes.
he using it though? How often was he
That's not
using it?
the point. The point is, can that medication be used for other things? And the answer is yes.
Chickenpox and
It doesn't
shingles.
matter. Doesn't matter. That's
You get
another thing.
chickenpox once in a lifetime,
Doesn't matter.
not
Your
every
point is
fucking month.
moot point. Everything
So,
you bringing up is a moot point. It could be
so
used
he
for other
did.
things.
Hold on. So he says eventually I came to the conclusion that he had herpes simplex with recurrent calls or complaints about the bumps and this, that, and the third. So after this initial office visit in 2000, so this is where the prosecutor, and here's the thing, right? Now this is where it gets dicey, right? This is where a fighting this and arguing this gets into a back and forth, right? Because in 2000, so we're going to use this date, this doctor substantiated that he has herpes, okay? He concluded that he has herpes and he told R. Kelly that. So we got to use a date that 2000.
So anything after that?
He became responsible. He became
Anything after 2000, he know. He aware.
Responsible, right? So here's the thing. Right now, the defense could have brought on an expert doctor and say, "Hey, could have gave some kind of jargon, medical jargon."
Check it out, Auntie.
Huh?
The prosecutors brought on an expert doctor.
I'm not finished, Keller.
Okay.
What I'm saying is the defense could have brought, just because the prosecutor brought on an expert doctor doesn't mean that the defense couldn't bring on another expert doctor to counter exactly what the other expert doctor does. In fact, that's what they do. So the defense could have brought on an expert doctor and could have said, could have given all this, bullshit, whatever, had the sales up there and all those diagrams they do or whatever, to say, the doctor could have also reached another conclusion based on the same information that the doctor that's testifying for the defense, the expert, was given. Then he could have gotten up there and shown how he could have reached another conclusion to say that the defendant was negative. But here's what would have been the problem, where the scale would have tilted to the prosecutor. Regardless of whether or not the expert could have came to a conclusion that he was he was negative for herpes, the facts of the matter remains that when the doctor told him that he had herpes, given how he responded to the medicine and the outbreaks and all of that, whatever, it's most likely that he had herpes. He was told that he had herpes, so he should have covered it up, and he should have at least disclosed to them.
And if you notice, when they asked all the people that asked, did he have a condom on? They say no. Did he make you aware? But they were supposed to bring on an expert witness to testify the fact that it was a virus as opposed to a disease, and they end up not
That's
doing it properly.
another irrelevant point. If he had on a condom or not, that's why I can't do the herpes conversation, y'all. I
Uh,
can't do it. I
um,
can't do it.
you just made me forget
Because
the fuck I was gonna say.
because you
Oh,
weren't saying shit.
oh,
Okay,
they were
this
supposed
is
to
the
bring
thing
on
here.
a
Because you
expert.
have the option of having sex with a person with or without a condom. That's why all these little pieces you try and add in here don't mean shit. It's bullshit. Keller is full of bullshit. It's bullshit.
I'm just,
but but
I'm Scott. I'm just telling you what they said on to all the people on the stand.
and back and before Jbo got on this case when we was talking about herpes one time before she now I forgot what I was gonna say. I had came up with the fact that that by him even and I think they were saying that he used a condom. I don't know, but back then when I was doing coming up with defenses, for all this bullshit, um by the fact that he was using a condom. That could also indicate that he wasn't um, willfully trying to spread a disease to
Correct.
anyone.
Correct.
They could have used that. I mean, but Kelly just said that they had
Didn't
test.
Bojine bring that up? I think I recall
No,
Bojine
she
Yeah,
bringing
said
that up.
she brought
no,
that up, but in
no.
one
She
of
didn't say that. She didn't say that. She
She
said the
did say
fact.
that.
No, she said the fact that he was using Valtrex medication was
Okay,
him.
same thing. It doesn't matter. It's still not showing malicious intent.
But they had the
But
expert
but but
witness.
but nothing.
The expert witness said that even the Valtrex don't completely eliminate
hello,
the.
Miss Goodluck.
Huh?
It doesn't matter.
Wow.
That shows that he had no malicious intent to spread it to anybody or
Well,
give
we'll
it to
see. We'll
anybody.
see.
If
We'll
he
see if
had
it
it,
matter or not in the post conviction
we
motion.
shall see. We shall see.
How you feel about the post conviction motion? You think you, Auntie Ann gonna overturn it?
No, she don't like kills.
So it's enough.
Regardless of how well written Bojine has written a response for Kales,
She don't
she's
like
still gonna
kills. Why you
overturn
think
it
she don't like kills?
because she's biased. She been biased. Come on now. See,
She
this is the thing. You all don't
she
like
a
him, so you
judge.
all feel that everything she has done is justified. But when you looking at it from the other side, she is biased against him. How do you not let this man get out of jail during a convoy when he had pre-existing conditions where other people around the world were also let out and had less
He's a
what's the word I'm looking for?
pre-diabetic.
Less
I want no pre.
diseases.
That wasn't pre-existing. He got that shit when he got in jail. Pre-diabetic.
That's what I'm saying. That's still considered a pre-existing condition. That means he has diabetes and high blood pressure.
No, that mean
Don't
he's pre. He almost a diabetic.
no.
That's
If
what that
you
means.
are pre-diabetic, that means you are diabetic.
Oh
You're just at
God,
the early
Jesus
stages of
Christ!
diabetes. I have pre. Come on now, you can't tell me I had pre-diabetes. I still was at the beginning stage of diabetes. That don't mean that you don't have it. That means you're at the beginning of it. And with that being said, meaning that you high risk of catching the convoy. But yet and still, other people got out of jail that didn't even have any conditions. So she is biased. I mean, and that's just one point in which she was biased. She allowed it all that bad
I don't think.
information. She allowed it a video in that had nothing to do with his
I don't think
charges.
that was her decision. That was Lindenweather decision.
Come on now, it's a list of things, and
That was Lindenweather decision about
I'm
the
not even gonna go into it.
release,
But she's biased.
over release.
Okay. So we already know that 9 times out of 10, she's not going to approve it, and it's gonna have to go to a higher level of court. Period. Exactly, Alvibra. Eating the food in there, he was gonna be a full diabetic anyway.
Now they
Exactly.
gave him a diet to follow. He didn't follow it.
They didn't give him shit. He
They
tried to
suggested.
sign up. He
They
tried to sign
suggested.
up for it, and they never gave him the meal that he needed.
They suggested a diet plan, and he didn't follow it.
He didn't get it.
He was trying to get his sugar up high so he can get up out of there drinking sugar
They're
water.
supposed to provide him with a certain meal plan, and they didn't provide him with
He was
that.
trying to be a diabetic, so he a full-blown diabetic, so he can get up out of there.
She wasn't letting him out anyway. Why the fuck would you be a full-blown diabetic when this lady is biased and don't like you?
That was Leonard Weather's decision. That wasn't
No,
Auntie Anne's
that was
decision.
Ann Donnelly.
He was
Sorry.
at the MCC at the time. He won in New York. It was the MCC.
Oh, Elvira said no, Sky, and gonna give the retrial. Okay, Elvira, we gonna see. I think that lady is 100% biased, but I rock with you. You know I rock with you. So I go with what you say. But my personal opinion,
How come
she's
you don't go with what I say?
boy, you be blowing bullshit. Your
Go
shit
with what
don't
I
even
say,
make
goddamn.
sense. Cause your shit don't make sense.
Go with what I say.
Okay.
I have to
You
have
run my
objective
goddamn pressure up.
information.
You
Right,
run my
you
damn
gotta be on your
pressure up.
deathbed to get out of jail for Ann Donnelly. And she probably still wouldn't let his ass out. He got hepatitis and shit. He got all the chronic diseases. Those are chronic fucking
He coulda-
diseases.
They should have. You know what? They should have told him he had herpes. He would have got a better chance.
Isn't
Getting
high
up.
blood pressure the main killer of colored folks? And then what? The police probably second, but I think
Oh
high
shit, that
blood
was
pressure.
funny. Scott said police probably second. Damn police.
What
Yeah,
happened? I missed it.
But I swear, I think high blood pressure is the #1 killer of colored people. He had that. He had diabetes and hepatitis, didn't he? Yep. No,
And herpes.
tuberculosis. He had
And,
TB, didn't
and herpes.
he? No, he had TB.
And herpes.
He ain't had no damn herpes.
They should have put he had herpes in the motion. He would have got out.
He ain't had herpes.
See, Cal, that's why people want to hit you in your smart ass mouth.
I'm trying to help him. Shit.
Yep. Cause
I'm telling the truth. Why people get mad at the truth?
It's not the truth.
The doctor just said
you
he
like
had.
to double talk.
We just read the doctor concluded he had herpes. He had bumps.
No, he had
Okay,
bumps.
so check this out. So check this out. So check this out. Listen to me, Scott. Listen to me, Scott. So for Valtrex, it treat syphilis.
Don't double talk yourself now. You just said it wasn't used for anything but herpes.
Listen to me. It treats syphilis and chickenpox too.
Okay, so guess what?
Do you know? Wait, let me finish. With either of those two, do you know? Just having bumps on your dick is one of the symptoms of chickenpox or syphilis?
Yeah, chickenpox.
You just have bumps on your dick only for chickenpox.
No,
That's
you can have bumps on your peen for with chickenpox.
Only.
Shingles. And shingles.
Nowhere else. Just
it's not about nowhere else. You don't know if he had them somewhere else. The point is, can you have them with shingles
do you get
and
chickenpox?
The answer is yes.
Several times a year.
Look, Keller.
Do you get chickenpox 7 times a year?
First of all, you talking yourself out the point, okay? Because you
I'm just trying to.
Listen to what I'm saying. Listen.
I'm just trying to.
You're talking over me, so I can't talk. That's what you're trying to do. Okay, you just stated a minute ago. They asked the doctor, is Valtrex used for anything else? And you clearly yourself said no. But now you coming back and saying, oh, Skylight, it's also used for this. So is this doctor credible or not? Is he telling the truth or not? If he said no, that means he's lying, right?
He said herpes.
No.
But I'm just trying. Hold on. I'm just trying to exclude some things. Jesus Christ.
You said that it's not used for nothing else. That's what the doctor said, correct? So why are you telling me now that it's also used for shingles and chickenpox?
That's what Nicole said.
The doctor said no, though.
That's what Nicole said on the damn thing.
But the doctor in the case said no, it's not used for nothing else.
So let's say
So who we going with?
Okay, so let's rule the thing. Let's rule them out. Let's go with you. And let's rule him out. We'll see what he had. So it's treated. We know it's either herpes, chickenpox,
or shingles.
Okay. Chickenpox, you
But
get
we don't
once in
know
a
that either.
chickenpox, you get
We
once in a
confirm
lifetime.
just because that medicine deals with those issues.
Okay. Chickenpox, you get once in a
I could
lifetime.
give you
Shingles, you
Tylenol
don't get
and
that shit until you're
Aleve,
80.
and they'll still knock out the same symptoms. You
You
can't
don't
make a
get shingles till
comparison
you're
like
in your
that.
80s.
I'm too smart, Keller. Okay. You could
So
give a person Aleve and ibuprofen, and they'll knock out the same symptoms. Come again now, bro. This
so
me.
chickenpox, you get once in a lifetime, and you don't get shingles till you're in your till you're a fucking senior citizen.
Big homie.
So we can
You
rule
ain't
those
got no
two out.
point. No point with me, homie. Okay.
Uh,
No point. No win here.
I know.
Because I can give you a lead for your headache, and I can give you I can even give you Motrin
But check it out,
for
Scott.
women's cramps, and it's gonna take care of your headache.
At the
So
end of the
you
day,
ain't
it
got
don't
no
even
point
matter.
here.
It don't even matter.
You right,
He's scheduled to get
because he's
sentenced.
getting a retrial.
He's
He's getting
scheduled
a
to get
retrial,
sentenced. So
and when he gets a retrial, I'm calling you first.
I'm gonna call you when he get all these goddamn years. Pick your
It
phone up.
doesn't matter, because guess what, Keller? He gets to appeal them.
Yeah, fair. Fucking
It
3
doesn't
years from
matter.
now.
See, that's what y'all don't understand. Everything y'all come with, there's an appeal behind it.
So
Okay?
this how the appeal gonna work. Let me explain it to
No,
you.
I don't need you to tell me. Okay?
He may get
All I
appeal.
need
Let's
you
say
to know
2
is
years.
Kels is coming out of
Listen,
prison.
listen to me. Let's listen to me.
Kels
He,
is coming. Listen. Formulate your lips. Kels is coming out of jail.
okay,
Okay,
so the
repeat after
appeal
me.
may
Repeat
come
after
2
me.
years after his sentence, right?
Repeat after me.
I
Kels
I got you. I got you.
is coming out
So the appeal coming 2
of
years
jail.
after he gets sentenced, if everything go right. At the earliest 2 years, at a minimum, 2 years after he gets sentenced, right? He got a trial coming up, fucking three
I
months
agree,
after he
Al
gets sentenced.
Bible. I
He got a
agree.
trial coming up 3 months after he gets sentenced. Probably gonna get another significant amount of years on that. Now he got
Yeah,
to
he
appeal
gonna
that.
have another appeal
Now he
and
got it right. Now
another
he got to
appeal,
appeal that. So he's looking for another appeal
and
2
it's
years.
another
Listen
appeal.
to me. Listen to me. So
Y'all
now he's
don't have
looking
to
for
listen to you.
another
You
two
think you're the only
years,
one that sat down and thought about this
and
case?
then got Cook County coming up. We're gonna get another significant sentence. Now he got to
So
appeal
why
that
you
shit.
wait a minute? So
Now he
you
got to appeal
convicting
that
him?
shit.
Hold on. Are y'all listening to
And
what he's
then,
doing? You
but then
convicting him
Minnesota
prior
coming
to
up.
him even having trial? What type of
Just
justice is that?
and then Minnesota coming up. Now he
Nah,
got to appeal that.
you
So he
know
gonna be
what?
a
You
appealing
just
ass
blew
motherfucker.
yourself off the map, homie. Because you not for the law, you for your personal agenda, and you just proved it. Why would you deem somebody guilty prior to them
You
even having
guys,
a court case? You see what I'm saying? He could run that bullshit on everybody else, but he speaks himself into the personal vendetta guilt. You see what I'm saying? You got a personal problem with Kels, man. Just say it, yo. It's okay to say I personally don't like him. It's okay.
Person don't
no,
like.
That's it.
you can't say that because you know when he ain't up on his sarcastic bullshit, he'll say that he feel bad, for him and what happened, and he don't
I
think
ain't
he
never heard him say that.
You
When,
have heard me
Ashley?
say that, Sky. You have heard me say that. I had conversations with
When?
you. I have
Never.
plenty of conversations with you
You
outside,
ain't
like
never
over.
said you felt bad.
I've said
Never.
that. Listen, I have told you over the phone, conversations we have over the phone that I don't want him to die in jail. Y'all need to work on getting him less
Okay,
time
that's
and
not the
write in
same
letters
thing as saying
and
I
write
feel
write
sorry
in
for him.
letters.
That's two different things. You saying
got
I don't want him to die in jail is not
the,
saying
the for the not. I mean, for like the damn situation and all that. Not what you talking about, Sky. Not like I feel sorry for him. Woo woo. Not that. And of course, he ain't say that. Talking about like the
right.
situation.
That's what
But
I'm saying.
let me say this real quick. I had thought that girl Melanie, when we were talking about the text messages, I had thought that it was girl Melanie who had said that text messages seems like it was also a mother that was telling her child how to perform and stuff in front of R. Kelly, and it was actually Eva from Oco. So I want to make that correction. And also, if you go look on the community board, which y'all should be checking, it's I cut and paste what she told me in a message to make sure y'all saw it because it was another good perspective. We welcome every perspective. I I like to have them because it plays a big part into what I do as far as the breakdown. You know what I'm saying? So I
Hey,
like to have people's perspective, their theories, opinions, and all that shit.
hey, Angie, don't be putting my business in the street on your community board.
But Angie, let me tell you this.
What
See,
business?
this
Put
is
my
my
business in
thing
the street. Shit.
with the
I
with
know
the with
damn
the
business.
this is my thing, Angie, with the Cal's ops. Okay, if you
Mhm.
listen to what he just said, when you're dealing with people and human beings, I'm looking for compassion and justice. They say they for justice, meaning law-based justice. How do you say that this guy's going to be convicted and get more time before he even gets to trial?
Because we
How do
looking at
you
the
say
goddamn,
that?
we're looking at the evidence.
No, it doesn't matter what you're looking at. You
It do
have to let
matter.
justice. It does matter because you need to let justice take his time and be done. You can't
Well,
be
it just
judged
happened. It just happened in New York, and you still ain't
but
satisfied.
guess what? Let me say this. You can do that. I'm sorry. I take that back. You can do what you want, but understand that's making you look bad. It makes you look
Y'all say,
uncompassionate,
let
and
him
it's
have his
making
day
you
in
look like you
court.
are not for
Then
the
he have
law.
his day in court. It's
Okay?
still a problem.
It's saying you're not for the law, Joe. I'm just letting you know.
I'm
That's
for
So
how
let
you
me
look.
say this. So let me say
what
this.
I'm for.
So
The
Keller.
devil and demonic spirits, you a hellraiser. You looking to throw people to the hellfire without
So let me
waiting
say
and
I'm looking
checking.
for people to be held responsible for their
No,
actions.
you looking to throw people to the
I'm
hellfire
looking for people to
without
be held
waiting and
responsible for
checking.
their actions.
No, no,
I put words
no.
in my
You
mouth.
just
Right?
proved it. You just proved it. You just said he gonna get convicted. Hasn't even have a trial.
thank
None
you.
of that. Who does that? Who does that?
I did.
Let
Not
me say
nobody
this.
that's legally
I did.
sound. Right, but you always tell me, oh, scarce about legal. That wasn't no legally sound statement, Joe. That was some personal
I'm looking at all these
bullshit.
goddamn tapes. So
That was
yeah.
personal.
So
You
let me
don't know
say
what's
this.
on the tape, and you don't even know if the tapes is gonna stand. Bojin might knock that shit down like Matumbo. I don't know. You know, I
But
can't.
she
I
ain't
can't.
putting out one
I
motion in yet.
can't.
Hold on,
You
y'all.
pulling
Hold on.
me into the
Let me say
weeds.
this. Let me say this. Keller always gives me something he'll say or something that will spark a good activity or spark a good conversation to put on here. So let me tell you. One time I was talking to Keller. It was early on, right? And he was saying that he was pretty much saying that when you look at the indictment, you read the indictment, the only conclusion that you can come to is that he is guilty. So that kind of played a part in when I remember when I did that defense um, assignment to where we come up with different reasons as to why he is innocent, right? And and what I was, and my point for me saying is this, and y'all can go back and see the reasons I gave, that people think that Sakel supporters believe that he is innocent. Among the five that I gave, I'm pretty sure there's a lot more. But what I'm saying is that you can read the indictment and come to the conclusion that he is innocent. And the best example of that is that that's what the defense does. They look at the indictment and they say, well, let me change that. Defense counsels will either say, okay, he's innocent, or they could prove him innocent. Okay, it not all the time you
I
everybody.
beg to differ.
Why
I'll
you?
explain why. Go ahead.
They do it all the time. Go ahead.
So sometimes yes, but they also can look at it and say this motherfucker guilty as fuck. But we're going to make sure we're going to see if we can poke holes in it.
Right. That's why I say so they can prove him not guilty. That's why I said prove him not guilty. That's what I said.
Well,
So
see,
they're gonna
this is your problem,
say
Keller.
he is
You
innocent.
think that everything that a person has allegations for that they guilty of, and that's demonic, boo. That's
See,
demonic.
here's the problem. Here's the
You have
problem.
to let a person have their day in court with a fair judge, with a fair jury, and come out with a correct conclusion.
So
Why? I don't see how
I'm
you
looking.
will support.
Hold on. So I'm looking at the evidence and I'm basing my decision on what he's faced against. That's my opinion. You know,
It's not
don't mean
about
you
your
have to.
opinion.
That's but
It's
it's.
not about your opinion. It's about
I didn't
justice
say
and
it was.
righteousness,
I didn't
right?
say it was.
You
It's my
want to talk
opinion.
legal.
Hold
Legal.
on.
Let's have a legal argument, not your opinion. Let's have a
Hold on.
legal opinion. What's your
Hold on.
legal
Wait a
opinion?
minute, Scott. Let me finish. So based on what I'm looking at, that's what I I form my opinion based on what I have seen. That don't mean that I'm here.
I'm
It's
just saying,
yours.
real
That
talk.
don't mean
I'm
it's
just
your
saying
opinion. You
I'm
can't.
just saying it's sad, okay? And I'm gonna tell you why it's sad. And you of course you're gonna disagree because you are so biased that you all think that the allegations and the charges are factual. So before you even know that if any of this stuff is even going to even stay admitted, you trying to make an assumption that everything
He's
that was
innocent
submitted
to.
is going to
I'll
be in
check this out.
place.
He's innocent to proven guilty. Is that better?
Yes, thank
All right.
you. That's just, I mean, I'm just, trust me, you don't have to listen to what I'm saying. I'm just telling you how it sounds. Real talk. It sounds bad,
How do
especially
you
for somebody who
how you
always
defeat
argue about
how do
legal.
you feel about his charges in Illinois?
How do I feel about
You
them?
think he's gonna walk away from him? He can beat him?
You got to understand this. I don't believe any of the charges
Perfect. You don't
because
believe?
of the
Okay,
same thing.
perfect.
Let me finish. You want to ask the
Well, I'm
question
trying
and
to prove a
answer
point.
too.
I'm trying to prove a
I'm
point.
trying to tell you this because the way that they came against him in New York, it's going to be hard to get me to believe anything that the prosecution is presenting because of the stuff that they presented in this New York trial.
Got you. What's his charges in Illinois?
What you mean? Obstruction and some other shit you said. I don't even know. It
Oh,
don't
but you
even
don't know
matter
what
to
he's
me.
charged for, but you know he didn't do it.
No,
Gotcha.
I didn't say he
I don't
didn't
got
do it.
shit to
I
say else
said
to you.
I don't
I don't
believe
got
what
nothing
the
else to say.
government
I'm like
said.
Angie. Whatever you say, you right.
I said I don't believe
Oh,
what the government has presented. Don't
Even though
try and
you already
spin
know
my
what it is.
words.
And you already know
Don't try and spin my words because you looking bad. Don't try and do me.
you don't know what it is, but you
Don't
know
try and do me. Whatever it is, I don't believe it.
you
How
say
about that?
you say obstruction, whatever I told you.
Okay. How
So the
about
mean
that?
you haven't
How
went and looked
about
yourself.
How about when you present yourself to be the devil, I believe you to be the devil. Okay. I
Once
don't have to
call
I
me
don't have to go to hell to know you the devil, dummy. Okay.
Lucifer. Call me Lucifer.
Yes, you are. Mustafa Lease. That's gonna be your nickname.
and
Beelzebub.
and you know what? And it's a lot of people, and it's a lot of people. 'Cause I heard somebody, I heard some, and I have no idea why I'm sitting there listening to this, but I heard somebody talk about the case in Illinois, and it would help, whether you support or against, but especially if you are a supporter, you must know what the hell is going on in the case. I done heard somebody, they didn't know that the lawyers had done quit. They didn't
Right.
know what the lawyers, like, I mean, everybody know that
Angie.
there's no lawyer on
And you
Chicago
know what,
Angie.
Angie?
Bureau.
And you know
Angie.
what, Angie? Scott called me to
Angie.
get updated. She ain't
Let
gonna
me
tell you
let
that
me
part.
tell you this.
She called me to get
I
updated about the
did.
damn
I
case.
tell you what, because guess what? When you are somebody who is a true Cal supporter, and we believe, I repeat, we believe that he is being set up, that means whatever they gonna throw at him does not mean that I believe it to be true because it's a setup. When you set somebody up, you throwing all type of shit, whether it's truthful or not. Do you get that? Why do you not comprehend that? It's a setup. That means I'm going to do
She
what I
don't
can to get you to jail, whether it's truthful or not. That's
she
what we
don't
think.
believe shit I say,
We
but
don't
call me
believe
for
this.
all the updates.
A setup legally means that he's guilty, but we're not gonna go into that.
We ain't
Um,
going by the legal. We going by the street.
okay,
The Chicago
right. You
street
going by
set
the
up.
street? Okay, well we talk street,
Yeah,
but
he
and,
set
and,
up.
and here's the thing, and it's like if you read the indictment, it would tell you that it's a 12 or 13-year-old that's allegedly it's in the case. That's what it says. And it
Yes, I
tells
heard
you
that.
so much
A 12,
information. They
13.
tell you about
Middle
the
school.
what the obstruction has who it has something to do with. so it would tell you, but you got to read it. You don't even have to break it down.
Andy,
You just have to put it and read it. Not you.
Andy, check this out. I read it, and I
I'm
still
not
don't
talking about
believe
you,
none
though.
of
I'm
the
not
shit.
talking about you.
I'm talking about her, Auntie. I'm talking about her, Auntie.
Yeah, but you,
Oh,
I read
Lord.
it with you on the damn
She
the
come to
live,
me to
dumb
get informed, but she don't
No,
believe shit I
you
say.
lying. You lying.
Every time the
If you
goddamn
Taylor,
docket update, she
Taylor,
come.
hold on now, because if you lying, I'm about to pop off. Are you
I ain't
saying
lying.
that you were not
Wait.
on the live when I read that bullshit that she just said with the 12-year-old, the charges for Chicago? Are
I
you gonna
gave it
sit up
to
there and
you.
say that?
I gave it to you.
Did I or did I not read it on
Where
the
you get it
live?
from? Where you get it from?
You. The
Okay.
question is, did I not read it on the live? Yes or no?
Yeah.
Okay then. So what you talking about?
No. All I'm saying is you don't even know what he's charged for.
Keller, I read it.
Not
Yes or no?
everything. You didn't read
Did I
everything.
read it?
Not everything. You didn't read all of it.
So you saying
You
I
read a
ain't read the
couple
charges?
pages. Yeah, you
Did
read
I
like a
read
couple
the
pages.
charges? Did
Not
I read the
not
charges?
all of them. Not all of them.
I did read it. Oh my
It's
God.
still on. It's still up. You read like two
Keller,
pages.
I read the charges. You wanted me to go read all the stuff where they kept repeating it. Count number 1, count number
I'm
5. The
just
same
saying you read
shit.
like
No,
2
I didn't
pages.
read that.
You read like
But
2
I read
pages.
the pages where Andrew just said they said the ages of the people and they said the charges. I read that shit. But guess
Yeah.
what? I didn't retain it because I don't believe it. Are you able to comprehend that?
You know, I believe you got problem retaining information. I believe that.
But
Yes.
here's the thing, like
I ain't gonna argue with that.
I'm not
well,
putting that shit in my mind.
And another thing I want to point out is that you can't tell me what I don't know, this, that, and the third, whatever. And when you sitting up there and you definitely don't know shit because you don't know nothing about none of the cases. You don't even know that the
That
lawyers
part.
ain't even on the motherfucker. And this is 2022. Like, who don't know that?
Hey,
So
listen.
it's like, I'm just talking about those people that always want to say this, say that, say some slick shit, whatever. Like, you can't do what I do or whatever. And I'm not bigging
Listen.
myself up or whatever, but it is what it is. Like, if you gonna take shots, don't let me turn around and start shooting the damn gun, because I have a whole list of shit what you can't do and what you ain't gonna do, or I mean what you got to go. And some people, I mean,
Girl, now look, I'm reading in the comments. Come on, that truth. We already know. Is that the truth from Chicago? The
Hey,
King Strong Warrior.
no,
hey, listen to this.
Oh, that's not her.
that's
Oh, okay.
PSW. Yeah, go
Hey,
ahead.
Andy, I ain't
I'm
gonna say
about
no
to say
names.
because we
I ain't gonna.
already know. You can get set up in Chicago on some shit that you didn't do, and you will go to jail for it. So I'm about to tell this girl, don't front now. You know what it is.
Hey, Andy, let me give you an example how gullible some of these R. Kelly supporters is. I ain't gonna say no name, but let me tell you what happened. I got a call, get update on the dockets, right? I said, they was like, what happened with these attorneys? I said, another attorney just withdrew. They was like, who? I said, Bo Jean. They said, oh, Lord, what happened? What she do? What she do to him? Oh, just gullible.
That's
gullible.
beautiful. You need your ass beat. See, you can't be doing all kind of shit. That's why people want to put their foot in your ass. You
And that
can't
was
be
Scott.
doing that.
And then
No, that wasn't me.
Scott the one who did that
Oh, you
shit.
lying.
Scott the
You
one
know
who
good
did that shit.
well you
She
lying.
said, oh, Lord, no.
Because you lying.
That's
Because
what
you know good and well I'm not finna believe
I
you.
swear to
I say
God.
this, you tried it.
I swear to
And
God, you was like, no, why?
You were trying to get a reaction out of me, and I said I don't believe it. He lying, Angie. That's what
She said, oh, no, why?
No,
Why?
it was
No.
something else you said while I said that. It wasn't that.
I
I
just
would
started
never
busting
believe
over. I
that.
said, I can tell your ass
No,
anything. Got
I would
bullshit.
never believe that Bojine is going anywhere. I feel like Bojine is
Wait, so
dedicated to this
I just
case
made that up, Sky? I just made
because
that up?
yeah, you did because it was something
Oh,
else
my
you
God.
said.
Oh,
It
my
wasn't
God.
that. It wasn't for Bojine. It was something else we had in the conversation where you did that, but it wasn't for her. So yeah, you made that up.
Nah, that was
That
bullshit.
part you did. Because
You
I
said,
feel like
oh, Lord.
Bojine is dedicated to this case just for her own personal reasons. You see what I'm saying? I don't even feel like it's for anything else. I feel like this is something that she feels that she has to take on.
Oh,
for
shit.
her
Throwing her
own
under the bus
protection.
already? God
What are
damn.
you talking about? That's not throwing her under the bus.
Damn near. You halfway there.
How was that throwing her under the boy? I ain't
Oh shit.
What happened to Sky? Oh, something happened to Sky phone. But it's so crazy that
Phone pop.
people want to take shots at you, whatever, then come and repeat the shit you say, and people hollering out rule 414, 243. Shit, you don't know how that shit out because I said the motherfucker. This is what I want you to do. Why don't you explain how those rules, how they are applied to the law? I mean, to the cases. Explain that. Since you know about it, since you want to holler it out, go all the way. If not, don't take no slick ass shots, especially
I'm sorry.
what you're talking about.
I hit the wrong button. But yeah, Kelly's tripping and he trying to moonlight because he looking like the devil, so he want to try and make me look like the devil.
Lucifer.
Mephistopheles. So he looking like Mephistopheles, and so he want to try and flip it.
Call me 3 God.
Oh, that is your name.
Like that, don't you?
That is your name. Oh, God. That's so disrespectful. It really is.
Oh, how you feel about that, Scott? How you feel about that? What's Nature Boy thing?
Oh my God. Hold on. Let me say something to Dumb Dolores. She said, Sky sounds like you saying she doing it for her own personal reasons and she don't believe in R. Kelly.
Right. You throwing I told you throwing under the bus.
What type of dummy? Like what are you talking about? Sound like she's saying she doing it for her own personal reasons.
Yeah, you throwing under the bus halfway. You throwing under the bus already.
Okay, see,
I told
you. Oh my God, people can't comprehend. Like y'all don't understand Sky talk. Okay, this is what you have to understand. Okay, this is what you have to understand. Yes, she has a client that is R. Kelly, but you have to understand sometimes people do things for their own personal reasons and for their own, how should I put it, for their legal standing in fucking society. Because understand that once she wins this Kel's case, that's gonna bump up her status tremendously. Okay, can you all comprehend that? Is that okay for you? My God, do I gotta break everything down? That's pitiful. That's real pitiful. Like I shouldn't even have to say that. People do things for their own personal agenda, but they can also do it while they have a client. Is that okay? Thank you. Love you.
What's good with it? There's always some BS. What's good with it, my friend?
What that is?
Oh, it's always some BS.
Oh.
It is always some BS.
Always.
I love that name ever since I seen it, honey.
This is too much.
Come through and make some more people blue.
Oh,
yeah,
shit.
But that's crazy.
Oh, how you feel about Nature Boy, Scott?
I haven't followed Nature Boy's case. I just know when I saw him, the little few videos that I saw, his energy is off with me. And
about the girls, how you feel about the girls? You think they brainwashed?
I can't make an assumption because I haven't followed them, and I definitely can't say I can't say anything. Same thing that they said about Kels. Oh, Stockholm syndrome.
Oh, they gone.
He's charged with what, false imprisonment, and they charging him with something else. But when I saw them talking, they are very stupid and slow. They have no comprehension of reality in life.
I think they brainwash. They brainwash.
I don't think it's brainwash. You have to understand some people are just slow.
They gone.
And they believe their own, well, how do you put it? Maybe we can't say brainwash. They believe what somebody is telling them.
They easy to be manipulated and
they just slow. They just have no concept of.
See, Dolores, I'm sorry, Dolores said she misunderstood what you were saying. She got it. Now see how nice these people is over here.
Don't give her no out, Dolores.
People always want to go for the negative thing. Don't go for negative when you're dealing with me.
Don't give her no out.
Okay.
You said that stupid shit.
I thought you was always blue. It's always some bad. You must be changed your login or something, because I could swear I knew you was blue. That's why when I looked, I said it's always some BS ain't blue. Go ahead.
But I think Bojane, I have to reread it, man. I always have to reread the shit for me to really. But at first glance, I don't see what she just said she object to 4 points. This, and she not really giving a reason, a different reason. Put it that way. Everything she said, she made the same argument already.
Most this you are tripping.
It's
Do you
okay to do that
understand
though.
that they
Okay, well,
made
it's
the
okay to do
same
that.
argument with the charges? So
No,
all
no,
she
no,
did was
Do
gave
that.
no,
the
no.
same
Okay to do that.
argument with the rebuttal.
I'm saying everything she said in this objection, she had made that argument already. With the retrial and the acquittal. And it's like she said the
She can do
same
that.
thing. They already went over that. It's nothing new.
She can do
This
it.
is
Let
what
me
you
go
trying
back
to
because
understand.
that point part just took my ass on out. Oh,
What?
that when we started doing the points.
Oh, no. What took me out? You know what took me out?
What?
Joy.
Oh yeah. Then that shit took me on
That took me
down to
out.
the ground. I had one leg on the ground.
Oh
I
no,
was
that
like,
took
what
me
the
out.
hell?
That took me out.
Yeah,
Now
they put
I
everything in
think
that
he
bitch.
don't want her to testify against him.
They put everything in that bitch.
Because if you don't, and it's like some type of privilege, marriage privilege or something that they can't. So, well, I think that's what that is. That took me out.
Yeah, that took me out.
That
Let
took
me
me
go
all
back
the way
and
out.
find the points. Shit, them points. I mean, they was asking point for this, point for that, point for this. I'm like, well, damn.
Oh, well, I'm gonna have to get out of here, y'all. Kelly he trying to wear me down.
Hey, it's
Oh,
what it
y'all
is.
trying to wear me
You know my
down. Y'all
stand.
talking about
You,
some scat trying to turn on the attorney. Y'all be
I
making up
mean,
some bad claims over here. Like
Scott,
that's how y'all do cows, though.
you
Y'all
know
do
my,
that to cows.
you know my stance, Sky.
You
So,
know my stance too.
right. So I ain't finna sit up here and try to change your stance and call and say you the devil and all this shit. Cause
Okay, so it's some
Okay. Let me just explain to you why I
hey,
said that. Okay,
that,
let me just explain myself, please. Okay.
that hurt my feelings. Hurt my feelings.
Okay. Well, I'm sorry, and
I'm just fucking with
let me explain to you. Okay. When you make statements that are
true.
okay, no, it's not true. That's the problem. They don't be true. If they was true, I wouldn't argue
Facts.
with you.
When
This
I
is the
say
thing,
facts,
Keller. You all want to say that you all are the legal advocates for this case. You all want to use the transcripts like they the Bible. You want to use the motions and everything else, really the transcripts like they're the Bible, and that you all are following the law. And the whole reason why the age of consent is a problem is because of the law. Okay, everything y'all say is due to the law. It ain't got shit to do with logic. We're doing the law. But then when it comes to the law in favor of cows, y'all don't apply it.
what
Okay,
law
you all
favor him?
have wait. Let me finish now. Don't
Yeah,
overtalk me.
she making a good point, Keller. Go ahead.
So when you all bring it to cows, it begins to get personal. Oh, he getting 1,000 years. He infected the people with herpes. It's not law based. You see what I'm saying? If this guy is innocent, it's based on the law. He's supposed to be innocent until proven guilty. You all aren't giving him that. You
Okay.
all are saying, oh, wait, let me finish. I ain't done. You all are prejudging a negative judgment on him just based on what you read, which Angie has told us many times. These are allegations and these are charges that have been brought against him, of course, based on the evidence that is put in there. But you have to test the goddamn evidence during the trial. You all haven't even got the trial yet. Okay, so when a person like me hears that, sees that, feels that, it comes off as demonic. Do you understand that? Because you're pushing negativity, you're pushing basically hellish behavior and it's not positive. So I don't know what else you all want me to call you.
All right. So what law favor him?
What do you mean? What law? He has constitutional rights that
Okay.
have been
What are
violated.
the laws
Wait,
that
wait. I'm
favor him?
answering your question. Kels has constitutional rights that have been
Okay.
violated based on the attorney that we support in the New York trial that have been violated. Therefore, we feel that that case is up for an appeal.
Okay.
Okay.
All I'm asking
So
is what are them? Or what are they?
what a way.
What laws have been violated? What rights have been violated?
Okay, so go pull up the motion for Jennifer Bongine and read the motion to acquit and the motion for retrial. She breaks it down very well, and she
Can
actually
you
states
can you
what
break it
constitutes.
down
I'm
to me?
not about to go get them paperwork. No, no, I don't have it in
Well,
front of me.
you
Okay,
brought it up like you
so
knew. So,
I do know. I read it.
but you can't tell me then.
I
Tell me
don't
then.
have to be able to tell you. I read it. Okay. So if you
Oh, you
want
didn't
fine
retain it.
details,
You didn't
I don't
retain it.
need you to do that. Okay. I don't
Gotcha.
need that. I've already read it. Okay. My point to you is this. You all want to say you legal until it comes to Kales, okay? We see it, we hear it, we feel it. You all want to deny it, but it is what it is, okay? So when the outside looking in, when you're behaving that way, it comes off as demonic. I don't know what else you want me to do.
So I always said that I was nervous about the jurors. That's it.
And that's fair.
Everything else, I thought I thought she was gonna make a point. Initially, I said that.
It's always some bullshit. Skylife is my YouTube channel. If anybody wanna come
I
over there
dropped
and you don't have your feelings on your sleeve, feel free
Initially, I
to come
said
over there.
ineffective counseling was gonna
I
be
dropped
huge.
it. I dropped it.
Oh, thank you,
Init-
Angie.
Initially, I said ineffective counseling was gonna be huge, but when she came with the ineffective counseling motion, I was like, "That's it." So now I just got okay. Her best shot is the what I'm nervous about is the jury. That's it. Everything else, I don't feel. You know, his rights is
So you
violated.
feel that the enterprise is solid. You
Yep,
feel that they
that's there.
proved the elements of the enterprise
Hell yeah,
and I'm
blew
sorry,
it
not
out
the
the
enterprise,
blew it
but
out the
the
water.
racketeering charges and the man charges.
Yep, racketeering. They only needed 2 predicate acts, and they overkilled that. So
With what? With what? What two predicate acts are hard?
I said they overkilled it. They only need 2. I think they proved what? What? How many they proved? Angie,
I'm asking you which ones did they prove?
Predicate X.
it was like
How
14
many
of them.
charges?
12. They did the bribery. Uh, uh.
The bribery wasn't easy. That's what I'm saying. The stuff that you all are picking wasn't even proven. They never, she even, see, that's what I'm saying. This is the thing. This is why we differ and we argue because you all are going off the transcripts and we are going off what Bojine put in her motions. She
Well,
clearly wrote in her
I'm going
motions
off
how
what
she
happened in
felt.
court,
Wait.
and that's the
How
transcript.
how she clearly felt that they did not meet the
And she's
bribery
going
charge
off the
because
transcripts too.
Kells never. Why are you talking while I'm talking?
Okay.
Hold on. Go ahead. Go ahead, Kill. I mean, go ahead,
Okay,
Scott.
so she clearly showed how, and specifically in the obstruction situation, that that Kells was never aware of the bribery act that Demetrius Simmons committed. Okay, that's what she stated. So yes, you guys are going off the transcripts and what happened in court
She's
based
going
on
off the
wait,
transcripts too.
let me finish. You going off the transcripts and you going off what happened in court based on the prosecution. We're going off the motions based on Kells's
I
attorney.
got you. That makes sense now. So, did you even read the response from the prosecutor?
You
The
something
response from
echoing or
the
something.
prosecution. No, because they weren't talking about shit to me. I heard somebody else read it.
Oh, so let me go out and come back in. What's up? Matter of fact, I'm gonna go out and stay out. This time for me.
Yeah, stay your ass
Yeah,
out.
I'm gonna go to. That's a
Go
sign for me
your
to
ass to
go
bed.
to sleep.
No, what? No, because I want to hear that question you was asking, crazy.
I'm still echoing.
No, you ain't echoing. Go ahead.
No.
Um. Oh, did you read the response to Bojang from the prosecutors? Sky.
Wait, I'm sorry. Hold on. I was responding to hold on, let me write this. Keller cannot hold a candle to me. Okay, now what you asking me?
I'm gonna hold a motion for your ass.
Ah,
What you say now? What you
Did
asking
you
me?
read the response that the government did to Bojang?
I already told you. The second one, no.
Okay,
Because
so
the first
you
one
don't
was some
know.
bullshit.
So you
So then
just
the second one
that's what
is
the problem is.
there is
You
no
just
problem. I
I'm
heard
telling you
somebody
what the
else
problem. Let
read
me
it,
finish. Let me finish. Let me
and I
finish.
had no thrill
Let
of
me
reading
finish.
it because they
Let me
weren't talking
finish.
about nothing.
Let me finish. You want me to overtalk you? So the problem is,
thank you, Miss Phoenix. You ain't had to do that, but thank you. Go ahead.
the problem is
Boy, ain't no
you
problem.
selective.
I'm not
Guess
going for
you
the
selective on
bullshit.
what you want to see.
Oh,
You
okay.
only
They
see
not
one side of it.
Keller. You gotta understand.
Let me finish
They
answer. Let me
not they
finish.
ain't talking about nothing to me. Maybe
So
somebody
they
else is
responded to what they responded to
yes, they did.
what
They
she was
did.
saying,
They
and you
did.
didn't even read. You didn't even
I
read it to
heard
see what
somebody.
the
Let me
hell they
say
was
it again.
responding about.
Let me say it again for the fifth graders. Let me say it again. I heard, and I'm doing sign language while I talk. I heard somebody else read it. Okay? Therefore, I was not impressed by what the other person read. Okay? Therefore, I did not want to read it
Why
myself
wasn't you impressed?
because they if you didn't okay, first of all,
It's not about being impressed.
you
First of
didn't
all,
touch the text messages, okay? You didn't
yeah, they
touch
did
the
touch the text.
hardcore evidence that was
They
presented.
they did touch the text messages. They
Oh
didn't.
my God. You
They
said they
did touch.
what?
They didn't touch the text messages,
Okay then. So
but
we agree.
but they
So what
touched
else is
everything
we
else.
talking about?
Oh,
Okay,
so
well, let me put it like this. What
since they
they
didn't touch the text
said,
messages, you just
let
disregard
me say
everything.
this. Let me help you understand what I'm saying. Because I see I gotta be clear with y'all. Based on what I heard somebody else read, their argument, here we go. Let's go. I'm breaking it down. Their argument to me, their comeback argument to me was not as strong as what Bojin presented. Therefore, I didn't feel like reading it because I don't think that it supersedes what Bojin said. Is that okay? Now, if I would have thought that they gave a good argument that superseded what Bojin said, then I might go read it and say, "Oh, you better pay attention to this. This shit might flip Kale's case." I didn't I didn't hear a threat, and I didn't, and I wasn't. That's what I'm saying. I wasn't impressed. It didn't make me want to read it myself. Do you get it?
Do you
I didn't
feel?
think that their argument was better than Bojin's. Is that
Do,
okay?
okay, I got you. Do you feel what Bojin said contradict the jury instructions?
Contradicts the jury instructions. This is my whole thing. It doesn't matter about the jury instructions because if you're guiding somebody to do some shit that is not justified, then it shouldn't matter. If you got a tainted jury, okay, and standing within their own self, it has nothing to do with jury instructions because if this person is biased, they biased with or without the jury instruction. You understand that?
So you said the jury instructions was
I'm saying that it's a moot point. When you have a biased juror, it doesn't matter what you instruct them to do because they're gonna do what their biased mind tells them to do. Do you
well, I ain't talking
understand
about
that?
the jurors. I'm not talking about the juror. I'm talking about Bojin. Do you feel what Bojin said contradict the jury instructions, not the jurors? Bojin's argument.
Contradicted the
Explain that a
jury.
little bit more, Keller.
Do you feel?
Explain.
Do you
Go ahead.
feel like okay? So, do you feel what Auntie Ann instructed the jury how to come up with the verdict, based how to come up with the verdict, and the instructions she gave to them to do, what not to do, how to do. Do you feel that Bojin?
No, I feel like Ann's contradicted what Bojin said was legally sound. Okay.
What the
That, what do you mean? That's simple and understandable. It should be. I feel like what Bojin said was more legally sound than what Ann instructed them to do.
I got you. So you said the judge was wrong.
What makes you think she always got to be right? That's why they have an appeal process, right? Angie, am I wrong? What's the appeal process for?
Right, right.
Violation.
But Keller, why don't you give us the possible answers to your question?
Hell
So you kind of
yes.
you think
That's
so you think
yes. She said, "Fuck the jury instruction." God damn it! Listen to what the fuck I say, and not Auntie
No,
Ann.
that's not what I said.
No,
That's
that's what
no
not
I'm
no
what I
we
saying.
said.
saying we
Oh,
No,
saying
that's what
what
I'm
Jay
saying.
was saying.
oh,
That's what Bojine is saying. Fuck what the jury instructions is. Listen to my interpretation,
correct.
and that's a recipe to get denied.
No, that should be a recipe to get approved, especially if the judge is wrong. See, G, that's what you got to understand. You all also that's a bias for you to think that a judge sitting in a seat, a human being, doesn't make a mistake. Like
No, no,
this
no.
is
Not
why
only
this
that.
is why I
Fuck the
keep on
statute
bringing up
too.
the issue
Not
of
only that. Not only that.
humanity and
Not
being
only.
humane.
Not
That
only that, Sky. Not
and
only that.
shits just like we do on the same toilet. Her doodles stink just like ours. She put
Check
on
this
her
out.
panties the same way we do in the morning. That girl ain't no god. She
Check
can
this
make a
out too.
mistake.
Check this out too. Also, fuck the statute and how it's written. Listen to how I interpret it.
What's wrong with that? If she feels that the prosecution uh messed it up, why she can't clarify it based on her own
All right.
opinion?
All right.
Well, I shouldn't say
Well,
opinion,
well,
based on her legal opinion,
Keller,
backed up with
she
case law.
well, Keller, Scott, Scott has a perfect point because the judge can make mistakes. That's why there's an appellate process that
Thank you.
overrules the judge. Now, and to Keller's point, I feel like at different times, Jbo was rewriting law in some instances, and pretty much based on her theory or the theory that she's trying to put out there. You know what I'm saying? So, but like I've said, anytime when common law versus statutory law, 8 out of 10 times statutory law is going to win unless you are using common law, which is case law, which is also a persuading authority, which when they use that to define the language in the in statutory law, sometimes case law will common law will prevail, which is case law, but I'll use case law to keep it consistent.
And
Sometimes
this is just my thing. Keller has a problem with sequential order. Okay, he's asking me about the jury instructions when the core issue is the goddamn juror. If you have a juror that is tainted or biased, it doesn't matter what you instruct them to do. They're going to do what their biased mind tells them to do.
Well,
That's what I don't understand. You see what I'm saying? That's why we can't really relate on things.
I'm gonna tell you exactly what I'm nervous about. I think they I don't think I think they all did the sub questions to prove that they were unbiased. But here's what I'm nervous about. When she did when she asked to send the rejects and the ones she accepted in the questionnaire, to me, I'm thinking she's gonna look at the rejects and see the reason why they got.
Commonalities in the
Hold
juries that
on,
are on the
Scott. Hold on,
stand.
Scott. Let me finish before I forget. I'm thinking she's
Hmm.
gonna look at the rejects and see, okay, these answers that they got rejected for, the somebody who got approved answered the same way,
That's what I just said.
and
Commonalities
and
in
and,
what
and,
the
and
jurors gonna
that's
see.
what's making me nervous right now.
That's what's gonna
yeah,
happen. You
that's
think,
what I said.
yeah.
Go ahead, Scott. I'm sorry.
No, I'm just gonna make one point. I was gonna say that's what I'm saying. That's what's gonna happen. She's gonna find the commonalities and some of the rejects of the people that were able to remain seated. That's what's going to happen.
Because she asked for both of them, which to me,
Yes, she
she's
did.
trying to do some comparison.
Yes.
Right, and that's what I said. She's doing some comparison to see, if it was consistent. You know what I'm saying? Because
Correct.
she's a part of the process as well. So she's going to see if it was consistent, and things of that nature. So that's where it could, like I said, it could get sticky for team lock hands up team.
Mm-hmm.
And
Because
So
I mean, that's
the
what got me
odds of there
nervous.
not being commonalities are what? That
I mean,
part.
we don't know. We don't know.
Okay.
I mean, if somebody got rejected off a question and somebody got approved and answered the question the same way, that's a
right,
problem.
Yep. That's a
That's a problem.
problem. That's a problem.
right.
But I'm saying it's been little things throughout this whole case that have been a problem. But I guess when it happens in the jury pool, that's the grounds for the retrial. You see what I'm saying?
But
Because
part
as
of
far as
me
we
is
concerned,
confident.
it's been stuff all throughout the case that has been questionable.
Part of me
You
is
know.
confident that that it's not going to pan out that way because I believe old Bojane would have pointed that shit out.
No, I think Bojine is see this.
Shit.
I think she is very strategic. I believe that everything that she has done, because even when she responded to the motions, you'll notice that in some situations she repeats the same thing, but in some situations she might come with an entirely different direction.
Well, here's what I'm saying. If the judge is doing a comparison, right, and seeing if somebody got rejected, answer the question and got rejected, and somebody got approved, got to answer the same question and got approved, that would be something that the judge discovered, not Bojine. And I don't see Bojine. She threw everything in there. I really don't see Bojine not pointing that out if that happened. I don't see it.
You saying that's something the
We got
judge
to
discovered?
assume, but you're assuming that
I'm assuming.
Bodine actually looked at. Now here's here's gonna be the fucked up shit right here, which will be real funny, because we see, because we try to tell, from what we read and whatever, we're trying to get a insight as to how the judges are, or the prosecutor or the defense team is. What if Anne is doing more than her job, and just maybe to cover grounds, or because she know that this might go above her head? What if she just pulling shit, looking for shit that Bojin didn't even think about? What if
That's what
she
I'm
kept
saying. That would be one of them.
bringing up her?
That
Maybe she bringing up shit that Bojin wasn't even thinking about.
that that
Trying to
that
make
would be
sure
one
this
of
man
them.
stays in jail.
That would be one
That's
of them.
crazy.
But see, this is my thing when we say that.
No
How
problem
can
about it.
how can it be something that Bojine didn't think of, because she's the one that triggered him that the jury was biased in the first place? So it's almost like she's giving her a alley-oop to say, "Hey, homie, you better check this out. It ain't looking good." You
But
see what I'm saying? I feel like she giving her an alley-oop.
I feel
Well,
confident that
if Bojine would have done that comparison, because she would have said, knowing Bojine, she would have said, y'all dismissed juror number blah blah blah, and then
right.
they answered pretty much the same way. She would have
Right.
put that in
I feel
her
Bojane would have put that in there.
J-Bo would have
I
put that in
really
her
do.
right.
I'm assuming based, and my assumption is based on her style, that she threw everything, any and everything in that motherfucker.
Yeah.
So that's why a part of me like, okay, I think I'm good, because I feel that Bojane would have, if that was the case, I feel Bojane would have put that in there.
Right. If she looked for it, and you do, and that when it comes to unfair treatment, Jbo'S is gonna put that shit in there. Anything about him being treated unfair, she gonna put that. Anything about unfairness, she gonna put it in there. And that's what I really believe. I really believe that. But we got to assume that she checked.
Ain't she gonna make some thoughts? I think she made that shit up by R. Kelly, not being aware, not having an impact of his juror selection, because she kind of contradict herself. She kind of the ladder. Remember we did that ladder and shit.
Yeah.
It's
That's
kind of a
his
contradiction.
statement. That's not hers. That's his
Man,
statement.
that was influenced by her. That was influenced by her on his
Yeah,
goddamn
but
statement.
she was
He
over,
can't prove it. You can't prove it.
All right. He dyslexic, right?
Well, I think that number they should have flipped 7 and 9.
He is dyslexic.
They could have flipped 7 and 9. I don't know. This is
What was that?
Lord have mercy. They don't, huh?
What was 7 and 9?
7 and I remember when he said at one point he said he did not know that the jury
Oh, you said
had
flip the
seen.
order. I thought you was
Yeah.
talking about. I thought you was talking about flip jurors 7 and
Oh
9.
no. Just flip when he put in his declaration.
Right, because
7 and 9,
it cancels each other out. It cancels each other out.
Yeah, well, I needed it to flow, you know.
And that's a good point. Alvira, that's a good point. Why is she holding out making a answering to the retrial motion order to acquittal? Because if you feel like you were solid and you judged this case precisely, why you ain't just put the denial in right now? Drop the smack down. What you holding?
What are you talking about?
Girl, they're gonna do it. They're gonna do a detail. She's gonna do a detail situation. And y'all, thanks y'all for all these questions and this input and participation and stuff like that. This is the type of stuff that get us, you know,
we appreciate that.
These conversations. So, you know, shouts out. Make sure y'all do the same thing. We go over there to Sky. But
we want the legal smiggles in the what you say, boy?
None.
I already know. I'm gonna pull up. We gonna have it down in Oak Park, Chicago style.
I'm gonna stay in Oak Park. I stay.
Oh, you moved?
I stay by Oak Park. See, that's for y'all doxing people. Y'all be trying to.
Boy, you know I ain't. Look,
I ain't finna give up my.
Look, Andrew. Let me tell you what he did. He gave me the jump off phone number to call. Right? Okay, so I called him on that number. Then one day he's like, okay, well I guess I could trust you now. So he gave me his real number. He called me from his real number, and then another day went like a week went by or something. He's like, why you ain't called a real number? I said, Keller, you gave me this number to call you. I'm calling on the number you gave me. Angela, they ain't gonna give me no goddamn docs.
That sound like That sound like
shit. I ain't calling no other number. Yeah. He gonna have to tell me, Sky, call this number.
Shut up. Kelly, I hope you. Am I calling on the damn bill collector number?
I know you ain't talking, Andy.
Yeah,
what you just told me last week. I know you ain't talking.
Listen.
Yeah, I had to call on the jump off number and shit.
Yeah, I mean, hell, we calling on the damn jump off numbers. What the
Ain't
hell?
no jump off numbers, a doxing number. Oh, Scott crazy shit.
You know,
look, get my real number.
Look, you know good and well, if anybody in this whole KL sector ain't going to jail for doxing, you know it's me. Okay, I will not go for that no dumbass shit like that's the dumbest shit in the world to me. That is so stupid. That's a free jail sentence. Like, who does that? That's dumb.
That you only don't. What you have to do is put all your fake information and stuff like that all in the atmosphere and the internet and shit like that, and let them dox the fucked up information and shit. And then you were like, oh, okay, here's the real information. But
right. But who does that? I ain't got time.
Shit, listen, especially girl, I would blow your mind if I told you what was my last station, the department I worked in. That's responsible for.
That's pitiful.
Yeah, responsible for tracking motherfuckers. But
who said something good? Andrew, this is my thing. Do you got a job? Like, how do you set up and do that? Do you work? Do you got bills to pay?
Right. And why are you
doing?
Oh, Angie. Okay. So did you just get doxxed recently or attempt to get doxxed?
Who, me?
Yeah.
Yeah, I get doxxed all the time, yeah.
Okay, cause I saw your community chat. I'm like, what fuck chat to dox or some shit?
Oh yeah. Yeah.
I'm just saying that's pitiful.
It's so damn crazy because I'm responsible for the manifest that you. One time I got cocky up here, and I kind of flipped, showed the manifest that your ass is doxing. I'm like,
Damn.
yeah, oh yeah, I got about it's about like 60. I think I put over 60. It's over 60 entries out there for me. Yeah, dox away. You get the business.
Damn.
But no, Jenny, I didn't know what JoJo told me. Don't even go into that. But the last department that I um was in security. So I'll just say that
Yeah.
cyber
Yeah.
security, and we had to do a whole bunch of stuff. So yeah, shit, I wipe my information clean in the system, put some new information up, whatever. If you dox every other month, you might find just new information, old information, whatever information. Shit, just dox away.
I just, I
Dox
just,
away, baby. Have a
I
good time.
personally just, I'm sorry. I just don't have the time, Keller. I'm
Right,
sorry. I don't have time to dox you, boo. But
Oh no, no.
right,
I'm just too
exactly.
busy.
That's
I knew you
crazy.
wanted docs. I knew you wanted a docs right away.
No, I know you know. I'm just being funny. Cause but I just don't have the time, y'all. Like real talk. If I really broke down to y'all like my daily activity, like when I get on live and talk to y'all, that's like some of my free time. You know what I'm saying?
Right,
Like I'll be busy just, and life got its own responsibilities,
right,
minus anything else. So,
right. Yeah,
but yeah,
unless you stop fucking with me, I don't come fucking with you. I don't see
yeah,
how that works
I'll
out.
do
You know
that.
what I'm
Wait
talking
a
about? It's
minute.
just
You
crazy.
got a damn jump off number two. I
Who?
called you. Cause
We all do.
I did.
But we was just making fun, like, because I'm just making fun because when you was like, why you ain't called the other number? I'm just making a point, like, unless you tell me specifically to call that
Also, you know what?
number,
Because the other number was tripping. I think we had
yeah,
a
it was
bad
tripping.
connection.
It was doing
We
something,
had a bad connection. I'm like, all right, just call me on this one.
yeah. And then
I'm
but
tripping because
I
I'm
ain't
tripping
switch.
because I'm trying to tell him to call a different number, and he was acting stank with me about that. And I'm like, just not hearing that he got a jump off number. I'm trying to figure out, do this nigga got me calling the jump off number? Like shit. Hey, and check this out. And is his girl in on it too? Cause she be on the line too.
Right.
They fooling me.
They both
Yeah.
got you on the bad line.
No, you got my real number.
Oh, okay. Got me on the goddamn jump off number.
Look,
What
and
the
Angie,
fuck?
I'll be happy with my little jump off number. I call and I text him like, "Oh, you don't call this." I said, "You don't check these messages, do you?" He's like, "It go to the same phone." I'm like, "Yeah, right.
It
You ain't
do.
going to the same. It does. Well, you don't be responding sometimes." That's what I'm like, "Oh, okay."
Mhm. Damn jump
Shit,
off
I don't
number.
respond to
Ain't
my
that some
fucking other
shit?
city.
Oh, okay.
Give me a minute to respond. I'll be busy.
This
Yeah,
crazy.
that's funny.
I mean, when I'm telling you, I'm being mistreated so badly by these niggas on YouTube. Now to come find out, I'm calling a jump off number. Like, what the fuck?
Right.
It's like my ass. I'm serious. My ass
Well, I
is
don't
now
got no deal. Y'all make
miscounted.
it seem like I got a bunch of jump offs, first of all. B,
Hell,
I
this
don't got no
crazy.
goddamn jump offs.
Oh,
That's
that's
the
your
Look,
second line.
girlfriend.
I
I
got to
forgot
tell
that's your
people how I done
girlfriend.
been mistreated on this goddamn this damn internet. They ain't gonna believe this. I'm saying, child, I done went from this to the goddamn jump off number.
I
But you
don't
know
got no
what?
damn jump
Real
off
talk.
number. I don't got no
In
jump off
real
number.
life, that's how I date. Like when I meet you, you don't get my real number. You get the pre dab. We're gonna call it the pre diabetes number. You get the pre number, and then once you pass all the tests, you know what I'm saying, and some
Mm,
time go by, then you get the real number. I don't get nobody my real number out the gate. Nobody.
really?
That's just how I am.
Uh,
Cause think
uh,
about Andrew, I
uh,
don't have my number for over 30 years.
Me
Okay, and I
too.
might
Me
be
too. I
sounding
had my
old.
number
uh-huh,
since I was in high
uh-huh.
So
school.
y'all ain't
Right,
spoiling my goddamn number.
Right.
Mm-mm.
right. Yeah, my real and I'm a victim of identity theft, but they ain't got nothing to do with what I'm saying. But I've had my number over my real number over let me see shit at least at least almost about 25 years.
Yeah.
My real number. So yeah, so my friends and stuff, and family, whatever they call on that number, that's
Mm-hmm.
my real number. Now my burner phone real number, I call that because it
Mm-hmm.
serves the same purpose, just about. You know,
Mm-hmm.
I've only had that since I've been fucking around with this shit, but my real number, yeah, I've had that number forever, and I'm not gonna change that number for nobody.
Nope. That's what I'm saying. I'm not
For
doing it.
nobody.
So if you dox that number, we just gonna be doxing and cussing each other out because I ain't changing the number.
Right. I ain't changing my damn number. I'm not. That's crazy. I'm not changing my damn number.
Not
That's
doing it.
crazy.
Yeah.
Not doing it. Yeah, brother. Yeah, I'm known to me about 20 years. That's more better. I think about 20 years. But I know my child was in school when I got those numbers. Her and I got the numbers. So,
Yeah. And sometimes I get worried, like, because I know exes know how I am, and I have had exes call me on it too, but not the ones that I really, really don't want to call. It's mostly the ones that I don't mind hearing from. So
oh, yeah. A lot of exes call that real number.
yeah.
They will call that
Hmm.
real goddamn number. Hell, that's the only number they got.
That's
They
the
gonna
only
call
one
that
they
real
get.
number.
Yeah. So far none of the real ones that I don't like haven't called, so that's a good thing.
My
And
blacklist worked excellent.
Yeah,
your
I did block
blog
one of them. I ain't gonna lie. I did block one, Joe. Yeah, he got blocked.
I got doxxed by someone I never had any type of communication with. They had me mixed up with someone else, but it was too late. I handled it behind the scenes. They never said my name again. Oh, okay. But yeah, it's crazy. It's like, and it's like some of these people, like, why the fuck are you doxing regular people on YouTube over some R. Kelly case? Nobody put
I
R.
don't
Kelly
get it.
in jail on no goddamn YouTube.
I
The
don't
Yeah,
fuck
understand that
kind
shit.
of. I
is
I
don't
don't
wrong?
get it.
understand that. I remember
Especially then when you get the
Sly,
address. What is you doing with the address now?
I, I,
Okay,
rem-
now
I,
you
re-
got an address.
I remember Sly Fox did it to Carolina Diamond, and she called up on it like, "When you bogus," and she said, "I did not do that whole goddamn reflection." I said, "I'm just sit there and lied in front of her face."
She
And I'm
did
like,
do it.
"Yeah, reflection." So this is what she did. She took the picture in her car, right, of her house, and you could see her reflection because
No.
she didn't let her window down.
Oh.
And she lied and said, "I didn't do it." You got a whole goddamn silhouette in the damn picture.
Oh God.
Yeah,
I tell you. That,
and
Oh.
that
I
took
mean,
a mission. Like she stayed in fucking a whole different state. She drove down there to just take a picture of her house.
no, I think it was. Do you think? I don't think she drove down there. I think that
Cause
she
she in
was at her
Atlanta.
computer and it got the reflection.
No. She was in her car. The reflection was from her car window. She took a picture of her house. She was in her car.
Huh? What she would have to, like, why would she have to go all the way to Georgia? I mean,
I
to
don't
where?
know. But
Carolina.
she was in her car. She
Oh,
took
I
a
think
pic.
she was at her computer.
She was in her
Oh,
car. What you
no.
mean on her computer? This is a
Like if
house.
you're on your computer,
This
no.
wasn't no
But she took
Google
a
Maps. This
picture,
wasn't no Google Maps thing. This was the actual picture.
and I knew
This
it
one no.
looked like that. No, don't get me wrong. I knew it looked like that, but I don't know how everybody's phone projects
Mm-mm,
or what she used to take the picture. And I thought that she just aimed it at the computer and took a picture of the house and whatever.
She took it through her car window and didn't let her car window down.
Mm. Mm.
Oh, I don't know, Keller.
It's too much either way. My thing is this.
Jesus.
Okay, is you sending somebody to the address? Are you coming to the address? What is you doing with the address? Just to say you got the address? Like,
Just to
That's
put
the
a
part I be wondering about.
just to put an address out there, and this is what Levi was saying. Just to put an address out there, period, is a problem because she did the same thing with the Clarys. Put their address out there. They say, you know, they got down houses and cars blowing up.
Right. Okay. So did it just to just to
So just
do it.
putting the information out there for people to have knowledge of it is a problem.
Okay. That's what it was for. Okay. Okay. Yeah, and that's
Oh
bad. You can get
Lord.
somebody killed doing that. Like you shouldn't be
Yeah,
doing that.
man. Like,
Cause
Hey,
that shit crazy.
man, I'm
the
just
lady said it
saying.
was a computer too. Yeah, they said it was a computer. Kelly, I know that was. I
Catch
know
me
she
off
ain't
guard.
troll that.
Like I tell people,
just
don't
don't.
scare me.
Hey Jennifer. Yeah, like it's not that serious. Like what the fuck is going on? I ain't never like. Let me tell you.
Um, I know she was mad than a motherfucker.
Yeah.
Who
I
Now
remember
wouldn't
watching
be?
that live.
I'd be
that
mad as
live
hell too.
it was sad, but
And
honey,
you could see in her face like she was just man. She was
yeah,
heated.
she was mad. But baby, when I tell you, when she turned that phone around to that goddamn screen and showed us, honey, I died. First, it was it was so sad. Then when I seen that she talking about, I forgot how it went. She said, how it went, y'all? How what was the word she said? She said,
Who Fale?
you did or something like that, and put that that phone up to that damn camera on that computer. Honey, I hollered. That thing that almost took me out. I was like, oh Jesus. She said she in the
And you could really see her in the picture.
yes. Oh
Silhouette.
my God.
See a
Yeah.
silhouette.
You see
Oh
my face and everything.
God.
I was like, oh no, gosh. I fuck with Sylvia, Sylvia all right with me, but child, that whole thing was that was a bit.
But why? Why do that?
Like you said, so some random people could try and bring harm to you. There's no
'Cause
other
I
reason
don't even
for
think
it.
they was in beef for it. They weren't even beefing or nothing. I mean, like, why her?
Mm. Why
I don't
anybody?
know.
You know what I'm
I don't
saying?
know. These people were under the impression that somehow some people on YouTube, and I've been talking about this a long time ago. So this ain't no copy off nobody. If anything, it's about a copying off what the fuck I said. But they under the impression that some people on YouTube have something to do with R. Kelly being in jail. So they thought that they were doing, whatever they think they were doing to look into people and whatever to see who people are and to see the connection or whatever to see if they connected to R. Kelly. And it's like you got to think about it. These are not um investigators or anything, so they don't know the shit that needs to be there to really even invoke to start an to make you start an investigation. I'm sorry, I'm losing my words, but to make you start an investigation. First of all, one is the person you're looking into. Do they even know R. Kelly? That's number one. Number two, have they been around him? If so, what was the time period? You know, and all of that. Do they know somebody that know R. Kelly? You can start with that, and then maybe that will give you a better you can make a better decision to know to better decision so you can decide whether or not you should even try to investigate somebody. And here's the thing, there is something called an illegal investigation. So this is what I mean. You got to have authority. I know this might sound crazy, um from the person to be looking into their background. That's number one. Okay.
Well,
If not, and then some other things.
when you
So
say background, Because some of this stuff is public information. So, but it's still, when you put certain things out, it can cause harm.
Even
So
if
when you
it's
say
public,
when you say background, what you mean by background?
hold on, even if it's public information, you still can't be going to be looking into people with no reason or with no legal reason. And when I say background, I'm obviously I'm talking about someone's like personal history, back, you know, their personal history. That's what I'm talking about. But you can't be looking up someone's information. I don't care if it's a site you pay for or any of that shit, because if somebody can track you down or track, you know, your footprints down, and you have no good reason, you're not an investor, none of that, you can get your ass in trouble. You don't supposed to be doing that. I don't give a damn if it's public information or whatever. You don't supposed to be doing that unless you got some kind of
Well,
sanction or something.
so yeah, no, because that's what I do
Yeah.
all day. I do, no, because this is what I do. I do that all day, every day. Uh, so what I do is certain zip codes. I uh, 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 I look for property, like somebody that's paying taxes on their property, and this is public information. I look for somebody who's paying property at at that property, but it's not going to that address. It's going to a completely different address.
That's something totally different. That's something totally different. You
But
looking, you doing
listen.
and go ahead.
But so I'm looking. I'm looking. This is all information I can get from the tax assessor's office, and this is public information of their address, their telephone number, and I call them, and I get cussed out all the time. Like, you looking up my information, but it's completely legal. It's public information.
You keep hollering it's public information. That does not matter. You cannot look up people. I'm not talking about for your job stuff and whatever. And guess what? You got to look to see for the line of work you're doing. You got to look and see, is it legal or illegal the way you're doing it. I don't know that.
It's legal. It's legal.
Okay, but I mean, you know what I'm saying? That, but
I
I'm
mean,
just
it's
saying
just
you
simple.
can't
Public information is public. It's not
no,
private.
it doesn't. Oh my God, it doesn't matter if stuff is public information or not. You can't be. It's illegal just to be free willing looking up people.
It's not. Now, what
Yes,
you do
it
with
is.
it, this could be illegal. What you do with it, that's when it can
It's
become.
also illegal. I'm not gonna argue this with you.
It's public. Public is public. Public cannot be
That
private.
don't. Oh my. It then I tell you, it don't matter. My email is
Mhm.
considered public information, but
Right.
you can't go passing it off to people. You can't do that.
Yes, you can.
Even though, well, hold on, don't tap just because
It's
we do
frowned
it and don't
upon.
get caught.
It's frowned upon. You shouldn't be doing it. It's creepy.
Even though just because
It's creepy as fuck.
business
But
addresses, are public information.
right.
So don't tell me it's all depending on your. That's why I said an illegal search. That's why I always use illegal search. It doesn't matter if it's public information. If you get, of course, if somebody got the motherfucker out there on the internet and shit, then it's public. You know, of course, it's public. But
What you mean by illegal search?
again, I just told you, depending on what you're doing, your job, your sanctioning authority, it determines whether it's legal or illegal. That's
Oh
just
well,
it.
if you're using your job's database, let's say, off something that's not pertaining to your job, I wouldn't say that's illegal, but that's probably something to get you fired.
I'm not
That is
saying
illegal.
I didn't say job database. I said depending on your job and what you're doing and the sanction authority and what you can do it and all of that. It's a whole list of bullshit that it goes down, then it goes into something else. And that's not getting into that. Just know this. Just because it's public doesn't mean it's legal for you to just go looking into people's shit, looking for
That's
people's
right.
shit.
You
That's
ever
right.
heard of TLO?
Talking about the system.
Yeah.
Oh, you asked me the other day. Yeah.
Oh, I forgot. So I
Yeah.
was working a job. We used to use TLO, right? This one person did TLO search on Obama. Goddamn Secret Service in there fucking. They was in there goddamn in 10 seconds. Um, just to see like what the fuck you doing. They didn't take her to jail, but they want to know why the fuck you looking Obama up.
Exactly.
But it wasn't. It wasn't illegal. It just raised a motherfucking security flag.
No, it is illegal. She didn't have no rights to be looking it up. Let me give you an example, okay? And I had to apologize, y'all. I had an urge to go vacuum my bathroom floor.
Well, you could Google Obama address on the internet.
No, this is what I'm saying. I specifically know of one of my friends. His mother worked in the aid office. Used her system to find her son's baby mama child support information. Illegal.
Oh yeah, that's different.
She got fired. No, what you mean? You said that's still in the capacity
that's
of her
child
job.
support information. That's child support information. I know somebody worked in the bank and did the same shit. They looked up how much they had in their account and just to be nosy. Illegal.
Yeah, illegal. I thought you said if it's within the scope of their job.
That's not public information. I'm talking about public information.
Oh, public. Okay.
It's and then then it gets down to the usage and what you use.
Yep, it does get down to that.
It just
if you use to incite violence, then that's will become probably illegal.
A lot of people are under the impression that just because your information is public, because you put shit in, there's just shit in the phone book,
Sure is.
So it's a fine line in determining what would make the search legal or illegal.
I was just saying that public can never be private ever.
But see, this is the thing. There's also something called personal identifiable information. Okay, which is the same thing as you have public information, but it's personally identifiable, which is illegal. If you grab onto that stuff and try and send it out, you're gonna have problems.
Like a social security number or something.
It goes through and that's under, I think, the privacy rights to privacy.
Maybe like a social security number or a your ID number or some shit like that.
It could be that, including your address,
it could be
name,
personal identification. Yes, Carol.
Yes. I just took the training. Yes.
Personal identifying information.
It's called PII. Look it up.
We're saying it that way for a reason. Yes, personal identifying information.
Yeah, but not just the address. Not just the address. Like social.
Everything, like you said.
It could be your address. It could be your social security number. It could
social is a problem. Social is a problem.
Well, of course that, but I'm just saying I'm trying to tell you, anything they consider identifying your ass, that could be your address. That could be your work address. That can be an email. Is anybody here?
I'm here.
Oh, okay. So
I had to go.
I'm just saying that I would be in jail if that was the case, because I do that every day, all day.
No, okay. So when you do it, are you posting it?
No, I'm calling trying to buy their goddamn fucking house.
Then, but that's the difference. The issue is when you look it up and you post it, or you
No, the other people posted it so I can find it. I'm not the one that posted it. Other people posted it so I can get it.
No. If again, if you're looking up people's shit, and I don't give a damn if it's personal, private, if it's public or whatever.
That's a difference.
You can get in trouble with that, doing that. and it's a lot of factors that and just because we do stuff and nobody, no, we don't have no charges, don't mean that it's legal.
Right. That's a fact. Just
Yeah,
because you
that
ain't
means,
charged don't mean it's legal.
anybody will tell you that we probably commit at least one or more felonies every day, not
That's
even
a
knowing.
fact.
Well, I would say I commit that all day, every day, if that's the case. Because
Well, okay then, but just because you ain't been charged with it, don't mean that you ain't committing a crime. Lord have
Right.
I
mercy.
already cleared it. I know what I'm doing is legal.
Okay then, well then if you cleared it, then you fine. I'm not gonna argue about this.
Right.
Public is public. Public can never be private. You got to create the privacy. Now you can put your number
We're
unlisted or
not
something.
saying public is private. We're saying you still can't dox public information. And they ain't trying to say public is private. We ain't nobody said that.
But it was wrong. In any event, shit was wrong.
Well, y'all, I went a long time. I'm about to get up out of here.
All right, later.
All right, thanks for having me on.
All right, when
Yeah,
you
get
going
your
live?
ass up out of here.
When are you going live later?
Shoot.
Yeah, so I can get the thumbs down on that motherfucker.
Yeah, as long as you hit the button. Look, likes and views, likes. We count likes and dislikes over here.
Okay.
It's probably gonna be. I don't know. I might have to go out of town this weekend because I like to do the weekends. But I don't know. I did say one day I was gonna try and go. Y'all just y'all hit that subscribe button and get that notification bell, and we gonna get it on. But this is what I'll do, Angie. When I go live, I yell in the chat. Y'all go get Angie because I know somebody in my chat watching.
Angie always in the bushes.
If I say go get Angie, somebody gonna go get her.
Yeah, somebody. Yeah, I always get my no. They tell me, oh, Levi look for you. Somebody look for you. I'm like, oh, okay. I'll get the notification. I'll come on through.
Yep, that's all I do.
But JoJo watches Sky's channel a lot, and I get the notifications anyway because I'm sub to it. But JoJo watching.
But I'm gonna yell it out. But we're gonna get it on, y'all. Let me get in this bed so I ain't grouchy tomorrow.
All right, lady.
Okay, have fun.
All right. Thank you, Sky.
Okay.
Thank you. Thank you.
We'll fight again.
Later long.
But I'll win later. Bye.
Bye, honey.
I don't hit females, but I hit one back.
Oh Lord, you need to get your shit together. Your life.
I know, man.
I don't know what to tell you.
Angie fixed my life.
Fix your life?
Yeah.
Oh, why? You know what? I don't know where to start. First, I'm gonna make you taller.
Shit, I like my height. Exactly where it's at.
No, you claim to be 6 foot, but you probably more like 5'10".
Well, that's
You
2-inch buffer.
Huh? Yeah. You know how people, how guys be doing that shit. They tell me, oh, I'm 6 foot, 5'10". Like, dude.
I don't understand that because eventually you're gonna see the person.
Right, no, you can tell them that they'll tell you that you standing straight in their face. I'm gonna tell you, there's not an athlete that I've ever I ain't gonna say ever been around, but I'm gonna say dated that did not tell me that they were taller than what they actually was. And one of them actually told me that they do that like for when they are in college or whatever, or when they in high school, when they, to get to college, because it was like it makes them more of a whatever, it makes them more, I guess, appealing to the recruiters or whatever. But yeah, they always be like 2 inches shorter. I be like, man, that's some bullshit. What's your real goddamn height?
Y'all do females do that?
No, I used to wish I was shorter.
Have you ever lied, say you were shorter?
I wish I was short. I wish I was shorter
What height
because
you want to be?
I wanted to be 5'6".
Oh, so I'm 5'8".
Yeah, I'm 5'8", and so
It's only
but I wanted
two.
to be. Yeah, but I wanted to be 5'6", cause so I can be
It's
like
only 2 inches.
eligible.
There ain't no difference.
Yeah, but I wanted to be eligible for more men, and that's stupid.
Uh,
Long time ago. This is a long time ago. I'm way, way, way young, right? I was like, I'm too tall. I'm too tall for a lot of people. It's crazy, but it worked out.
I don't think it's an issue with men. It's the females that. I remember I was on a motherfucking. I was on a dating site and got matched up with this female. She asked me how tall I was. I said 6 feet. Shit, she did unmatched my ass. I'm like, God damn.
What?
I'm like, what?
What? Tell her
I
no.
think I think that's more so of a female thing. Like I know females who like I can't do nothing. She don't give a fuck how they look, how much money they got. If you're not at least 6'2", she can't do shit with you.
What?
I
All
know.
right. It's almost always some BS. But listen. So now so let me ask you something about the dating site because I've never done that, and this is my first time with this stuff like this. But so with the dating sites, have you ever actually met somebody off the dating sites? Have you physically
Hmm.
went out with them?
Hmm.
Now, did they turn out to be okay or like?
Yeah. Yes and no. I think at the
Oh,
particular time it was probably more so me at the time. I wasn't really. I had just got out of. I just got out of a relationship, so I wasn't really trying to be back in one. I just wanted to, go on some dates. And the people that I was matching up with, they was like on some serious shit. So it was just we had
oh,
our priorities was just different at the
oh,
time.
wow.
I was trying to take a break. I was trying to, because I never, like, since college, I always been stuck in fucking relationships. I never knew what it was like
Right.
to be single. So out of the last one, out of the last relationship I got, I'm like, fuck that. I'm finna wild the fuck out. And the people that I was matching up with, shit, they was one trying to wild out. They was trying to, some committed shit. And like I said, they was cool. I had no problems with them. It was just our priorities was just different at the time.
Wow, that's crazy. That's crazy because and like I've always been in a relationship, and when I take a break, put my ass on the bench, that's what I like to do. But other than that, actually this would have been a good time to play that damn call. So when I do the giveaway, y'all can hear, y'all can get pieces of that call. That call I played with y'all that my friend said.
But
Well,
shit,
y'all
you
know
gotta do
about
the
my
call when people up. Shit, it's like what? Early in the morning.
yeah, it's
Motherfuckers half sleep.
107 people, but it's 107 people though.
I forgot you
And
stay lit. My bad, you stay lit.
yeah, so hey, what's up, Jessica? Look at she came right on in the
What's up, P?
conversation.
What's
And
up,
like,
Just
God
B?
damn girl.
What? Don't be listen, what's the problem?
I, huh?
What's
I
the
know.
problem?
Huh?
Huh?
What's the problem?
What's the problem?
Baby, she can smell that goddamn kettle from
You goddamn
goddamn
right. You goddamn right.
across the water. She come on in with it. So let
Goddamn
me
right.
so y'all so I'm giving I'm gonna try to do it the next live, y'all. I just be tired or whatever, but a question may come from this call, so y'all have to listen. I thought about this. This is funny, so you have to listen to what he says. Hold on. So everybody always picking me about my shit, so I don't care.
V, if you go back, listen to the replay and hear some shit about the jump off number, disregard that shit.
Oh, girl, I'll tell you about it later, honey. Bullshit.
I don't got no jump offs.
Yeah, he ain't got no jump offs. It's just what's the name called? It's a long story. Hold on, let me see. But anyway, yeah, and if what is his name? Take R. Kelly back and give us Tupac. I don't know if I snapped at you the other day or not, but that was my intention, child. I was
You
just
always look at you.
I don't be knowing who be on the smart comments and who be on that fuck shit. You know, I don't be knowing, but you know.
So you shoot.
Where's the
You
call?
shoot. Ask questions later.
Okay, here go my country ass. All right, y'all. So y'all got to listen. So, because one of the questions may come from this call. So y'all got to listen. Ain't nothing wrong with my phone. You ready? What's going on, Travis? Ain't nothing to that. What you up to? Just staying low. What you got married yet? Have I got married yet? What you waiting on? What I'm waiting on? I'm waiting on time. I'm waiting on time. What? Yeah. What about you? I believe in marriage. Oh Lord, Travis, what is going on with you? How you don't believe in marriage when you was engaged? That was 14 years ago. It don't matter. You was engaged too. You had a date last year. Well, I did, but listen, hey, you know, I done done that stuff a couple times. I'm good. It's all right. I'm good. But you always looking at people writing and then say no when it's time when it gets questioned. No, I don't. Stop. No, I don't. I do not do that. No, I don't. No, I don't. No. Okay, now that's one part of it, and then this is a funny part here. Y'all hear at the end he talking about I done took the people ring several times, which is a lie.
Oh damn.
Miss Jackie went over there. Miss Jackie was pimp. Hold on. So you said okay. So I always say it was 20 women because I know I was stretching. But so I'm new me. Hold on. So I'm new me. Right. It's 10. Because you had the white lady that kept burning that sage, but she was married to one of the guys there. Right. You got I don't know how many girls was in the back with you. I'm in the professional part. At that time, no, nobody but Brenda. There was two. Miss Brenda came and Rose came. Left was messing with Rose, and Brenda she was swinging it up until she looked like with Johnny, and they hung Johnny back there. So, but as far as the black women that was available, was just you and Sean. You, Sean, and Miss Jackie. But Jackie was kind of already spoken for. So you and Sean was like the ones to say. Oh wow! I didn't even know I was considered no new meat. That damn shame. Hey, you're a black girl. You know what I did that damn baby. You like it, Jacob? You live in women. All right. But ain't none. Well. Well, I think at least I was getting hit on by the better stop. Just not the. Huh? If I want white woman that started working this shit, if I was knocking her ass off.
Yes, you can do that. Mary wanted to do like that. Because what the number is not that.
But I told the people, I said, y'all need to come up here and get you a man. But no, I was getting hit on by the better people, by the good ones and the good look. Yeah. Yeah, that was crazy. But I liked old Daryl.
Yeah.
That was funny. I liked old Daryl. I was like, oh my gosh, this is an impossible situation. And it was perfect because we had just gotten separated. He was separated, and it was a pretty good situation. But he's shy, I'm shy, so this ain't gonna work out. And somebody got to, that's crazy. Oh, y'all bet that's called fresh new meat, fresh meat.
Yeah, you do that.
Damn. Oh man.
No Fridays from that for y'all got there.
What?
On Fridays you have to dress down and wear jeans.
Right.
I know her. Ain't that know her?
That's a damn shame. That's a damn shame. Boy, y'all mean something else. Oh my God. Y'all something else. Dress down day. Yeah. Oh, they're talking about your jeans. Boy, that's fucked up. That was a mess. That was funny though. Oh, them damn men out there. I'm trying to tell you, why you think Yvette and Sabrina, God bless the dead, I think she'll even come. Why you think Yvette was there every time I went on break?
I don't remember Yvette coming out the front.
Yes. She used to come out. You went out there and talked to her a couple times.
Yeah, I remember that one time I saw her. I didn't.
Yeah, right there a lot was sitting there. I'm like, girl, they is crawling all over this place. And what was that what you said the LFQJ looking one name was with all the cars?
Rich.
Yeah, Reggie was nice to me. Reggie was good looking. I was like, Lord have mercy. This don't make no sense. What the fuck is going on with this? It's terrible. It was terrible. I mean, I wouldn't call nobody no new meat, okay? But I was definitely like, Lord have mercy. I don't know how I keep getting stationed at these places. Boy, I got the best luck in the world. I'm like, Lord have mercy. What is going on? Yeah. But when I came down, I had to let my hair grow out. Yeah, my hair grew out. Yeah. That was crazy time. Oh, I wonder what Therese did you like. I wouldn't, expected that from him. He always was so nice. No wonder y'all don't hang out. I thought that was a part. Well, there was a part that was, I guess, was in the front part. Let me come back around the front. That was a part that was in the front where he talks about Therese ended up going with his fiance, and I was like, well, how's Therese ended up dating your fiance when Therese, see, I knew Therese because he used to play basketball with the Walker husband. All right, so the Walker husband, I was separated. When I came out there and started working, we got stationed out there where he was. And him, Therese, and I think Tyrone, they used to be known. This is the part I didn't play because I thought that was on that part, but they used to be known as the Burrito Boys.
The hell?
Yeah, yeah, 'cause they was thicker than thieves. So in this call, when he tells me that Therese ended up dating, when fooling around with his ex-fiance, no, fooling around with his fiance while they were together. At that time, Therese was with a girl. I forgot if he had married that girl or not, because that's the girl Therese used to bring to the games to keep me company. He marries this girl, end up cheating on her with Travis's fiance. They hanging together. Travis says that they he started, Therese just stopped contacting him and all of that, and so they ain't never say nothing to each other, whatever. And so when Travis said when he would see him, Therese put his head down or whatever. So Travis put it in the streets that Therese had to mess with his fiance. So everybody knows. I didn't know nothing until he told me the other day that Therese did that to him, and that was crazy, right? And Therese is still, no, he said, I think he said Therese done him and the girl done divorced, but him and that girl that Therese was with was together for a long time. So why the fuck would he go and fuck with Travis's fiance? That's some fucked up shit. But yeah, so that's so there may be there's going to be a question from this call that I'm gonna ask y'all about. See if anybody can get that money. But yeah, that's crazy, right? That's crazy. So that's another one, my friend. So far, Killer, you know of Tim, Tony, and Travis.
What these T's?
I don't know. That's what I was thinking about the other day. What the hell is up with these T's? Tim, Tony, and Travis. Right. That's crazy.
Hell no.
Yeah.
I came to the conclusion that you got more rings than Tom Brady.
Hey, Rocky, shut up, fool. No, I don't. No, I don't.
You can go.
Whatever.
Real go.
Whatever. I got a call. Well, I can't play all that. But anyway, that was long. That call was recent. That was the other day. But me talking about all those people, that was long, my way past.
2 days ago. Fuck out of here.
I got the call, but I'm talking about, we was talking about stuff while I was stationed a while ago.
That was 2 days ago.
I wasn't stationed no way 2 days ago. I said, I know I got you ain't listening. I said, I know the call was a couple of days ago, Keller. I said, but we were talking about stuff from
I'm talking about the sitting your way past 2 days ago.
No, it was not. No, it was not. The stuff that's in my way in my 2 days ago, that was JoJo the Ryan. What are you talking about? He just left him up here. So well, I would show y'all what Chef JoJo cooked. Hell, it's my picture, so I'm gonna show it anyway. I'm gonna show what he cooked. Don't ask for the damn recipe either. Y'all hating ass. He put his. Go ahead.
No, I was just say, you country 24/7. I thought it was just this. Not this here.
I'm a country ass. I'm a country ass. Sure, it be people, honey, be mad at you early in the morning. Oh, I can't do nothing about that. But laugh like, honey, what you mad about? Get over it. Ooh. Hold on, let me see. Let me show you what the lion cooked. What is this? Y'all gonna be like, he cooked that? I'm like, surely did. And I'm gonna let y'all get on up out of here. Hold on. I don't have no more rings and no damn I showed put up the picture I have other rings I
Go.
still have.
You're real MVP. Shit.
Yeah, I got a card. Well, I don't know if I can put to play that card,
In
but
fact, you should put all your rings on one day.
shut up, fool. I got a picture with all of them, the ones I have. Yeah, cause I'm good people.
You ain't good
Okay,
people. If
I
you
am
good
good
people, you'll
people.
have one damn ring. You good people.
Ooh, ooh,
Hey, hey,
ooh.
yeah.
Uh-uh,
Exactly. Good
lies.
people.
I'm good damn people, and I know it hurts. It hurts some people, but I'm sorry. I
You
don't
want
know
that
what you
damn
want me
sorry you
to
kept
do.
that ring. You want that sorry.
No, I always ask the people if they want their ring back. Are you crazy? I'm not gonna
Oh
do
yeah?
that.
What?
Yeah, I asked you. I said, "Do you want your ring back?
Shit, I'm gonna get my shit back.
You gonna
Fuck
get your
that.
ring back when Just
Yeah.
Be? Just Be. I told you.
Well,
I
no,
talk to you later about him. He ain't about
don't
shit.
listen. No, don't listen to her. Do the opposite. Whatever she say.
And Just Be. Okay, Just Be. Do you know? I know you might not want to hear this, but do you know that there are some, what she was saying about the rings can't be under, what she was saying about the rings can't be under how much
Come on, carrot.
the amount? How much she said the rings?
I think it wasn't the amount. It was the carrots.
I thought she snowed one time. It was like she said about $10,000 or something.
Mhm.
Just do
I don't
you
think it's the
know that
carrot.
you can get, or what she said? What she want, three?
At the minimum two.
A minimum of two? Okay, that's fine.
That's
Motherfucker be working
matter
overtime,
of
baby.
fact, I'm gonna get one of your goddamn rings.
Oh, that's fucked up. That's crazy. Keller, you can't be doing the barbershop. Um, you can't be on the goddamn discount for everything.
Why not?
I mean, that's fine though. I mean, no, that's fine. You should. And here's the thing, right? If the ring costs uh, you know, a couple, not very much or whatever,
We want to. If we
it,
talking
it,
about
it
docs.
don't matter. Huh?
We talking about doxing earlier. I'm gonna look your ass up and have somebody come take them goddamn rings. And
I want
you got any
you know what?
three
I
carats?
want you to be the first nigga from YouTube to come on right here, so I can run your ass on back. And I'm trying to tell you, gonna find a way to go live, and
How
you
many
gonna find
carats you
out
got?
that it
How
is
many
really
carats you
good.
got? How many carats you got?
The last one is 3.
So I mean, what all we got? I know you got
We
about
got
10
the one,
rings.
huh?
I know you got about 10 rings. So what all we working with?
I
You
got
got
6 or
one.
7, I believe. But
You said the last one was 3. What's the other?
they range between 1 and 3.
You took a 1 carat.
Yeah. What is one?
What?
Yeah,
What?
that was a long. Yeah, that was a long time. It was a long time ago. But yeah, I took
Oh,
a one. What's wrong with a 1 carat?
huh? I'm just
What's wrong
shocked.
with a 1 carrot?
I'm just shocked that you took a 1
No,
carrot. All
not
that
like
shit you be
that.
telling me. All this shit you be telling me, and
I ain't
you
never
took a
told her that. I ain't never told her that. I never told her that.
IV, 1 carrot. We in there.
Yeah, I ain't never told her no about no carrots and whatever. Let me tell you something. If it's just a band, if it's just a goddamn band, honey,
You hear that, V?
it
This
is
shit you supposed to be
okay.
listening to. This shit you supposed to be listening to. I know
All
Burger
right.
Band.
So this is the compliments of Chef Joe. Shit. So this is smothered turkey wings, and this is a seafood dressing. Yeah. He made it. He had very little assistance from you know who, but he made it.
Why you want cooking? See, that's the
Huh?
problem now. Why you want cooking? You supposed to been cooking.
First of all, I wasn't there. That's number one. And then when we are together, it's always some type of restaurant type of deal. It's never sitting. I mean, who wants to when you visiting or whatever? Nobody be trying to cook or nothing like that.
Why not? No problem with a nice little meal.
No.
Yeah.
No, he did a he did a he was the one. Let me tell you what happened. So with this how this turned out, right? So soul food isn't his main food of choice, right? You know, his main food of choice is Mexican. So
You
this
said
is
a
crazy.
seafood dressing? I never heard of that. That's all
Yeah,
interesting.
I make a seafood dressing, but I only use crab. He ended up using crab, shrimp, crawfish, crab, shrimp, and crawfish, I believe. Yeah, crab, shrimp, and crawfish. So yeah, so shit, I mean the recipe was the bomb. He did, he did good on it though. He really did. Shit, he did good on it. I was hating, but let me tell you. So we had a 3-day. Not one of some. Should I said 3-day date week? I really shouldn't say that because we be together in some
Did you
form of
cook?
fashion
Did
every
you
day.
cook on any of these days?
No. We had
Wow.
a 3-day. No, we had a 3-day. We weren't together. We had a 3-day little whatever. That's what it turned into. But he reneged on. I'm gonna tell you how he reneged at the end. But anyway, so I had Mexican, his favorite. Okay, so anybody want to guess how much you think our food bill cost? I'm having Mexican, so mine was what is Grubhub, whatever the fuck it is. He went and brought his food. How much do you think our meals was combined? Just give me a guess.
Well, I just had some Grubhub, but my damn self spent $50. So I can.
Oh, you spent $50.
That was just for me. So I'm thinking, 100
for his and our meal together.
Yeah.
Anybody else got another guess? Kel, I'm not on the screen. Can you tell me if they put anything in the chat?
Hell no. I ain't put shit in there. Everybody sleep.
Y'all ain't gonna, huh?
Everybody sleep.
No, it's 100 some people. Let me tell you. He paid $186 for that meal he prepared. And I paid when I put the two, because I had Mexican one day that was $75.
Seafood is expensive though.
Yeah, it was $75 the first day, and I called back and got the two things off the menu. I had no 40, so that was 25. That's
Rocket with the two said 75.
$75 together. Oh no,
Miss
honey.
Good Luck said 140.
Together?
Yeah. That's all we got so far.
Wait a minute, I'll tell you what it is. Okay. That's all y'all got so far? Together, our meals together was $301.
What the hell y'all get from Grubhub?
No, I told you. All the stuff he ordered, he paid $186 to make that smothered turkey. And
I thought you was talking about just Grubhub.
Nuh-uh. And my Grubhub bill ended up coming to $75 one day and $40 the other day. So
I thought you was talking about just for the Mexican. I was like, what the hell you get for fucking 300?
Nuh-uh. So my bill was $115. My Mexican bill was $115. His bill was $186. That's crazy, right? That's crazy. I was like, this crazy. So this is.
Yeah, I just spent $40-something today. I was like, man, but it was surging though.
Wow. Okay, that's my half. That's real hair. That's real hair. This is so crazy. You have this stupid shit. Because we deal with stupid ass people.
Goddamn dry ass. Talking about that's their real hair. That dry ass wig ain't no damn.
Nah, shit. Whatever. Wig my ass. Wig my ass. I wish. Baby, I'm right here stuck. I'm gonna show y'all this storage, honey. Y'all gonna cry. Y'all gonna see this storage number 2, and y'all gonna be like, hell no. When I tell you, I got couple spaces in here, and you'll be like, damn, is that Amazon? I'm not playing with you.
You got a problem?
Who?
You got like a retail problem?
Yeah.
You didn't even open the shit?
Huh?
You didn't open it?
Most of them boxes are unopened.
Oh, look. I see you you prepared for the doctors. You prepared for the doctors, boy.
Right. Prepare for the doctors.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, to all that scratching I did. Motherfuckers. Yeah. Yeah, so that's one of the storages. That's my storage number 2. I already showed y'all storage number 1, how that shit looks. Crazy, right? It's crazy in here. Crazy. So I tell y'all, baby, I have a problem. Well, I had one.
Shit. You know what? I can't even like when I order Amazon, man, I had to put that shit to my P.O. box. So that shit would be go.
Why?
Man, I'm supposed to be looking for shit. There's people that drive around just looking for fucking Amazon.
Huh?
That's what take. Yeah.
What kind of shit? Well, say it ain't so.
I had motherfucking UPS guy steal my shit. He marked it delivered, put it back in his truck.
What?
Well, took my shit. I had them on my ring. Marked it delivered, put them up right back on the truck.
Oh, you want to see some rings? Okay, let me show you.
Yeah, we let me go and get one of them.
Hold on, let me upload that.
What size is it? What's her ring size, V?
That's a shame. Ain't gonna like none of the rings I have.
Let me see if she like them.
Hold on, let me see if I can get it. She ain't gonna like none of the rings I have. So, but anyway, yeah, I would take a half. Are you crazy?
You take a what?
I mean, I have. I mean, one carat.
You hear that, V?
But that's me though. That ain't got
You
nothing to
hear
do with
that?
her.
The hell is that noise?
That's my ring doorbell.
Oh, so somebody went by or something?
That's who?
Motion went off or something?
Yeah. That's like it'll go off when the even if the wind is blowing, it'll go off.
Well, it should be sensitive. I
Yeah,
had to
very
disable my shit because every time a car go down the street, the motherfucker go off.
right. But yeah, but shit, you know, me, I'm not. I don't care about the size or anything. I mean now, this is shit. What year? This is
What's your
2020.
ring size, Ed?
Me
Yeah.
now it's an 8,
What's the ones in there?
8 and
Yeah.
9,
The ones you got is 9?
8 and 9. Yeah.
Oh shit! I need a 7.
Oh, you're gonna have to get them sized.
I can resize it, right? Oh yeah, I'm in the resize
I
it.
can't believe. Oh my gosh! Now I said it's okay to accept a 1 carat or whatever, but a goddamn gifted ring and shit.
It's gonna be new to her.
Yeah. So well, that's actually 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I knew I had 7. I thought I was right. It's 7. Mm-hmm. What else?
Yeah,
Goddamn.
you ain't using them.
Yes, I do. I wear them with my outfits and shit.
Well, you
What
misuse
you
them. You
talking
shouldn't be
about?
wearing them any damn way. Should have gave the shit back. She ain't
No, I
asking.
tried.
Don't even ask them. Just give it back.
No, I deal with gentlemen.
I wish motherfucker would like. I ain't gonna marry
What?
you. So wait. So the marriage did continue. Was it their idea or your idea?
Mine.
See now, if it was my idea, I'd be like, all right, go keep the ring. But your idea, oh yeah, I need that back. Get that back out
Oh,
the door.
you're a real live jerk.
If it's
And
my idea, yeah, keep the ring. If it's my idea, I'm like, you know what? I propose, but I can't do this shit. Keep the ring. But
that
if I
story
propose
number. Go ahead.
and then later on you be like, I can't do it, I need my ring back.
Oh no. And that storage number 1. And those are 2 4K TVs in the
Yeah.
box. You need your ring back.
If only way you keep it if I decide I can't go on with the marriage. But if I propose and you be like, man, fuck this shit, I need my ring back.
Oh man.
Shit.
That's terrible. That's
Why you
terrible.
say yes so I waste my time? That's what's terrible. Why say yes when it's really no?
But what you saying? Why say yes when? Well, it was yes at the time, fool.
No yes at no damn time when it comes to marriage.
It was. It was. That's why I said yeah.
No, I don't believe that shit. I don't. So when did it change from yes to no? How long did it take?
3 years.
3 years. I was engaged for 3 years.
No. Oh, no. Which one? Which time? I've been engaged a lot. Which time?
The fifth marriage. The fifth marriage.
I ain't got no fifth damn marriage. I know 2 of them. The last time for this, okay. I was engaged for since 2018. So 2018 and 2020 we were supposed to get married the first time. Then later on 2020, and then April of 2021.
Let's see.
See, y'all need some marriage counseling.
By who? By you?
By me. Yeah, that's what I was saying. Because I know, I know you said you didn't like cluster, so that's what I was trying to tell old cheapo. And you know what I like? I like the solitaires with, the solitaire, and then you have like diamonds around it. I like those now. And I like a solitaire, don't get me wrong, but it has to be, I like big rings, so it has to be big.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, she wants a solitaire. So, but yeah, if you want marriage counseling, this is what I'm going to do. I'm gonna tell you what not to do, and I'm gonna tell you the things, the bad stuff and the good stuff. Let me be your marriage counselor.
Man. Yo. Shucks. How much you charge?
For y'all, since y'all gonna need help, I ain't gonna charge y'all. I ain't gonna charge y'all like all the time because y'all need help. Y'all are in bad shape.
What?
Y'all got to be. Yes, y'all got to be.
How we in bad shape?
Yeah, y'all got to be y'all got to be the worst couple ever. Y'all are.
Listen to any type of goddamn marriage advice from you. Detrimental.
Oh man, that's bullshit.
Marriage suicide. That's marriage suicide.
Bullshit.
Okay, let me give me some advice. Let me hear something. Let me give three advices.
One, you got to do better than Keller. That's number one.
See?
Okay, no. Marriage advice. Make sure. Oh, well, here's the thing. Make sure that this is just my personal thing, that you are with someone that you have more in common with than you have difference. Okay, that's gonna cut down on a lot. Don't fuck that shit about having somebody that's different. Opposites attract. Fuck that shit. Okay, if y'all are similar, whatever, y'all can discover new things together. Okay, that don't mean that you got to get somebody that's your opposite so you can learn what he like and he can learn what you like and whatever. No, I'm trying to tell you, them opposites, y'all gonna have a bunch of problems because y'all gonna bump heads all the time about all kinds of bullshit. You got to do that. You got to make sure that all the communication wheel is always running and it's always complete. That means you're hearing and you're being an effective listener. That means you are communicating as well. By all means, don't be mad if he or she writes you a letter communicating their feelings. Go ahead and accept that letter. Don't think that letter is juvenile. Don't think that letter is being a coward or none of that. Just go on and let them accept that letter if they have to communicate with you like that. What else? be patient. Be patient with each other. You know, whatever y'all don't know about each other, make sure you learn each other. You here, Keller?
I'm here. Listen
Oh,
to
okay.
this bullshit.
Well, because you ain't interrupted yet, because I know you do that, so I don't know if you went to sleep or what. I'm just checking. Make sure that make sure that you learn each other and what have you, and you got to make each other feel special from time to time. And I don't care that you can't assume that you, each other know that you love them, right? You got to not only express it, but you got to show it. Your words and your actions have to match. You can't say I love you and then beat the hell out of them. No, that ain't gonna work out.
How do
Okay?
you work out disagreements?
Disagreements. I'm gonna tell you. If y'all have a disagreement, first of all, make sure you're not talking about your disagreements and trying to get a resolution when you all hollering and screaming and going back and forth.
What?
No, you got to
What?
calm down. Yeah, you got to calm
You can
down.
practice what you preach.
I do. You got to calm down. No, you got to calm down, and then you got to talk to each other. You got to hear, one another, and then make sure you have a solution. Each one of y'all got to have a solution to
You
bring
practice
to
what
the
you preach.
table.
You practice what you preach.
I do. I do. Now, yeah, I do. I be doing it. What are you talking about? You always trying to fuck me over. I do. Y'all trying to throw me on the damn bus. I do practice what I preach. Now, shit. Yeah, all the time. But let me tell you something. This is what I've learned. When you be trying to resolve your shit and whatever, when you in the heat of the moment, that's when it should never get
Is
resolved.
it
When
a
it
such
gets
thing?
worse.
Is it a such thing as too many? Well, for you, I say for Chocho, is it a such thing as too many female friends? And for you, is it a such thing as too many male friends? For you?
All right. Okay. So that's kind of a me issue, right? And I have to explain every relationship. Listen, I have a whole bunch of male friends, and they
How
consist of
many? How many is? Wait, but no. Is it a such thing as too many female friends?
no, but everybody, as long as they are respectful, are in their place. That's when the
So
problem.
motherfucker have fucking 20 female friends as long as they respectful.
Thank you, Lil Red. Thank you. Um, no, as long as they are respectful and they're in their place. You know what I'm
So
saying?
so they can have 20 female friends as long as they're respectful and in their place.
Right. It's not the amount. It's not the amount. It's the are these
So
some
what I
the
got the respectful
activities.
part. What's the in their place part? What you mean by in
Knowing
their
that
place?
knowing that you do first of all, let's clear all this up. If she's a female friend of yours, she got to be a female friend of ours. Okay? Meaning you just not gonna have some female friends whatever, and I not know the whole. I mean, I don't know her.
You know her name. I mean, she got to be your friend.
No, she ain't got to be my friend, but I got to know her.
Oh, but what you mean in your place? Disrespectful in your place. What you mean by
In
your
your
place?
place, meaning you do not get it. You're not a third party to this relationship, so you have no say so in what's going on. You have no say so. You can say, you can maybe give your opinion, and that's fine, but you need to share your opinion
So well,
with
well, if
us.
they saw. Well, if she saw you fucking around
Mm.
and she tell him like, okay, yeah, she not the one for you. That considered not in your place.
No, that would be solid advice. That'd be solid advice. You know, because let me tell you something. I have been in situations, because I know a lot of people, right? I have been in situations where a friend of mine, and y'all hear me talk about Yvette all the time. You just heard me talk about Yvette with Travis, where she didn't want to know that the dude was messing around. She didn't want to know that. Our other friends tried to force the information on her. They tried to get me to tell my Angie, she'll listen to you. Y'all been knowing each other long. She'll also that girl don't want to listen, don't want that advice. She want that information. Only thing I tell is, baby, you need to wear condoms. That's it. Make sure you wear condoms. And the thing about it is, the guys that she used to date, they used to think that I was so cool that I wasn't gonna tell on them because I didn't tell on them and stuff like that. But she didn't want to hear it. So I was like, I threw my hands up. I threw my hands up. Like what? Like I can't. You know, this girl ain't listening to me and shit.
Okay.
All she wants somebody to do is listen to her when she started crying and shit over these niggas. Go ahead.
What about too many? Is it a such thing as too many divorces?
Shut up.
No, I'm serious.
Is there such thing too many divorces?
As in a man, like let's say he, been divorced like fucking 4-5 times. Is that a problem?
No, but I want to know what happened.
It's always gonna be her. Always gonna be her. What motherfucker was crazy?
Now you had to tell me what you did. What you
Hey,
did?
man, I didn't do shit. Motherfucker was crazy.
No. What you did? Yeah, that's what it is. I got to know exactly what you did as well. Like, shit.
All right, let's say you're like, I cheated. But it was my way past.
So
I had a baby on her.
Oh.
I got locked up.
Oh.
When she was gone, I got back out.
Oh Lord. You know, I can't say that I would tell her that you would be the one, because that was a lot. Now let me ask you this.
No, not her. Would you be able to still accept that person?
But that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. My advice would be, would I be able to still accept that person? Did he do it just on that one person that one time?
Yeah.
Okay.
That's the first time he got caught.
You know, I would try it until he fuck up. I mean, I had my eye out.
Got domestic violence.
No, that ain't gonna work out.
Yeah. What about somebody who not working?
If it ain't working.
Not working, in between jobs. Stay with his mama.
No, I ain't gonna be able to do that.
I mean, it's just in between jobs. Just caught him on a bad time.
In between jobs, I would think of, I could probably do in between jobs. Just like, how long is in between?
In between jobs and staying with their mama.
And staying with their mama, that don't make them not a good person or whatever. Shit, that's hard. I'll try, but
what about anything that you would like? Is there anything where you be like, no, hell no, this is a deal breaker?
What?
I'm asking you, what's the deal breaker? Regardless how everything could be perfect, but there's one thing you like, I can't. Nope.
And we married or before we get married?
Before you married.
Before we get married, Deal breaker. Well, you already, and so you're not talking about stuff like woman beating, he beating me and stuff like that, right? You ain't talking about that.
Okay. Motherfucker, beat your
What's
asses.
yeah, well, of course that's a no go. That's a deal breaker. What is a deal breaker before we get married? Oh man, probably another woman. Excessive lying.
All excessive. So
Excessive
motherfuckers can
lying.
lie, just not excessively.
Yeah, cause see, everybody tell lies. So that doesn't make you a liar. That makes you a person that tell lies. That not makes you tell lie. What I'm saying, that makes you a person that that can tell lie here and there. I'm not talking if you are a goddamn habitual goddamn liar. Every time you open your mouth, somebody got to question what you're saying. That ain't gonna work out. That's a deal breaker because I can't trust you, and I'm not gonna respect you. What Keller went? Hauled ass. Yeah, I don't know where the hell Keller went. So. Anyway, y'all, let me get the hell up off him. We can continue with all this couple and couples counseling at a later date. So I am glad y'all hung on out there with me. I don't know if I was kind of rusty coming back on this channel, but I'll try to get back on. I still got to do that giveaway, so the JoJo giveaway. So with that being said, make sure y'all do these things so we can do those things. And we keep it lit. When you drunk, drop this. As always, we are live. Please like, share, and subscribe. And always pay attention to the community board. Thank you for Club Blue. Thank you for your support. In all these ways, make sure you do this. So we can do that. And we keep it hot when we drop that funky ass link. We're always live in that chat or when they hit that link. Also, make sure y'all like, share, and subscribe. And pay attention to the what? The banner that's rolling at the end, the bottom. So, with that being said, oh man, woo! It's been a long time since we did this. Yes, I miss each and every one of y'all. Thanks again to the panelists, the host, the hostess, and the guests, and everybody else. To the next live. Be good. I'll see you then. Bye, y'all.